Chapter 1788. But presumably, the entire Wu family Sword Tomb believed that these two people, regardless of whether they were young now or old in the future, would die at the same time. Many years later, many years after the Great Battle of Liangmang, a white-haired old man lay on a sickbed. When the oil in his lamp ran out, he could no longer open his eyes. He could only mumble, "Suehua, I want to eat pickled vegetables again." The old woman who sat at the head of the bed and gently held his hand, leaning over his ear with difficulty. In reality, she could no longer hear clearly, but she knew what he was saying. So she said gently, "We don't have any more pickled vegetables at home, but when we get underground, I'll make some for you." He was dead. She was also dead. There was no deeper love in the world than this. A travel-worn man first traveled from the border between western Shu and southern Zhao, all the way north to the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang. Then he hurried to North Resisting City. He had no choice but to go to Qingcang City in Liuzhou. Finally, he went straight to Linyao Military Town, which was even closer to the western regions. Only then did he finally find his fellow disciple who was carrying a wicker basket and picking up cow dung. Looking at his fourth junior apprentice brother who was much older than him, the young man heard the general story. He held back his laughter and said, "It's really been hard on you. Even my legs feel like jelly when I hear about the trekking of mountains and rivers." This inarticulate man who had taken countless wrong paths was Lu Huang of Martial Emperor City, who had escorted the Yen sisters out of the western region. He looked at his eldest senior brother, Groom Yu, and asked, "Why have you come to northern Liang?" Yu Groom hesitated for a moment, but he still decided to be honest. "I might disappoint you if I tell you the truth, but I didn't come here for revenge. At that time, I went to Liaodong with Green-Robed Man, and for some reason, I wanted to come to the northwest to take a look. I probably didn't believe that the northern Liang cavalry was the best in the world. Of course, I also had the intention to vent some of my anger on behalf of the Central Plains. The target of this anger is both the northern Mang and northern Liang. There's no need to say much about the northern Mang barbarians. As the saying goes, those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions applies to both the grasslands and the Central Plains. 1,000 years ago, it was a dead knot that couldn't be untied. As for Bailiang, I also have some resentment. Why do you think only your Bailiang frontier army can guard the country's gate? We Jianghu people are not necessarily inferior." Unexpectedly, Lu Huang, who was originally the most stubborn of the same sect, did not get angry. He only nodded. Yu Groom smiled and asked, "You're not going to scold me?" Lu Huang said in a low muffled voice, "I used to scold people but not now. I've met Su Fengnian." What he said made sense. Who is our master? Why does he need a bunch of good-for-nothing disciples like us to avenge him? We will be laughed at by our master in heaven. Besides, Su Fengnian also said that our master only wanted to lose. It's not that Su Fengnian really won. I still don't understand. It's similar to what master said about Li Chungang. I'm afraid this is where I'm not as good as you, senior apprentice brother. I can't let go of what I should let go of. I don't know how to pick up what I should pick up. I can't understand it in this lifetime. In the end, I even threw away my sword. I don't even have the courage to find it back." Yu Groom was silent. Lu Huang pulled the corner of his mouth and said bitterly, "I carried master's body to Mount Kunlun and buried it at the top of a mountain. You can go and pay your respects when you have the chance. I'll lead the way." Yu Groom sighed. "Fourth junior apprentice brother, you've changed a lot." Lu Huang did not deny. "It's not a good thing. Maybe I won't even have the heart to practice martial arts in the future. If there really is such a day, senior apprentice brother, I hope you can treat it as if Martial Emperor City never had such a person as Lu Huang." Yu Groom smiled. "I don't like to hear that." Lu Huang said self-deprecatingly, "I'm not good at saying nice things." Yu Groom carried a wicker basket and brought Lu Huang. The two martial arts masters walked and stopped on the grassland outside Lin Yao Military Town. Yu Groom did not speak and Lu Huang was a taciturn person. The two of them walked in silence. As the disciples of Martial Emperor City's Castellan Wang Xianji, they should have the deepest understanding of Jianghu. Before Su Fengnian appeared, the Central Plains had already recognized that the Jianghu they lived in was unprecedentedly grand. Compared to Gao Shulu and Lu Songtao's era, although their teacher Wang Xianji also won for 60 years, people like Chao Chongqing, Dong Tai, Gu Jiantang, the white-robed monk Li Dongxin and the sickly tiger Yang Taisui, these people from the three sects did not have all their glory stolen by Wang Xianji. Each of them had their own style and shone brightly. Therefore, it could be said that the Jianghu of Liang met with a fruitful year. But if one counted with their fingers those outstanding martial grandmasters, especially after Chao Chongqing died outside Tian City, all the Jianghu people would probably sigh. In just 5 or 6 years, so many grandmasters had died in Liang. Jian Zhihuang died outside Wuwu City. The world's 11th Wang Mingyin died outside Xiangfan City. The invincible Wang Xianji died in Beiliang. The Catman Han Shengxian died outside Shenwu City. The Dongyue sword Pool Song Yinqing died. Yang Taisui died outside Shiyu Pass. Li Chungang, who returned to the land of immortals, died after Wanli Baro sword. Lu Songtao, who returned to the Jianghu after 100 years, died on Guangling River. Wudong's sword maniac Wang Xiaoping died on the way to the river. Xianyuan Jingqing and Xianyuan Dandan both died in their own great snow plains. The number 1 general of Nanjiang, Wang Tongshan, died on the battlefield. The dragon tree monk died outside Beimang's Gate of Heaven. Qi Jiajia died in Fuxia town at the foot of Mount Wudong. The gatekeeper of Tian City, Lu Haoshi, died outside that city. Wudong's Hong Xixiang reincarnated. The father and son of Mount Longhu ascended together. While sighing softly, he also felt a little fortunate. Because when the older generation was withering, looking back, the Liyang River Lake was still filled with new experts. Among them, Su Fengnian was the leader of the group and fought against Wang Xianji. In the Great Peace City, he fought against 2 people. In the western region, he fought against Tuoba for thousands of miles. It could be said that the young vassal king had fought against all the great masters of the present age. Groomyu stopped and his shoulders shook as if he was weighing the weight of the cow dung in the wicker basket on his back. He then turned to Lu Huang and said, "Actually, I know that among the few of us, you are the most scheming. Among the martial brothers, you and I are the most pure in sword training, and do not involve ourselves in other things. Therefore, you have always been comparing yourself with me. Probably in your eyes, Master is a huge mountain that is too tall and almost insurmountable. As for me, I am a small mountain of that huge mountain. Only when you have stepped over that mountain would you have the qualifications to challenge Master." Just like Jian Zhihuang and the other people of the Jianghu, they climbed up the martial emperor city with the identity of a challenger. Therefore, you gave up on the sword intent and focused on the sword art. You did not hesitate to walk with a limp on the sword Dao just to be able to suppress me. Lu Huang didn't deny or admit it. Groomyu shifted his line of sight and looked at the boundless yellow sand of the desert. He smiled and said, "However, after I walked out of the martial emperor city, I realized one thing. If Master didn't leave the Eastern Sea and we didn't leave the martial emperor city, then we would have to live in Master's shadow for the rest of our lives." Coincidentally, this was an ending that Master didn't want to see. Master hoped that each of us would achieve something. He hoped that my sword intent wouldn't be weaker than Li Chuangong's. He hoped that Lu Huang's sword art would be comparable to Dong Tai's. He hoped that Gong Ke would be able to become a great master by gathering the strengths of various sections. 4th junior brother, Master didn't ask for anything in return for the teachings that he taught us. Since we are swordsmen, then we have to respect the 3-foot sword in our hands. We shouldn't have a guilty conscience because our opponents are invincible, and we shouldn't have doubts because the sword Dao is difficult. Speaking until here, Groomyu smiled and asked, "Do you know which swordsman I admire the most in the past 100 years?" Lu Huang shook his head. Chapter 1789. Groomyu smiled happily. "Wang Xiaoping, Wudong sword maniac Wang Xiaoping. In my heart, Wang Xiaoping used Shenshu to block our master's footsteps in the battle of blocking the river. Wang Xiaoping's sword after death was the voice of all the swordsmen in the world." Lu Huang frowned. He didn't understand why the proud senior brother Yu Groom would fall in love with a loser's swordsmanship. Groomyu looked fascinated and said softly, "People can die, but swords can break. People and swords can't retreat." Lu Huang clearly felt that when Groom said these words, his aura suddenly soared, just like the tide at the top of the martial emperor city. It gradually rose and finally surged with the power of the world. Groom's aura disappeared in an instant. He regained his calmness and said seriously, "We shouldn't always think about being the best in the world. If the cultivators of Taoism only look at Ancestor Lu, the martial artists only think about defeating our master, and the swordsmen all try to surpass Li Chungang, then what is the meaning of life? Of course, we can have such thoughts, but we can't be the only one. If our obsession is too deep, we won't be able to see the beauty of the world." Lu Huang sighed. "My sword heart is pure, I won't lose to you. My sword heart is deep, I'm not as good as you." Groom smiled, "You're wrong." Lu Huang was curious. Groom stretched out a finger and shook it. "You're the one who's not as good as me." Lu Huang was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Groom suddenly looked to the north. North was Beimeng's southern dynasty with millions of cavalry. The young man smiled gently. "Junior brother, you're already in your 40s, when are you going to find a wife?" Lu Huang followed his gaze and looked to the north. He rarely joked, "I'm also worried." Groom was silent for a moment and said, "It's strange. Master is willing to give the greatest kindness to the people of Liangjianghu. No matter who comes to the city to challenge him, he will be the whetstone to sharpen his martial arts. Master doesn't care about it, and is happy to see it. Only Beimeng Jianghu has never shown any kindness. Even Tuoba looked down on him. That year. Therefore, I thought that one day, I will fight with Bodhisattva Tuoba, and let him know one thing. My master looks down on you, Bodhisattva Tuoba. You have no choice but to accept it." Lu Huang said somewhat helplessly. "So you came to the northwest to pick up cow dung?" Groom narrowed his eyes and said, "Fourth junior brother, you don't know, but this place is vast, with thousands of stars like candles. Even the artistic conception will be different if you poop in this place." Lu Huang sighed. "After you left the city, you have changed a lot." Groom dismissed it with a laugh. Lu Huang smiled. "But I like it. The bridegroom in the past was extremely talented. He was once called Li Chungang by his master, Wang Xianji. He was handsome and elegant. Which woman in the martial emperor city did not admire him? But at that time, Lu Huang was never close to the groom. Lu Huang still liked the guy in front of him who carried a wicker basket and spoke vulgarly. Therefore Lu Huang coldly snorted. "Although my sword Dao is not as good as yours, when it comes to killing people on the battlefield, you may not be able to beat me." Groom said carelessly. "Then let's compete when the time comes?" Lu Huang smiled. "Let's make it clear first. If you surrender, you lose half of the battle." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They didn't need to say anything. Lu Huang suddenly said, "After I escorted a pair of sisters to Western Shu on the way back, I accidentally met 4 people. I only know the name of that Nanzhao number 1 Wei Miao. There was a middle-aged man with the surname Qi. He carried a sword case and his sword aura was quite heavy. There was also a young man and woman. The woman carried a guqin, and should not be underestimated. However, the young man seemed ordinary." Groom said softly, "I also heard that Lin Hongyuan, Ji Luan, and Cheng Baishuang came from Nanjiang's Dragon Palace. There was also a master of knife skills, Mao Shulang. The Central Plains is full of storms in the northwest." Lu Huang smiled. "It's really lively." On Mount Wudong, an old Taoist named Yu Xingrui went down the mountain with a sword on his back. The chief Li Yufu and the little Taoist boy Yufu sent him off to the memorial arch of Wudong Dangxing. In a dilapidated ancient city that had appeared in countless poems, there was a person in white sitting on the low wall where foxes and rabbits roamed. In the sunset, she was Luoyang. She was looking at the former capital of Daqin, Luoyang City. Once missed, you will miss it forever. Suddenly, another person in white appeared behind her. The woman was tall. Luoyang did not turn her head. She said softly, "Tantai Pingjing, don't be like me." Moreover, it wouldn't be long before there would be no such thing as a next life. Therefore, some things would be settled in this life. If there was someone you liked, you could openly say that you liked her. If there is someone you owe, say sorry. Tantai Pingjing asked, "Are you waiting for someone?" Luoyang lifted the flagon and drank a mouthful of liquor. "This time, I'm afraid that I can't wait." Tantai Pingjing hesitated for a moment and said, In fact, the person you liked 800 years ago is no longer in this world. Why are you waiting in the world? Luo Yang narrowed her eyes and smiled intoxicatingly. Because in this life, I suddenly found that the person I like is actually in the world. If I can, I will like him for the next 800 years. Tantai Pingjing wanted to say something but stopped. Luo Yang stood up slowly and threw the wine flask to the Qi Refinement Warrior Grandmaster. He smiled and said, I can give you the wine, but I will not give my man to you. I will not give it to anyone. Tantai Pingjing originally wanted to fight. At the very least, she should say some harsh words to save her face. But somehow, in front of this domineering woman, Tantai Pingjing couldn't say anything. Luo Yang looked around, as if she wanted to take a good look at this city for the last time. This ancient city was named after her by the great Qin dynasty's emperor. She smiled and said to herself, What North Rejecta city? Luoyang city sounds so nice. When I reach the border, you can change your name. Tantai Pingjing felt strange. He's willing to listen to you? Luoyang asked. Does he dare not to listen? Tantai Pingjing was speechless. That day outside North Rejecta city, Bei Mang staked everything on one throw. 400,000 cavalrymen pressed the border. Su Fengnian, who was wearing a king's robe, rushed down the city wall alone with a cold saber at his waist. Jiang and I, who was wearing a white dress, climbed up the city wall and placed the red sandalwood sword case under the war drum. After taking a deep breath, she picked up the drumsticks with both hands and started to beat the drum. When the first Bei Mang war drum sounded between heaven and earth. Outside the city, Su Fengnian stood alone in front of the northern Mang army. His sideburns fluttered in the wind, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind, making him look like a celestial being. A figure landed on the battlefield like a meteor. A middle-aged man, who was standing on the left side of Su Fengnian, had his hands behind his back and an ordinary iron sword at his waist. He said, Dong Tai is here. Amidst the drumming, another figure plummeted down and stood to Su Fengnian's right. She only said her name loudly, Luoyang. A man wielding a spear descended from the sky and landed heavily on the battlefield. He shouted, Su Yambing of Northern Liang. A woman in a purple dress jumped down and said coldly, Mount Hui Snow Meadow, Xianyuan Qingfeng. A blood-red robe flew down. Suing. War drum after war drum. Meteor after meteor fell. They lined up on the left and right sides of the young king. Suaxia Valley. Dongyue sword Pul Chai Qingshan. Wudong Yu Xingrui. Wu family sword Tum Wu Luding. Sword servant Suehua. Shuesong official Shuesong. Dragon Tiger Mountain Qi Xianxia. Martial Emperor City Yu Groom. Lu Huang. Dragon Palace Cheng Baishuang. Nanjiang Mao Shulang. Nanjiao Wei Miao. On the line between Bei Mang's cavalry and North Jebei City, 18 people, 18 martial arts masters, gathered outside North Jebei City. This had not happened in the past 1,000 years, and it would not happen in the next 1,000 years. What was invincible in the world? This was it. The sound of the Bei Mang cavalry's hooves and war drums sounded so heroic. Outside the Northwest Pass, in front of the army, those people announcing their names one after another, how could they not show off the style of the Central Plains? Jiang and I beat the drum like thunder and shouted, Kill! She was as elegant as the king of Bei Mang's concubine Wu Su. Su Fengnian held his cold sword and said, Kill! Almost at the same time, all the masters on the line said the word kill. They wanted to fight against 400,000 cavalry with 18 people. Chapter 1790. When the 8,000 Dongjue private cavalry moved according to the agreement, they were shocked to find that less than a tenth of their horse stables were left. Only Yelu Chukai and Lin Fu were left, and there were 20 to 30 cavalry at their sides. It could be said to be extremely tragic. From this point on, Bei Mang entered an awkward situation where all of their elite horse stables were dead, while the other side still had hundreds of Bailiang crossbowmen. This meant that in this Dragon Eye Scout battle, both sides had calculated everything. Unfortunately, Bailiang was still a level higher. When the commander of the 8,000 cavalry, Agudamu, saw this scene, he was angry out of humiliation, but also a bit nervous. His Majesty the Emperor had declared that he would wipe out all of the Bailiang crossbowmen. Yet the outcome was so unexpected. Like this, if he dared to let go of a fish that escaped the net today, he might not be able to bear the consequences. This valiant cavalry general, whose name symbolized vastness on the grasslands, roared angrily. He had those black crows and black foxes slide past the edge of his cavalry formation, and then began to chase after those Baimang crossbowmen, who turned their horses around at almost the same time. If it was a normal battle between the grassland's main light cavalry and Bailiang's crossbowmen, no matter how great the disparity in numbers was, relying on the crossbowmen's Bailiang horses, it would be extremely difficult to intercept and kill. However, today the crossbowman could be said to be truly an arrow at the end of its flight. Their crossbows had no arrows, and their horses were tired. They had long pulled out their blades to kill the enemy. As such, these last seeds of crossbowmen who had penetrated deep into the Dragon Eye's hinterland, in front of the 8,000 cavalry who were full of vigor, were not something that they could escape just because they wanted to. Agudamu set up a giant oxhorn bow that didn't conform to the northern Mang cavalry's structure, adjusting his breathing and aim while riding on the continuously rising and falling horseback. The bow was pulled back like a full moon, and with a pung noise, the arrow's momentum was like rushing thunder, shooting through the back of a wandering crossbowman. The force behind the arrow was ferocious, to the extent where not only did the entire arrow pass through his body, it also almost struck a second rider's back. Agudamu, who still hadn't had his fill, smacked his lips, trying to find a certain young face among the wandering crossbowmen. With a loud and sinister laugh he said, "Boys, whoever can cut off the head of the wandering crossbowman Captain Li Hanlin, this old one will immediately make him a 1,000-man commander." The sound of horse hooves, dust flew into the air, and the laughter of the grassland cavalry whistled through the air. As the number 1 cavalry commander under Dongzhua's command, even though his status wasn't as high as the other 2 Dongzhua infantry commanders, after hanging out with Fatty Dong, who used to be the great king of the southern courtyard for a long time, Agudamu, who came from an ordinary background, was promoted to a commander after accumulating battle contributions. He had also seen many great scenes, to the extent where he even had the fortune to meet the emperor in the king's tent. When that seemingly amiable old woman heard his name, she, who was in a rather good mood, even cracked a joke, saying that this name was good, that he was blessed with good fortune, that northern Mang would definitely be able to seize a vast territory with his name. Agudamu took this as an honor, and was determined to one day ride his horse to the banks of the Guangling River, and follow his benefactor, Dongzhua, to open up new territory so that his children and grandchildren could freely ride their horses in the rich Jiangnan of the Central Plains. He was bound to make those generations of scholars tremble in fear under the hooves of grassland horses. Although Agudamu's attitude was domineering and he had entered a great situation where he could pick up the heads of the enemies wherever he went, this rough man was far from being as relaxed as he appeared on the surface. Not only did he order half of the cavalry not to charge with all their might, he also sent out 2 groups of 1,000 cavalry to spread out on the flanks in case Bailiang still had a backup plan. Although this possibility was not high, after all, under the premise that Baimang's 1,000,000-man army was pressuring the border for the second time, especially since Huda City had already lost its strategic importance. Under normal circumstances, Bailiang's defensive line should have shrunk. It had to be known that in the first great battle of Liangmang, not a single soldier from Bailiang had entered the Longyan Plains. Now they should not have come here to seek their own deaths. However, as one of the main generals of the Dong family army, the battle that made Agudamu famous was when he followed Dongzhua in the early years to fight a series of elusive raids. At the time, he had beaten the Liang army, which had the advantage at the time, to the point that they were unable to make ends meet. This directly led to Liang annexing the 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn, when their momentum was at its peak, to the failure of the first battle outside the Great Pass, where they almost broke through the Baimang court like a hot knife through butter. Dongzhua, with the strength of 1 man and 1 army, turned the tide. From then on he was seen as the most handsome eagle by the people of the grassland, and had a meteoric rise in the southern court. Therefore, Agudamu, who had been influenced by what he saw and heard, knew better than any other Norland general the principle that all was fair in war. When Li Hanlin saw Baimang's 8,000 cavalrymen turn around and retreat without any hesitation, Wei Mushing, who had been leading a group of crossbowmen and patiently watching from the sidelines, knew that it was finally time for him to go all out and kill the enemy. If he didn't fight now, when would he? When he brushed shoulders with Li Hanlin, who was covered in blood, Wei Mushing didn't say anything. He clasped his hands together and saluted him on horseback. As for the young lieutenant whose helmet was nowhere to be found, he only responded with a smile and didn't say anything. This young military general, whose reputation had soared to the point where even the northern Ming Empress had personally mentioned him, had messy hair, congealed blood, and mixed with a lot of yellow sand. The iron armor he wore was even filled with blade scars of varying depths. This young man, who had always been called the most handsome White Horse Lieutenant by his subordinates outside Liangzhou's 3 White Horse crossbowmen, had always been called the most handsome White Horse Lieutenant in history. He had always been called Sun Ji and Wei Mushing, but even if both of them were put together, they still couldn't compare to him. And this young cavalry general, who had once been notorious in his hometown, suddenly turned around and looked at Wei Mushing's back. He shouted, "Old Wei, if you can't hold on, then run with me. Don't fight to the death. Don't King die." Wei Mushing didn't turn around. It was as if he didn't hear, or as if he heard but didn't want to reply. This lieutenant was only leading the troops to bring up the rear. It wasn't only to allow Li Hanlin's troops to leave the battlefield. It was also to buy time for Yuan Nanting's 10,000 white feather light cavalry to rush to the battlefield. Wei Mushing and the 300 cavalry under his command were valiant and fearless in stopping the momentum of the Beimang cavalry's charge. The cavalry of Beimang that had truly entered the battlefield was still around 3,000. And Dongzhuo's private army had always been the strongest in terms of military strength in Beimang's southern border army. Therefore, in this battle, no matter how brave and skilled Wei Mushing's troops were, it was still like trying to put out a burning cart with a cup of water. It was just that when Wei Mushing led his personal crossbowmen into the enemy cavalry formation, not hesitating to use 300 cavalry to disrupt the formation of 3,000 cavalry, even some of the slow-witted Beimang cavalry generals realized that something was wrong. The logical action of bringing up the rear should be to fight as they retreated, using the slow deaths of a few cavalry to buy a chance for the army to survive. It shouldn't be such a crazy and suicidal attitude. After a Gudamu chopped off the head of a crossbowman, he casually slanted his blade and sliced off the entire shoulder of another crossbowman. He couldn't hide his fear as he roared, "Pass down the order. Have the cavalry on the 2 wings send out scouts to scout the situation. 5 li, they have to run at least 5 li. These King Bailiang barbarians definitely have reinforcements. Central Army, slow down. After finishing off these 300 cavalry, quickly reorganize the formation." Just as Agudamu realized that something was amiss and came up with a countermeasure, he realized that he was still too late. Chapter 1791. It was not that the Dong family's 8,000 cavalry did not have a crow's nest. It was just that there were not many of them. Most of them had followed Yelu Chukai to participate in the hunt. Furthermore, Agudamu also believed that in the hinterland of the Longyan Plains, even if the Bailiang light cavalry of Luya and Fuling came to set up an ambush, they would not be able to do it quietly, nor would they be able to let their own scouts slip past them. However, this accomplished generals would not be able to guess that the reinforcements from Bailiang were the White Feather Guards, who were famous for their speed in battle. In the first battle of Liangmang, Beimang's Chang cavalry was seen as the most similar existence to that light cavalry. Unfortunately, the Chang cavalry encountered the Dragon Elephant cavalry without warning, and completely lost the ability to maneuver. Thus, they were lost in a battle of attrition. Even the Emperor of Beimang was heartbroken afterwards, thinking that not only did they lose 10,000 soldiers at the border, they also lost the most precious fighting force to counter the White Feather cavalry in the future. Lin Fu and Yelu Chukai stopped their horses behind the 8,000 cavalry, and finally had a chance to catch their breath. The two looked up and saw that the dust in the distance was gradually rising. They were both experienced cavalry generals, and roughly estimated that there were at least 8,000 cavalry. Lin Fu hastily bandaged the wound on his cheek. His words were unclear, and his eyes were gloomy. These lunatics, they really dare to fight to the death. With the help of his retainer, Yelu Chukai had already pulled out the arrow nailed into his armor. His face was indifferent as he said, "Although I don't know which Bailiang cavalry it is, since they dared to come here, They must not be weak. General Lin, what do you say next? In any case, I will not leave. These 8,000 cavalry are all of my brother-in-law's cavalry. If they are lost here today, he will be heartbroken, and I will not have the face to see him. Lin Fu's expression was uncertain. He turned his head and looked at the few black fox bars that could be counted on one hand. In the end, he said, both sides have 10,000 men fighting each other. If I die, it will not change the course of the battle. General Lu's 20 years of hard work will all be wasted. Lin Fu, this person who made the arrangements at Liangmeng's border affect everything, or perhaps it could be said that he was the main culprit behind the complete annihilation of Northern Meng's most elite Malanzi army, said in self-mockery. Once I leave, General Yelu should know that this is even worse than dying in a grand battle on the Dragon Eye Plains. Yelu Chukai nodded and said, if you die like this, His Majesty can't find someone to behead you. He can only vent his anger on General Lu. Lin Fu suddenly ignored the stinging pain in his wound, and his expression became ferocious. If that old turtle Morong Baoding is willing to boldly send out his troops, together with Hong Jingyan's Ruren cavalry, it will be a great military achievement. Yelu Chukai sighed with emotion. Our Beimeng's territory is too vast, and we have too many soldiers. Unfortunately, in this way, there are many mountains, and the forces are intertwined. In the end, we are not as united as the Beiliang. Lin Fu sighed and left the battlefield. After the dozen or so cavalry had galloped for 30 li, Lin Fu suddenly saw a pleasant surprise. He urged his horse forward and soon saw an unexpected but reasonable person. The leader of the Ruren cavalry, the #1 martial arts master of the chess and sword music school, Hong Jingyan, who was born with a vision. Lin Fu rode his horse to Hong Jingyan's side and laughed heartily. General Hong, you are willing to send out your troops this time. The heavens are helping our grassland. Beiliang has more than 10,000 cavalry that have already reached the heart of the Dragon Eye Plains. General Hong will definitely not return empty-handed. Unexpectedly, Hong Jingyan sneered. It's true that we won't return empty-handed, but it's hard to say whether we'll be collecting military achievements or collecting corpses. Do you really think that Beiliang only has the courage to send 10,000 cavalry into the Dragon Eye Plains? Lin Fu was stunned and then shocked. He was still unwilling to give up and said through gritted teeth, General Hong, have you persuaded Morong Baoding to send out his troops as well? If he enters the Dragon Eye Plains, no matter how many backup plans Beiliang has, they will not be able to escape death. Hong Jingyan gave a strange smile and did not comment. He led the 6,000 Ruren Iron Cavalry to the battlefield. At the same time, compared to Yuan Nanting's 10,000 White Feather Light Cavalry, the Iron Stupa had actually left earlier. This elite cavalry of Liangzhou was between heavy cavalry and light cavalry. The general leading them was one of Su Zhao's adopted sons, Qi Dangua. Dressed in heavy armor, Qi Dangua took the lead. Since ancient times, when a general went to war, there would always be a banner behind him. The banner bearers were all fierce generals in the army. Thus, they were known as the banner bearers who had the most strength. Beiliang cavalry was the best in the world. If one counted from the time Su Xiao led 800 old soldiers out of Liaodong, the well-known banner bearer, Wang Jian, who was known as the enemy of 10,000 people, died at the gates of Quebec. Qin Xiong died in the Battle of Jinliao. This person had another identity. He was the father of the king of Shu, Qin Jibao. These two died on the battlefield without even seeing the shadow of a marquis or general. After that, Wang Lingquan returned to his hometown and became the richest man in Qingzhou. Now he was the father-in-law of the new king of Liang. It could be said that he had a good ending. Next was Qi Dangua. After entering Beiliang, his official position was not prominent. He was only a rank 4 military officer. This time, when Qi Dangua requested to lead the Iron Stupas to attack the Dragon Eye Plains, no one in the northern Liang protectorate from top to bottom was willing to agree. This was especially true of Chu Lushan. Even the commander of the cavalry, Yuan Zuozong, upon hearing this news, urgently wrote a letter to the protectorate, requesting that Chu Lushan absolutely not allow Qi Dangua to lead his troops into battle. The 6,000 Iron Buddhas were not good at long-distance raids, and the Qingyuan military town, which was connected to the west gate of Liangzhou and Liuzhou, needed an elite cavalry to guard it, and the Qidong state needed to appear in the biggest battlefield in the future. Qi Danghua understood all of these reasons. However, he, who had missed the first battle of Liangmang, felt that he had let down his adoptive father. He had let down the respected woman who beat the drum at the West Wall. He had let down Mr. Li, who had exhausted himself in the tide-listening pavilion, and he had let down his adoptive father's eldest son. Among Su Zhao's 6 adoptive sons, the 2 who had been sentenced to death seemed to be the closest to Su Zhao Royal Highness. Chu Lushan was the most flattering and optimistic about his Royal Highness. Chen Jibao and Yuan Zuozong had always looked on coldly. Qi Danghua was the only one who didn't talk much with that young man, and didn't interact much. However, he loved that child from the bottom of his heart. Even though that young man became more and more promising, and even became a martial arts grandmaster that Qi Danghua could only look at from afar, in Qi Donghua's heart, he always felt that that child needed his care. Over the years, Su Fengnian had become more and more mature, and had attracted more and more attention. However, while Qi Danghua was proud, he was also a little disappointed. When he drank alone, he felt more and more that he was old and useless. That year, when he heard that His Royal Highness had returned to Liangzhou after 3 years of traveling, it was he, Qi Danghua, who led the cavalry out of the city to welcome him. Qi Danghua resolutely led his army to the Longyan Plains. Behind him were 6,000 Tai Futu soldiers from the Manjia camp, one of the old barracks. 6 lieutenants and more than 20 Duwei in the army, all of the Tai Futu soldiers, from top to bottom, were willing to fight to the death. The Manjia camp was now fully equipped with armor and weapons. It did not lose to the 10,000 Great Snow Dragon cavalry. However, a long time ago, it was not fully equipped. At the very beginning, Su Zhao's army was often lacking in provisions and soldiers. It was a dream to equip a battalion with armor. It could be said that the Manjia camp was an old battalion that Su Zhao had placed too much hope in Diana. Before Qi Danghua left, he left a letter in the military tent. I can die after my adoptive father, but I will not die after His Royal Highness. For some reason at the end of the letter, Qi Danghua still referred to the new Prince of Liang, Su Fengnian, who had already won the respect of both sides of Liangmang, as His Royal Highness. When Qi Danghua could already see the smoke rising from the distant battlefield, this fierce general of Bailiang suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Everyone, I, Iron Buddhas, originally had the Manjia camp. Now that I have the Manjia camp, what should we do?" The 6,000 cavalry roared in unison, "Fight to the death." Approaching the battlefield, Qi Danghua shouted, "Raise your spears." The yellow sand of the desert, the clanging of armor. The Manjia camp was fully equipped. Chapter 1792. Before Bailiang's white horse crossbowman Captain Wei Mushing died in battle, he didn't get to see Yuan Nanting's 10,000 white feather light cavalry arrive with his own eyes. However, his unwavering determination won Yuan Nanting's cavalry an unimaginable advantage. This was because when 2 cavalry armies were of equal strength, the one who made the first move would usually win. Liang Mang and Wei Mushing had been fighting on the border for almost 20 years. They knew each other well. The grassland cavalry was most adept at hunting and feinting. They had once wiped out a total of 200,000 elite cavalry at the border during the last years of the Dafeng dynasty in 2 battles. However, now that they were up against the Bailiang cavalry that could be said to be the best in Liang in terms of war horses, weapons and battle formations, the Baimang cavalry didn't dare to pay the price of loosening their formation in an attempt to tear apart the enemy's great formation. They then successfully divided the battlefield, and formed an overwhelming advantage in many areas before wantonly nibbling away. It should be known that this wasn't a battle between nomads and farmers in the ordinary sense. It wasn't like the Central Plains army could only rely on tall cities or heavy armored infantry formations to resist the grassland cavalry that came and went like the wind. This was a true battle of cavalry against cavalry. This was why Baimang had viewed Bailiang as a major threat for the past 20 years, to the extent that the Taiping Emperor insisted on taking down Bailiang first before swallowing up the Central Plains. One of the words of this imperial preceptor of Baimang was widely spread. As long as you grit your teeth and take down the 4 prefectures of Bailiang, the 30 prefectures of the Central Plains would be as easy as turning your hand. Yuan Nanting's 10,000 white feather light cavalry suddenly appeared from the flank of Dongzhu's private cavalry, spreading out an extremely long front line. Bailiang cavalry had a habit of using heavy crossbows and light feathered arrows. However, this white feather guard could be said to be an exception. Every one of them carried a quiver with white feathers inserted into it, and they were long bows on horseback. Years ago, when the old emperor of Liang traveled to Bailiang's border, the cavalry that Butcher Su Xiao led had participated in the martial arts training with the White Feather Guard. It was said that when the old emperor raised his head and saw the sky full of white-feathered arrows shooting towards the north, he sighed from the bottom of his heart. "I never thought that I would be able to experience the scene of snow in the middle of summer. How magnificent!" The commander of the Dong family's private cavalry, a Gudamu, galloped on his horse, roaring repeatedly as he gave out orders, one after another. However, the number of Beimeng cavalry that could truly achieve this could be counted on one's fingers. The reason why Lu Gui was able to be highly regarded by the Beimeng Empress and earned the reputation of being half of Su Xiao was because Lu Gui's cavalry was the most meticulous in battle, and it was the most similar to Bailiang's cavalry. Therefore, they would definitely win a battle, and even if they lost, they would definitely not lose a great battle. Other than Lu Gui's cavalry, Dongzhu's infantry and Helian Wuwei's Shiha army could also be considered too. As for Dongzhu's cavalry, it was enough to make the knowledgeable people of Beimeng wring their hands and sigh. Due to their outstanding military achievements, they were later restricted by the nobles of the Beimeng royal court, to the extent that they had no choice but to deliberately suppress the number of cavalry to around 10,000. The reason why Huang Songpu quietly left his post seemed to be due to the series of unsuccessful battles in the tiled gentleman's pavilion, but it might not necessarily have nothing to do with the bold and decisive reform of the Southern Court's cavalry. The Beimeng Prairie's Puritans and the Southern Court's elders and tycoons all viewed him as having ulterior motives and recklessly tampering with the foundation of his ancestors. On the other hand, the newly appointed Xia Zhemo, Zhong Tan, did not receive too much criticism from the royal court after the various reforms he displayed during the Haluka siege. Other than the grassland needing to establish a hero, how could Zhong Tan's identity as a Beimeng military general not be a protective talisman? The 10,000 white feather guards that had rested for a short period of time before charging were the first to draw their bows and shoot out. The arrows were like a snowstorm that covered the sky and covered the sun. The hastily arranged formation of Dongzhu's private cavalry immediately had several hundred riders hit by the arrows and fell from their horses. However, the valiance of these 8,000 private cavalry were also fully displayed at this time. Agudamu and those Kiliarch's plans were not deviated in the slightest, their formation gradually unfolding, preventing the white feather guards from forming an arc of encirclement that was most advantageous for the horses to shoot at. However, the Bailiang's border cavalry that had taken the initiative did not stop there. Instead, they began to change their formation, displaying the outstanding mobility of the white feather light cavalry to the extreme. As a result, a magnificent scene appeared on the battlefield unknowingly. The 10,000 white feather light cavalry not only did not purposely pursue the thickness of the Central Army's formation, but instead suddenly increased their speed on the left and right flanks during the charge. The cavalry formation that had previously been one in an arc imperceptibly turned into two parallel flood dragons. Agudamu's cavalry had previously been divided into three groups. The 2,000 cavalry that had encountered the white feather light cavalry first were immediately trapped between the two armies. The Dong family's main cavalry that was closely connected to this cavalry army that was attacked from both sides did not slow down in the slightest under Agudamu's personal leadership. They did not continue to charge forward. Otherwise, even if they managed to charge out of this corridor, they would definitely leave behind more than 1,000 corpses. Agudamu did not hesitate to turn his horse around, leading the Central Army to charge towards the enemy formation in the south. At the same time, he ordered the 2,000 cavalry at the rear to entangle the Northern cavalry at all costs. Agudamu, whose military strength was slightly inferior, clearly wanted to use the lives of his 2,000 cavalry to stall for time. He wanted to use the 6,000 Dong family's private cavalry to take down 5,000 white feather guards. Firstly, this was a helpless action after losing the initiative. Secondly, the formation of the White Feather Light Cavalry had an innate weakness, which was that the vanguard was long and the formation was weak. It could not withstand the brute force of 6,000 cavalry. This kind of 6,000 cavalry against 5,000 cavalry, the advantage was not as simple as having 1,000 more people. Fast. After the two cavalry armies came into contact, the essence of both armies was speed. This kind of speed was not only limited to the speed of the warhorse's charge, not only the speed of the cavalry's arrows, but also the speed of the cavalry's changes in response to the situation. However, since the founding of the Great Qin Empire, there were very few Confucian generals at the border who were both well-read and adept at war. Even if there were, they were mostly accomplished in defending the border, but were powerless in expanding the borders. As a result, throughout the dynasties, from the Great Feng dynasty to the Spring and Autumn Northern Han to the present-day Liang, there were only a few famous officials who were bestowed with the title of Xiang. The character Xiang implied that the land was filled with virtue and the armor was filled with hard work. The Central Plains had been divided and united for 800 years. During the civil wars, there was no lack of generals who had rendered meritorious service in destroying countries. Logically speaking, it was not excessive to give them the character Xiang. However, the founding emperor of the Great Feng dynasty, who was the first to receive the title of Xiang, once said that only those who raised their whip across the desert could receive the character Xiang. Since then, the successive monarchs had this tacit understanding. The word Xiang was hard to come by. The Great Feng dynasty had too many bloody precedents to learn from. At its peak, the Great Feng dynasty was said to have 800,000 horses. Even at the end of its decline, it still had 200,000 border cavalry. However, there were two generals in succession, one old and one young. The old man was an experienced general with splendid military achievements, while the young man was an armchair strategist. In the end, both of them lost their reputations under the hooves of the grassland cavalry. In the end, half of the Central Plains was brought to disaster. A large part of the reason was that in a true large-scale cavalry battle, opportunities were always fleeting. However, as soon as the situation deteriorated, the army would definitely be defeated. The historical records of the Central Plains were always vague about the grassland cavalry. They were just repeating the same old words over and over again. It wasn't until Liang established the Central Plains and suffered 3 consecutive defeats at the border that they had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. It was only after Gu Jiantang took charge of the Ministry of War that they truly began to study the tactics of the grassland cavalry in detail. After that, some of the imperial court generals who were interested in military achievements began to realize that the reason why the grassland cavalry was able to bring disaster for hundreds of years and invade the south every few days was not as simple as just being born familiar with archery and horses. Regardless of whether the Liang imperial court admitted it or not, it was hard for the officials in the imperial court to not rejoice in their hearts. Luckily, the Zhao family still had the cavalry army that had almost emptied the dynasty's northwest foundation. With the 300,000 armored cavalry intimidating the Beimeng barbarians, the Central Plains was able to win close to 20 years of recuperation. Only then did they have the confidence to declare that they would fight the grassland cavalry outside the country's gates. Following Agutamu's change in formation, the White Feather Light Cavalry also began to change. The 5,000 light cavalry in the north began to quietly split up. Half of them headed toward the 2,000 Dong family private cavalry behind Beimeng, while the other half began to follow the main force of Beimeng to the south. They did not give the enemy a chance to create an advantage in terms of military strength. Instead, they continued to maintain absolute suppression of the Dong family's main force. If Agutamu could see everything before and after, he would definitely be shocked at the terrifying tacit understanding between the captains of the northern White Feather Light Cavalry. There was no communication between them at all. However, the cavalry formation was formed so quietly. This required a sense of smell, courage, and trust. Not a single one could be missing. The White Feather Guard was once the direct line of troops under Wei Fuqing, one of the 4 fangs of Beiliang. Wei Fuqing was one of Chen Jibao's 2 great generals. After Wei Fuqing and Dian Xiongzhao left for Shu without bringing a single soldier, the Iron Stupa of Qidong continued to be the Iron Stupa. Yuan Nanting, a veteran of the Lotus Seed Camp, took over the White Feather Light Cavalry. The former was Su Zhao's adopted son, and his loyalty to the Su family was unquestionable. On the other hand, Yuan Nanting's factional colors were extremely faint. He had once respectfully sent off His Royal Highness, Su Fengnian, to the capital with Lin Dofang and several hundred other old men of Bailiang. Following the succession of Su Fengnian, the Bailiang Frontier Army also naturally changed dynasties. If one were to say that the Iron Stupa and White Feather Guard, who had a deep relationship with Qin Jibao, did not feel uncomfortable or stifled inside, no one would believe it. As a result, when Yuan Nanting left for the Longyan Plains, almost all of the 10,000 White Feather Light Cavalry cheered to their heart's content. Killing the enemy on the battlefield was much better than being cooped up outside Liangzhou Pass and suffering the supercilious looks of the other armies. It had to be known that the first battle of Liangmang had been so bitter that even the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry and 2 heavy cavalry troops that had been in hiding for many years had been mobilized. They were all from the Su family's headquarters, the Iron Stupa and White Feather Guard. In the end, they didn't even see the Beimang barbarians. How could they not be stifled? Could they not hear some strange words? Chapter 1793. This time, Yuan Nanting had gone to the Huayang Pass Protectorate to discuss matters. He had practically slammed the table and glared at Chu Lushan, saying that if this battle did not belong to the White Feather Light Cavalry, then he really would not have the face to go back and be a general. He might as well stay in the Protectorate and be a *T advisor. Sensing the movements of the White Feather Light Cavalry behind him, Agudamu immediately felt his scalp go numb. He angrily roared, "Break the formation with me." Yuan Nanting, as a major third-rank general, was the same as all the other generals of the Bailiang Frontier Army. On the battlefield, they all wore the same type of armor as the soldiers. Of course, Yuan Nanting's personal cavalry was not lacking. This senior cavalry general, who was younger than He Zhonghu and the other founding members, and older than Yu Wandao and the other new nobles, could be said to be a typical example of the core generals of Bailiang. He had experienced the Spring and Autumn War, or it could be said that he had emerged at the end of the war, but he could not be considered to have stood out early. His official climb was only after the Su family had been conferred the title of king and vassal in Bailiang. He had relied on the little bit of military service to climb up the ranks step by step. Similar people like Wei Fuqing, Dian Xiongqiao, and Ningame were mostly like this. However, the attainments of these people in the art of war could not be underestimated. Su Zhao's words, "Any one of the Bailiang cavalry's captains can be thrown to the Central Plains to be a general of a province," were not completely joking. Under the protection of many iron armors, Yuan Nanting narrowed his eyes and looked over. The decisiveness of the Dong family's private cavalry general was somewhat unexpected. As for the response of the captains in the north under him, it was within reason. Yuan Nanting raised his arm and made a gesture. The Flood Dragon cavalry formation in the south began to bend and move towards the south collectively. However, the speed of the cavalry at the two ends was even faster. Although it seemed like they were facing the Dong family's main cavalry force and had adopted measures to avoid them, their true tactical intent was very direct and efficient. They wanted to let the 6,000 Beimang cavalry force miss their target in one spurt of energy, while their own 5,000 cavalry, especially those in the middle, retreated as they fought. In the end, they formed an arc and cooperated with the 3,000 White Feather Light Cavalry in the north to chase after the enemy in the north. It was like catching a turtle in a jar, slowly cutting flesh with a knife, slowly exhausting the spirit of these 6,000 cavalry. In this battle of 2,000 cavalry against 2,000 cavalry, no matter who won or lost, it would not change the outcome of Dongzhuo's main cavalry force being annihilated. The White Feather Light Cavalry cunningly avoided battle. Agudamu, who wanted to end the battle quickly, gnashed his teeth in hatred but could do nothing. The feeling of not being able to hit the opponent despite using all his strength was simply maddening. It was not that the opponent was not strong enough and was afraid to fight, but that they were too fast. All of them were Bailiang B-class warhorses. All of them were dressed in light armor, and had abandoned their spears and lances, only carrying sabers and bows. Even if a flaw appeared in their hastily changed formation, as the opponent, the Dong family cavalry, could not catch it even if they saw it. On the battlefield, only the grassland cavalry could make the Central Plains infantry feel as if they were stuck in mud. The only thing that could make the Baimang cavalry, especially the elite troops of the Dong family's private cavalry, feel as if they were in a swamp was probably this top-class light cavalry among the many Bailiang cavalry forces. However, Yuan Nanting, who was confident of victory, did not let his guard down. In fact, several crossbowmen on white horses had already arrived at the periphery of the arc formation, telling him that there were 6,000 Ruran cavalry reinforcements coming from the north. They would arrive in an hour at the slowest, and would be personally led by the martial arts evaluation grandmaster, Hong Jingyan. Yuan Nanting, who had not stopped his horse from beginning to end, looked at the young faces, especially the one in the middle whose armor was covered in blood. He smiled and asked, "You must be the white horse commandant Li Hanlin?" That rider nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yes, I am." Yuan Nanting smiled and felt a mixture of emotions. The eldest son of the Dao administrator of Bailiang, Li Gongda, had actually risen to the position of the most precious crossbowman commandant through actual combat at the borders. The young people these days were truly impressive. Their drive was not inferior to that of these old men when they were young, and might even surpass them. It must be known that these old men were barefooted, and were not afraid of wearing shoes. Therefore, they were not afraid of anything. They would not lose out if they died, but profit if they lived. They were not like the current group of young people in the Bailiang Frontier Army. This Liangzhou's white horse commandant Li Hanlin, Liuzhou's general Ko Jianghuai, and Youqi's general Yu Wandao, who came from a prestigious family in the Central Plains, could be said to be people who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths. If they were in the Central Plains, they would probably spend every night indulging in debauchery, so why would they be willing to roll around in a pile of corpses? Yuan Nanting inadvertently caught a glimpse of the heads near the saddles of these three riders. As an old general who was used to seeing his fellow soldiers die in battle, he took a deep breath and said, "Commandant Li, I have already received news that Qidong's 6,000 cavalry are approaching. They will not enter the battlefield any later than Hong Jingyan's Ruran cavalry. After this, you crossbowmen can withdraw from the battlefield. Don't try to be brave. You are already the last of our Bailiang scouts. I cannot bear to see you die. Therefore, you and Wei Mushing should quickly clean up the battlefield in half an hour. If I see you all alone here after the Iron Stupa and Ruran cavalry arrive, I will chase you all out of the crossbowmen, even if you are lucky enough not to die in battle." Li Hanlin, who had cupped his fist and accepted the order, finally said in a hoarse voice, "Wei Mushing has already died in battle." Yuan Nanting was stunned for a moment and remained silent. Yuan Nanting looked at the backs of the three young riders. At that moment, a thought surfaced in the old general's mind. There were 300,000 tombstones in the back of Mount Qingliang. How could he allow the names of young people to continue to increase? Yuan Nanting turned to look at the 6 or 7 riders in his retinue. Compared to the usual valiant cavalry, there was a slight difference in their demeanor. That sort of composure was not only due to their outstanding martial prowess that they stood out from the crowd, but also because they had a distant aura of the Jianghu. Yuan Nanting smiled and said, "Experts of the Whispering Chamber, you have all heard the news. It's not good. It's that great Grandmaster Hong Jingyan who has arrived." An old man in light armor who had been meditating all this time stroked the sword at his waist and said indifferently, "In short, we can't let General Yuan die in front of us." On the battlefield in the heart of the Longyan Plains, Dongzhuo's main force of 6,000 cavalry was in dire straits. The 8,000 white feather light cavalry that Yuan Nanting personally commanded were increasingly at ease as they constantly reaped the heads of the enemy. The 2,000 cavalry under the command of Wu Yalanzi, Yelu Chukai, were engaged in a fierce battle with the white feather light cavalry. Neither side showed any signs of defeat. The 6,000 iron stupas of Qi Dang, and the 6,000 Ruran cavalry that Hong Jingyan had left without permission met by chance, and arrived on the battlefield at almost the same time. The two armored torrents clashed head-on. The Ruran cavalry wanted to save the remaining 3,000 or so soldiers of the Dong clan, so they charged straight at Yuan Nanting's 6,000 cavalry. The iron stupas circled around the battlefield of Liangmang's two light cavalry forces on the left flank. Light cavalry against light cavalry. Heavy cavalry against heavy cavalry. The 6,000 iron stupas of Qidang were in the center of the front line. 1 man, 1 horse and 1 spear led the charge. Of the 6 adopted sons of the old Prince Liang Sushao, Chen Jibao was a dazzling figure. His military exploits were numerous, and he was the center of attention of the world. The reputation of the white-clothed war saint was obtained by stepping on the corpse of the spring and autumn armory Yi Baikue. Although he had betrayed Beiliang and was a vassal of Western Shu, it did not diminish his reputation. Chu Lushan, although infamous in the Central Plains, was destined to leave his name in the annals of history. Afterwards, in the hinterland of Beimang, it was he who stopped Dong Zhuo from winning 12 battles in a row. Not only was he and the king of the Old South Courtyard of Beimang, known as the Northern Dong of Southern Chu, he was also seen as the victim of Dong Zhuo, the great master of the art of war in Beimang. Yuan Zuozong won the Battle of the Princess Tomb. Even the people of West Chu felt it was inconceivable. After the battle, historians and strategists thought highly of him. If it were not for Yuan Baixiong, the Liang army that Su Xiao put together would not have had the chance to fight in the Battle of the Western Wall. Now he would be the commander of Beiliang's cavalry. Yao Jian and Yi Shizhen were also praised by the imperial court when they were alive. They were not only outstanding scholars but also good at strategizing. If it were not for the fact that they lost their chastity in their later years, based on their friendship with the young king, it would not be difficult for them to become provincial governors of their respective provinces. Only Qi Dangua was not only looked down upon by the Liang imperial court and the Central Plains officialdom, but also rarely mentioned in Beiliang. He was not even as famous as Ningame, a young and strong general. Even his promotion to the Iron Buddha was seen as a nepotism by the new King Liang. It had nothing to do with Qi Danggua's military talent. Even the people of Mount Qingliang who were familiar with the affairs of the Su family did not think much of Qi Danggua, a general who was brave but not astute. The thing that this person was best at in his life was probably carrying the Su flag and following behind the butcher. His greatest achievement in his life was inexplicably becoming Su Zhao's adopted son. Mediocre talent, no reputation, and little military merit. This was Qi Danggua. Before Yao Jian and Yi Shizhen died, Chu Lushan did not want to help speak, and Yuan Zuozong did not want to plead for mercy. Only Qi Danggua's reverse scale spoke up. At the time, Beiliang Governor-General Chen Jibao chose to leave Beiliang alone. Chu Lushan was indifferent. Yuan Zuozong coldly looked on from the side, and Qi Danggua secretly urged him to stay. But in the end, Chen Jibao did not stay. How could a person who tried to smooth things over when he should not have done so, win the respect of Beiliang, which valued military merit the most? Qi Danggua ran his spear through the chest of a centurion of the Ruren cavalry. With a furious roar, he continued to charge forward. Not only did he bring the corpse of the centurion to the back of his horse, his blood-soaked spear once more stabbed into the chest of another horseman behind him. Unstoppable. With Qi Danggua as the arrowhead, the cavalry formation of the Ruren cavalry was like a hot knife through butter. On the battlefield on either side of Qi Danggua, 200 cavalry from each side had been killed in almost an instant. If someone was unlucky enough to fall off their horse, they would not be beheaded like in a battle of light cavalry. Instead, they would be trampled to death by a charge from the enemy's warhorse. There was no chance of survival. In a battle of cavalry, falling off a horse meant death. 4,000 Ruren cavalry entered the formation, leaving 2,000 cavalry to watch from afar. In this vast battlefield, they seemed completely out of place. Chapter 1794. When Yelu Chukai saw this scene, he brushed away an arrow that the Northern Liang Light Cavalry captain had shot at his face. He quickly left the battlefield alone, and came to the 2,000 cavalry that were as immovable as a mountain. He said angrily to the indifferent man who was watching the fire from the other side of the river, "Hong Jingyan, why did you leave us in the lurch?" The man with a pair of snow-white eyes stared at this noble relative of the imperial family, and asked in return, "How did I leave you in the lurch? Were the 4,000 Ruren cavalry not saving people?" Yelu Chukai laughed in anger and pointed his sword at this martial arts master, who had once competed with his brother-in-law for the title of king of the southern courtyard. "At this point, you still want to preserve your strength? What, after losing to the Bailiang cavalry at the mouth of the gorge last time. You want to rely on these 2,000 cavalry to escape. Hong Jingyan pursed his lips. From the beginning, I never thought that you and Lin Fu could succeed. I took the risk to come here because I didn't want you, Yelu Chukai, to die here in vain. Of course, this time hundreds of the white horse crossbowmen returned alive, but you all died. When the time comes, His Majesty will definitely settle the score. Murong Baoding is surnamed Murong after all. He is not afraid of being held accountable. I, Hong Jingyan, am alone and weak. Although it is reasonable for me to bide my time, there are some things where reason is more important than reason. That is why I am here. Otherwise, do you think I have nothing better to do than come here to join in the fun? Hong Jingyan stared at the exasperated, burly general and said sarcastically, military merits? Do you and Lin Fu have your so-called military merits here? He shifted his gaze to the battlefield in the distance and sneered. If your Black Crow fence and Black Fox fence died in vain, then wouldn't my 4,000 elite cavalry have died in vain? Yelu Chukai flew into a rage out of humiliation, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He covered his mouth with his hand and stared hatefully at the leader of the Ruren cavalry. Hong Jingyan said flatly, Yelu Chukai, remember, there are immortals on land in the Jianghu, but there are no immortals on the battlefield who can reverse heaven and earth. So your brother-in-law's 8,000 cavalry died here, which is the general trend. I, Hong Jingyan, am only responsible for bringing you back alive to the imperial court. As for the rest, don't hope, and you have no right to hope. Yelu Chukai did not turn around but pointed his sword at the battlefield behind him. Don't you want to take the head of the third-rank Iron Buddha General Qi Dangua? His head was enough to make you, Hong Jingyan, a marquis. Qi Dangua is Su Zhao's adopted son. Hong Jingyan smiled mockingly, as if he did not care to speak. It was only then that Yelu Chu straightened his back and released his blood-stained palm. Looking at the exceptionally valiant Ruren cavalry behind Hong Jingyan, he laughed and said, You barbarians who came from the Ruren Mountains, to have such a cowardly master is truly a blessing in disguise. You can forget about achieving any military exploits in the future, but I am not afraid of dying on the battlefield. The Ruren cavalry's Kiliarchs had unfriendly eyes and were itching to attack. Hong Jingyan raised his arm and stopped the Kiliarchs from drawing their swords. Gently holding the reins of his warhorse, he looked into the distance and smiled. Yelu Chukai, I have to say, you are far inferior to that slippery brother-in-law of yours. He, is only one surname inferior to your idiotic brother-in-law. What a pity. For some reason, Yelu Chukai suddenly calmed down. He turned his head to look at the fighting in the south, and then at the comparatively peaceful north. This young military general who was born high and mighty as Hong Jingyan had said, this rising star of Northern Meng's younger generation who had already become a 10,000-man commander at such a young age, said to Hong Jingyan with a calm expression, I don't need you to save me. However, I beg you of one thing. Hong Jingyan, take away as many Dong family cavalry as you can. If you agree, then I will apologize to you for the disgraceful words I said earlier. Hong Jingyan, who was not in a hurry to make a promise, asked curiously, Then you? Yelu Chutsai's eyes were resolute, with a stubbornness that the men of the grasslands were all too familiar with. My brother-in-law said that in business, one must be willing to part with capital. I will follow your 4,000 Ruren cavalry to the end. How many Dong cavalry you can save with my life, Hong Jingyan, is up to you. How about it? Hong Jingyan narrowed his eyes, and finally nodded slowly. Yelu Chukai turned his horse around with an indifferent expression, his back facing Hong Jingyan. He said softly, I am a person who is about to die. There are some things that I have said, but don't take your anger out on the other men of the Dong clan. In the end, you were not willing to personally act today, and did not dare to kill that Qi Dangua. Is it not because you are afraid that in the future, you will be pursued and killed by that young vassal king on the battlefield? But I feel that if it was Tuoba standing here, he would definitely act. A cold killing intent flashed through Hong Jingyan's eyes. But in the end, Hong Jingyan smiled and said, Don't worry and die. Perhaps I will personally avenge you. Yelu Chukai went to his death. As he urged his horse forward, he smiled. This young man thought of the little girl called Tao Manwu by his brother-in-law's side. He thought of the song that she often hummed. He had once tried to hum along with the little girl and her sister, but his brother-in-law had laughed and scolded him that it was worse than the snorting of a warhorse. After that, he resentfully stopped making things difficult for himself. The grass grows next year, the wild geese go and come back. The spring breeze blows this year. Will young master return? The green grass grows on the green flagstones. The azure-clothed man hums a tune from Jinling on the green flagstone bridge. Whose daughter lowers her head and smiles. The yellow leaves fall this year, year after year. The autumn wind blows next year. Will my wife be here? The yellow flowers of the yellow river flow. The yellow flowers of the yellow river city bloom with yellow butterflies. Whose son's saber is in its scabbard? Yelu Chukai glanced at the battle saber in his hand that had 2 cracks. He raised his head and laughed out loud. The wild geese go and come back. I, young master, will not be returning this year. Behind him, Hong Jingyan's horse and the 2,000 Ruren cavalry remained motionless. Hong Jingyan did not care about a dead person's last words, but he cared greatly about the dead person's unintentional words. If it were Tuoba, he would definitely kill Qi Dangua today. Back then, when Su Fengnian traveled to Beimang in an out-of-body state, he passed by the Ruren Mountains. In that golden wheat field, Hong Jingyan avoided the battle. Back then, Hong Jingyan believed that his choice was not wrong. He wanted the martial way and the world to be his. He wanted both. He wanted to walk further and higher than Tuoba, be it in the pugilistic world or the imperial court. Hence, there was no need for him to let his emotions affect his decisions. He wanted to fight a person who was bound to die and suffer great losses. However, Hong Jingyan did not expect that the knot in his heart that should have been undone after Su Fengnian died at Wang Xianji's hands would become more and more obstructive to his martial way realm after Wang Xianji, that old man from Martial Emperor City, failed to kill that Su guy. Hong Jingyan exhaled softly. His naturally snow-white eyes stared blankly at the blue sky. There were no clouds in the sky. This great grandmaster, who was once viewed by Beimang as having the greatest hope of surpassing Tuoba, told himself in his heart that to sharpen his state of mind, he would start by killing Qi Dangua. Hong Jingyan retracted his gaze and turned to give orders to the few Kiliarchs. He wanted the 2,000 Kiliarchs to rescue the Dong clan's cavalry that only had about 1,000 men left on the smallest battlefield. Then, they would return to their encampment. Although they did not understand, the Ruren cavalry who were born to obey orders obeyed the orders and began to charge. Hong Jingyan, who was patiently observing the situation on the battlefield, suddenly frowned. Then he muttered to himself, "It's really heaven's perception. It seems that I made the right bet." Hong Jingyan turned to look to the east and sneered. "Su Fengnian, you are always going against the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is on my side, not yours." Hong Jingyan gently reined in his horse and slowly advanced. There was an extremely pleased smile on his face. On the 3 battlefields, the 2,000 White Feather Light Cavalry faced the 2,000 Dong Clan Private Cavalry. The casualties were roughly the same, with only half of their men left alive. The 2,000 Ruren cavalry that were the last to be mobilized were also sent to reinforce this place. On the second battlefield, the White Feather Light Cavalry led by Yuan Nanting had already secured victory. Dongzhi was No. 1 Cavalry General, Agudamu, had personally killed more than 20 men before finally dying under the blade of a nameless Bailiang soldier. The 2,000 Dongzhi cavalry that had been surrounded still did not surrender after the death of their commander. One person surrendered. On the final battlefield, where the situation was the most tragic, the 4,000 Ruren cavalry and 6,000 iron stupas had already penetrated each other's formations 3 times. Yelu Chukai had died in battle. His corpse was recognized and his head was cut off. It was raised high on the battlefield by the Iron Stupa cavalry lieutenant. The Bailiang lieutenant who had done this had no joy on his face. There was only grief and indignation. What was the use of surrendered soldiers in the Battle of Liangmang? There were no surrendered soldiers. Perhaps if this battle had continued, for example, if the Beimang army had broken through Beifu City outside Liangzhou Pass and fought all the way into Bailiang's Dao territory, there might have been people willing to drag out an ignoble existence and surrender. For example, if the Bailiang cavalry had marched straight into the Southern Dynasty, there would still be people willing to live and not die. But these two situations would only appear after many people had died. If one did not personally go to the northwest border and personally witness the confrontation between the two armies, perhaps one would never understand the heroism of both sides. Thus, the greatest joke in the world was that there were very few people in the central plains of Liang who respected the 300,000 cavalry of Beiliang. On the other hand, Beimang, as their mortal enemy, no matter how deeply they hated the Beiliang frontier army, in the depths of many people's hearts, they would always view this army as an opponent worthy of respect. Hong Jingyan's horse leisurely galloped forward, as if quietly waiting for something. On the three battlefields, corpses were strewn across the ground and warhorses whimpered. In the Jianghu, only those who were afraid of death would not easily die. On the battlefield, one could not be afraid of death. Chapter 1795. In a person's Jianghu, life and death were of utmost importance. Using countless corpses to create a magnificent battlefield, life and death were the least of the trifling matters. Hong Jingyan slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. He was getting closer and closer to the battlefield where the Iron Buddhas and the Ruran cavalry were. First, there were 7 or 8 Whispering Chamber cavalry that had been keeping an eye on this top Beimang expert. They quickly retreated from the battlefield and galloped away. Then there were more than 100 Iron Buddhas that charged to intercept him. After Yuan Nanting pulled out his saber from the chest of a Dongjua cavalryman, he looked up and said to the personal guard commander who was guarding him, "Something's not right. That person should be attacking the Iron Buddhas. We have to do our best to stop him." The personal guard looked at the panting old general and threw away his blood-stained helmet. He smiled and said, "General, I'll bring a few hundred cavalry over." When Yuan Nanting was going to say something, the head of the bodyguards who had followed him for many years had already gathered a team of cavalry nearby. He turned around and grinned at Yuan Nanting. "General, to be honest, you're really old. Don't be a burden to us." Yuan Nanting bent over and said with a smile, "Bullshit." Without waiting for Yuan Nanting to stop him, the personal guard had already led a few hundred white feather light cavalry and charged forward. Yuan Nanting wanted to follow, but he was blocked by one of the guards who stayed behind. Yuan Nanting said angrily, "Get out of the way." Although the young retainer was afraid of the general's might, he still said through gritted teeth, "The commander gave me a look. He forbade me from putting the general in danger." Yuan Nanting said angrily, "Whose official is higher?" The young man who refused to give way lowered his head and muttered, "A county official is not as good as an official on the spot. The commandant has always told us in private that on the battlefield, his orders are sometimes higher than the general's." Yuan Nanting reprimanded loudly, "Get out of the way. Do you believe that I won't make you pack up and get out of the White Feather Guard right now?" The young man's eyes were red as he said stubbornly, "I'm not even afraid of death. What's there to be afraid of?" Yuan Nanting was so angry that he almost unconsciously slashed down with his saber. Even he himself was shocked. He quickly put down the saber, sighed and cursed weakly, "Bastard." Seeing that this audacious white feather light cavalry was about to turn around and rush to the 4th battlefield, Yuan Nanting roared, "Get back here." The young rider wanted to say something but hesitated. The commander of the white feather light cavalry gazed into the distance and sighed softly. "Even if it's because of my, Yuan Nanting's, selfishness, it's still good that one less person dies." Yuan Nanting clearly remembered that the Grand General had once said that he, Su Xiao, was not afraid of anything in this life. The only thing he was most afraid of was when someone saw him and said his name. This was because the person who remembered his name would remember the debt he owed when he died. He would never forget it for the rest of his life. The exhausted Yuan Nanting gasped for breath as he surveyed his surroundings. The White Feather Light Cavalry's battle achievements were outstanding, but there was only endless sorrow in his heart. On Mount Qingliang, the originally nameless tombstones were going to have so many new names. Yuan Nanting was suddenly startled and turned his head to look. There was a rider from the Iron Buddha cavalry that had suddenly charged out of the bloody battlefield that had yet to end. He was tall and sturdy, and held a metal spear in his hand. In the yellow sand of the desert, the war horse was pitch black, and the armor was dyed red. Qi Dangwa charged towards that distant rider without turning back. He knew that the Beimang barbarian called Hong Jingyan had come for him. After leading the charge to break through the enemy formation 3 times, Qidonggua's figure was already on the verge of collapse. Even the hand holding the metal spear had begun to tremble violently. He was facing the leader of the Ruran cavalry, who was known as the second strongest expert of Beimang. Sweat and blood intertwined on that determined face, but Qidongua only charged forward. This man vaguely remembered that when he was young, his adoptive father, who was not very old at the time, had personally told him that no matter how outstanding one's physique was, no matter how astonishing one's strength was, there would come a time when one's sword and spear would be unsteady at the end of the battle. But as long as one's breath was still present, one's heart could not be shaken. When one feared death, the king of hell would come. He would immediately come knocking. Outside the battlefield, there was a young man in the Wutong courtyard of Mount Qingliang who had received an urgent report. After giving the Huaiyang Pass Protectorate Manor a military order that was almost strictly worded, he abandoned his horse and rushed alone to the Qingyuan military town outside the pass, where he saw the unfamiliar handwriting. And then he continued to rush north. That was the first time the young man had seen Qidonggua's handwriting. His handwriting was not pretty. As a young man who had served in the army and the battlefield, he rarely wrote. In the past, when the young man who had seen the letter had seen the Spring Festival couplets being put up on Mount Qingliang every new year, among the 6 adoptive sons of the butcher, Chulushan would definitely be the one who fawned the most. Yao Jian and Yi Shizhen would also give a few pertinent comments, while Chen Jibao and Yuan Zuozong would habitually not say a word. But only this man called Qidongua would laugh, and ask the young man His Royal Highness for a few Spring Festival couplets to take back to his residence. And then he would definitely not have the servants of his residence put them up. Instead, he would personally do it. Year after year, even the servants of his residence had become accustomed to it. The young man's father, that old man, had once casually mentioned his adoptive sons. He said that Chen Jibao had the most serious thoughts, Chulushan had the deepest thoughts, Yuan Zuozong had the most mellow thoughts, Yao Jian had the most complicated thoughts, and Yi Shizhen had the most chaotic thoughts. It was only when he mentioned Qidongua that the old man laughed to himself, saying that this idiot had no thoughts at all. At that time, the young man laughed along with the old man. In the Huaiyang Pass Protectorate House, Chulushan looked at the latest spy report with a gloomy face. Yuan Zuozong's face was also extremely gloomy. He turned around and strode to the gate. Chulushan shook his head. "You don't have to go, Prince. Xiaonian has already left." As if talking to himself, Chulushan added, "Old Qi may not die." Yuan Zuozong sneered. "Not necessarily?" Chulushan suddenly became furious. "Yuan Zuozong, what's the use of you going to the Longyan Plain now? Can you catch up?" Yuan Zuozong stepped over the threshold and said calmly, "I won't go to Huta City. Ko Jianghuai and Xie Shibian have joined hands in Liuzhou. Whether they succeed or not depends on their ability. I'll go to Calabash Mouth in Yuzhou. Since I've decided to gain the initiative by striking first, I might as well make a big move." Chulushan said dejectedly, Go. Yuan Zuozong stopped and stood outside the gate. He said calmly, "If Huaiyang Pass can't be defended one day, remember that there's Beijua City in the south." Chulushan waved his hand. "You don't need to talk too much. I didn't think you were a long-winded person before." North of Huta City, Longyan Plain, on the battlefield, the Iron Buddha's leader, Qidongua, fell to the ground. His armor was broken and blood was gushing out. The 7 Whisk Water Room's Death Knights couldn't stop that Northern Mang Grandmaster, who got off his horse and walked on foot. It was to the extent where even the 100 Iron Stupas and 300 White Feather Light Cavalry couldn't stop him. Their formation torn apart by a single person just like that. Qidongua, who had sent out a spear, was punched in the chest by that man. He fell from the horse and slid back for more than 10 feet. That man landed beside him and said with a smile, "Before you die, I might as well tell you that Su Fengnian is on his way here. In fact, he's very close. Unfortunately, he's still a bit late. Qidongua, are you unwilling to die?" Qidonggua's chest rose and fell rapidly. Blood kept oozing out from the corner of his mouth. He could no longer speak. However, his elbows were straightened and his fingers were grasping the ground. He seemed to be struggling to get up. Hong Jingyan closed his eyes and said with intoxication, "This is the taste of the resonance of heaven and earth. Now I know why Qi Xuanjin said that celestial phenomenon was just the scenery outside the door. The scenery inside the door is really wonderful." He lowered his head and looked. "Su Fengnian is late, but I Hong Jingyan am not." Hong Jingyan was increasingly happy. "Oh right, let me tell you another piece of bad news. After knowing that Su Fengnian is coming in person, Tuoba, who was originally moving slowly south, has started to speed up. I only need to go 200 miles north and Su Fengnian and Tuoba will meet." Hong Jingyan looked toward the south and laughed loudly. "Su Fengnian. When North Ju City is breached, I'll give you the chance to take revenge." Hong Jingyan's figure flew backward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a few blinks of the eye, a young man with cracked lips and wearing casual clothes sat cross-legged beside Qi Dangua. This man was dying and his vision was blurry, but for some reason, he recognized that young face. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't say a word. Instead, the blood at the corner of his mouth was gushing out more and more. The young man reached out and gently pressed on his chest. Where his hand touched, the iron armor was shattered. The cold armor was soaked in blood and felt warm. The young man bent down and shook his head gently. This valiant general of the Northern Liang cavalrymen in the past had unexpectedly generated an unimaginable strength out of nowhere before he died, and he tightly gripped the young man's arm with one hand. Since ancient times, the strongest person on the battlefield would carry the enemy. The Bailiang cavalry had 300,000 men, and only Qi Dangua could carry it. And this man, with the last of his strength, wanted the young man not to go to the north for him. He didn't want to let go even if he died. The young man gently held the dead man's hand. He was quiet and expressionless. He was neither sad nor happy. Great suffering was silent. In the end, the young man pried open Qi Dangua's fingers one by one. Then he leaned over and helped him close his eyes. When he left Bailiang Palace, he didn't have time to hang his cold blade. He found the iron spear not far from Qi Dangua's body and held it in his hand. One man, one spear, rushed to the north. Hong Jingyan, who had already escaped dozens of miles away, heard a thunderous sound. "You want to die, so I'll let you die." Chapter 1796. On the Dragon Eye Plain, from north to south, there was a straight line of dust flying. When a short middle-aged man with long arms like an ape stopped, the flying sand behind him that looked like a yellow flood dragon gradually dissipated. The man raised his eyes and looked into the distance. His extraordinary aura was not like that of an ordinary person. It was because his two arms were shining with a golden light from under his plain clothes. Strands of light lingered around his arms, showing the appearance of thousands of tiny flood dragons coiling around his arms. At the critical moment when the Second Battle of Liangmang was about to start in the autumn wind, as the king of the northern courtyard, he quietly left and went to the northernmost part of Beimang's territory. He used an iceberg as a boat, and continued to cross the sea to the north. Finally, he got what he wanted. He was supposed to go to the western capital temple of the Southern Dynasty to participate in the military affairs. Even if he had been stripped of the title of the king of the northern courtyard, he was still the anchor of the entire Beimang dynasty. The grassland cavalry had almost blind trust in him, just like the Liang imperial court's trust in Gu Jiantang. No matter how bad the Guangling Road War was, and even if the West Chu's restoration reached the peak of momentum on the battlefield, as long as Gu Jiantang did not make a move, and as long as he and the two border armies did not move, then Liang still had full confidence to deal with the West Chu rebels. After Tuoba slowly returned to the south, he quickly sensed the majestic aura of Bailiang heading north. Tuoba originally thought that it was the young man's provocation. As a martial artist who had reached the pinnacle of the human world, he naturally would not retreat. But when he later sensed the second unique aura on the Dragon Eye Plain, Tuoba was still full of fighting spirit, but also somewhat helpless. It turned out that it was a baffling misunderstanding. Hong Jingyan had for some reason angered the young king, so much so that the latter did not hesitate to travel thousands of li to the battlefield alone. Tuoba did not mind letting Hong Jingyan do the killing for him, but he was very curious as to why Hong Jingyan, a recognized martial genius, would suddenly show signs of breaking through the threshold of celestial being. Therefore, Tuoba was not in a hurry to act. In Tuoba's eyes, the battle with Su Fengnian could happen sooner or later. It could even be said that the later the better. When the 300,000 cavalry of Bailiang were wiped out, and the young man was in a desperate situation, he would be able to fight with all his might without any worries. Therefore he would save Hong Jingyan, the leader of the Ruran cavalry, who had always been known as the second Tuoba in the grasslands, for both public and private reasons. However, this did not prevent Tuoba from making this shrewd junior suffer a little. Too many of Baimang's top experts had died in the past 2 years. The fifth raccoon of Bingbing Mountain, the sword chi of the chess and sword music school, Huang Qing and the bronze man grandmaster, Xiao Xiang of the princess's grave, etc. The emperor, who had always regarded the Jianghu as the maidservants of the imperial court, was deeply worried about this. After all, no matter how worthless the maidservants of a noble courtyard were, if too many of them died and there was no one to serve tea or clean up the courtyard, outsiders would eventually feel that it did not fit the image of a noble clan. However, this was the limit. To the emperor, the grandmasters of the Jianghu were ultimately just carps in a pond and sparrows in a cage. Tuoba slowed down his steps and slowly headed south. However, with each step his physique grew taller and more majestic. The golden light that appeared on his arms became even more dazzling. Looking at the Jianghu of Baimang, the number of people he viewed as his opponent could be counted on one hand. However, the chess and sword music school just happened to have 2 of them. In this generation of the chess and sword music school, 2 heroes had appeared. The famous poet Huang Baozhuang had become the white-clothed demon Luoyang for some reason. In the end, she betrayed the grasslands and went south to the central plains of Liang. It was rumored that she had been caught a glimpse of in Taiyan City. During the battle between Su Fengnian, Chao Chongqing, and Dong Tai for the peak, she did not make a move. Originally, the poet Hong Jingyan was only ranked in the 4th class. However, even with the Taiping magistrate as the imperial tutor of Baimang, and the help of the crown prince's wife, Henggu, in the court, Hong Jingyan, who commanded the Ruran cavalry, was still unable to defeat Dong Zhuo, and missed the opportunity to become the great king of the southern courtyard. During the Battle of Heluku, this person led his army to avoid the vanguard of Bailiang's heavy cavalry. He abandoned General Yang Yuanzhan's main army and fled north alone. As a result, the Bailiang cavalry successfully formed a pincer attack from the north and south. This even caused this grandmaster's reputation to hit rock bottom on the grasslands. At the same time, he also lost the favor of that old woman. In the second expedition to the south, he was only able to assist the imperial tutor Morong Baoding as a deputy general. Hong Jingyan retreated 60 miles away, and did not retreat any further. If he retreated any further, he would encounter Tuoba. Although Hong Jingyan had the intention of letting this Baimang's god of war make Su Fengnian retreat in the face of difficulties, forcing the young vassal king's state of mind to be covered in dust, if Su Fengnian really did not fear Tuoba, and Hong Jingyan retreated to Tuoba's side to seek protection, then he would have shot himself in the foot. It was not easy for him to cross the threshold of celestial being, and it was highly likely that he would be forced to withdraw from the mysterious realm of celestial being perception. Moreover, when Su Fengnian faced Wang Xianji, who rushed to Bailiang in the past, even though he knew that he was no match for him, he still chose to fight to the death and not retreat, using that old monster as a whetstone. In the end, his state of martial arts reached perfection. How could Hong Jingyan not hope to use Su Fengnian, who was said to be invincible in the world today, as a stepping stone? Moreover, today he was no match for Su Fengnian, so he could retreat again. Tuoba's appearance in the Dragon Eye Plain was his biggest escape route. As long as he stabilized his state of celestial being, Hong Jingyan believed that there would be a day when he would be able to reach the level of the 4 great grandmasters. Moreover, that day would definitely not come too late. At that time he would first kill Su Fengnian, and then kill the Peach Blossom sword god Dong Tai. He would then lead hundreds of thousands of steel cavalry under his command to break through Taiyan City, cross the Guangling River, and stop his warhorses at the coast of the Southern Sea. There was nothing more satisfying in life than this. After Hong Jingyan stopped, he calmly waited for Su Fengnian. Instead, his aura was like a rainbow. This was the first time in the history of the chess and sword music school that he was so eager to fight with his full strength against someone. Just as Hong Jingyan's aura reached its peak, thunder once again exploded in his ears. This time it was not Su Fengyan but Tuoba, who seemed to have intended to watch for a moment. Hong Jingyan, retreat another 30 miles. Hong Jingyan lost his composure in that instant. His intuition told him that Bodhisattva Tuoba's admonition was not a threat, and that he should retreat quickly. However, his rationality made this extremely arrogant grandmaster of martial arts feel that he could not retreat. Suddenly Tuoba, who was sprinting madly towards the south, let out an angry roar. Idiot! The state of mind can be lost and then returned. Do you have 2 lives? In Hong Jingyan's field of vision, a speck of light lit up, like a firefly flickering in the summer night sky several zhang away. However, just as Hong Jingyan discovered that the firefly had suddenly turned into the radiance of the moon, it was already too late to dodge. It was actually Su Fengyan's spear that had arrived before his body. The spear was thrown out, like a white rainbow piercing through the yellow sand of the desert. This simple spear was so swift and violent that it far exceeded Hong Jingyan's imagination. As a result, Hong Jingyan's mind spun rapidly, making all kinds of calculations. In the end, he sadly realized that other than taking the blow head-on, there was no other way. Chapter 1797. If he was injured in front of Su Fengyan, Hong Jingyan knew that even Tuoba would not be able to save him unless Chao Chongqing and Dong Tai came back and worked together with Tuoba. This did not mean that Su Fengyan had reached the level where he could challenge 3 grandmasters of martial arts by himself. It was just that when martial artists of that level worked together, it was not like Chao Chongqing and Dong Tai were equal to 2 officials or 2 peach blossom sword gods. Thus, in the Battle of Great Peace City, Su Fengyan had fought 2 people alone, but this did not mean that Su Fengyan had the power of 2 Dong Tai. This was the reason why Wang Xianji had said that she could fight the world by herself. Thus, it was arrogant but not arrogant. Tuoba did not help Hong Jingyan destroy the rainbow light. Instead, he moved to the right of the ladder. His hands formed into fists, and he swung them high into the air, smashing them heavily into the middle of the metal spear. There was a violent sound like a great bell. Hong Jingyan stared blankly at the beam of rainbow light. Even after being smashed by Bodhisattva Tuoba, it did not shatter. Instead, it curved into a half-arc in the air. Countless dazzling snow-white lightning bolts bloomed at the spot where Bodhisattva Tuoba's arms came into contact with the half-arc iron spear. Bodhisattva Tuoba stood in front of Hong Jingyan, and there were still electric lights swimming around his arms like thousands of silver snakes. That metal spear did not shatter after Tuoba's punch. It was only smashed to the left of Hong Jingyan. Hong Jingyan saw out of the corner of his eyes that the young person had one hand behind his back, and the other hand lightly gripping the metal spear. He was standing 300 zhang away. The metal spear was too heavy and trembled in the young person's hands. Hong Jingyan's heart dimmed. It turned out that the difference of 1 step was still the difference between heaven and earth. He could clearly see all the details, and could even count how many times the iron spear trembled after the young man took it. But he could see, but he could not catch it. It was the same for the first spear, and it was the same for the second spear. It was rumored that Su Fengyan could kill anyone below the level of Earth Immortals with a single move. So it was true. Tuoba said indifferently, "Don't tell me that you, Hong Jingyan, can only bully opponents whose cultivation is lower than yours in this lifetime? If that's the case, then I'm really disappointed. Even if you cross the threshold of heavenly being in the future, let alone Su Fengyan, as long as a newcomer becomes an Earth Immortal, even if it's only for 1 or 2 days, they will still be able to defeat you, Hong Jingyan." Hong Jingyan's eyes lit up and he said in a low voice, "You're saying that Su Fengyan only wins in the word power?" Tuoba stared at the young person and nodded. "This person has fought with Wang Xianji and me, and won. In the Battle of Great Peace City, Dong Tai and Chao Chongqing purposely teamed up and helped him increase his morale. It can be said that his power is unmatched. You lost just now, there's no need to be surprised." Hong Jingyan smiled and his depression was swept away. He looked at the young vassal king. "No wonder you clearly had the upper hand after that spear, but did not continue to fight." Bodhisattva Tuoba shook his head and said, "You're wrong. He wants you to stay in the Dragon Eye Plains. As long as I still want to save you, he will have the chance to kill both of us. He won't just take one of our heads." Hong Jingyan's face darkened. Good. Then I'll give up the realm that's within my reach. In this way, the tables had turned. Are you really willing to exchange a life for a life? I don't believe it. Hong Jingyan was worthy of being one of the top grandmasters in the world. He left when he said he would. More accurately, he was running for his life. As long as the opponent chose to chase after him, and Tuoba did not have to divide his attention to save people, then it would be Su Fengnian's turn to multitask. He would leave an opening for Tuoba, who was fully focused. As Hong Jingyan decisively retreated, Su Fengnian and Tuoba started to move north at almost the same time. The three gradually formed a triangle on the Dragon Eye Plains, their figures as fast as 3 gusts of wind. Su Fengnian was looking for a chance to kill Hong Jingyan. Tuoba was patiently waiting for Su Fengnian to make a move. It was clear who would win. So Hong Jingyan did not believe that Su Fengnian was willing to die. But in fact, Su Fengnian's determination to kill him was so great that Hong Jingyan was scared out of his wits after the second spear thrust. Before Su Fengnian's iron spear pierced through Hong Jingyan's back, Tuoba's fists had already hammered Su Fengnian's back. His fists hammered unreservedly at Su Fengnian's back with a force that could split mountains and split rivers. Not only did this strike injure Su Fengnian's internal organs, it also added an indomitable sense of heroism to Su Fengnian's forward thrust of the iron spear. Su Fengnian shook his wrist and pulled out the iron spear that had pierced through Hong Jingyan's heart. At the same time, he crushed Hong Jingyan's chest, leaving him with no chance of survival. The ambitious and lofty chess, sword and music school lost even more pieces and died just like that. The man who wanted to change the title of Lord of the Ruran Cavalry to Lord of the World died, with everlasting regret. Even in death, he could not understand why Su Fengnian would really trade lives with him. He still had too many plans that he had yet to execute. He was still thinking about his agreement with Yelu Dongbed, the ambitious man. He wanted to replace the peace decree with the chess and sword music school and Beimeng's imperial court. If it was possible to regret, Hong Jingyan would definitely not kill that Iron Stupa general. His last thought before he died was not to hate Su Fengnian's madness, but to hate Tuoba's insidious scheming. Tuoba looked at the lonely figure that had to lean on his spear to stand firm. He sneered and said, Hong Jingyan died a worthy death. But isn't it a pity that you, the great king of Beiliang, died here? Even if you don't feel pity, I feel pity for you. I always felt that you, Su Fengnian, should have died on the battlefield of North Jiebei. Either you would have died amidst the thousands of soldiers and horses, or you would have died at my hands then. The back of the young man's clothes was soaked in blood. He did not say a word. An immortal on land was not an immortal. Su Fengnian had indeed been struck in the back by Tuoba's 2 fists. Although he had taken that strike into account, so he had held back against Hong Jingyan's spear, and could have killed him without using his full strength. No matter how one looked at it, there was not much difference. It was just a matter of dying sooner or later. Tuoba laughed and said, If it was me who had fought with you in the western regions last time, you might have been able to escape back to Beiliang with half your life. He looked down at his hands. The clothes on his arms were tattered, revealing the undulating golden veins on his arms. There was a fish in the northern underworld that fed on dragons. The first time he had found it, Luoyang had interfered, causing the divine weapon created by the heavens and earth to fall into the deep sea and disappear without a trace. However, it was a blessing in disguise. This time, he had obtained something even better. Tuoba raised his head and looked at the sky. Sometimes I don't understand why you guys are unwilling to bow your heads. Tuoba frowned. Are you waiting for someone? Huyen Daguan? No, I sensed his breath before I came here. He should still be near Dunhuang City. He won't make it in time. Su Yanbing? His breath doesn't seem like it. I really can't think of anyone else in Beiliang who can save you other than these 2. Su Fengnian turned around and held the iron spear with both hands. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He looked miserable. A figure appeared beside him. He was dressed in a white robe and had the bearing of a banished immortal. There were 2 swords hanging from his waist. The difference between the 2 was obvious. The man glanced at him and sneered. You're still the same as the first time we met. You look like a beggar. Su Fengnian coughed and forced a smile. Try not to do it next time. White Fox Face. Chapter 1798. Whether it was when Luo Yang met Dong Tai in Dunhuang City, or when Su Fingyan met Wang Xianji who was rushing to Beiliang, a real battle between great grandmasters would never be sloppy. There was absolutely no possibility of polite greetings. The outcome of the battle was simply life and death. Although Tuoba did not know the specific background of the white-robed man in front of him, he had a general understanding. This person had previously led a young swordswoman to travel around Beimang. Occasionally, he would fight, but he had never been defeated. Even if he encountered thousands of riders, he would still be able to retreat safely. Li Mibi, the ancestor of Spiderweb and Beimang, had a very high opinion of this person. He even did not hesitate to describe this androgynous handsome young man, as his future achievements in martial arts are expected to catch up with Wang and Su. Although Tuoba did not intend to speak, he was not in a hurry to fight either. First, Su Fingyan's injury was unmistakable. Second, he did not want to lose a great advantage by rashly fighting. After all, it was taboo for martial arts masters at their level to call a newcomer when encountering a strange newcomer. Just like the national chess players who had been famous for a long time, they were often not afraid of exchanging blows with old enemies whom they knew well. Their only headache was those inexperienced geniuses of the younger generation. They were especially afraid of deciding the outcome of a game with those rising stars. This was the principle of life and death battles between Jianghu masters. When Song Nianqing of Dongyue Sword Pool carried 14 new swords, he had caused great trouble for Luo Yang who was at the peak at that time. Moreover, Tuoba had a unique opinion. There were endless grandmasters of sword Dao in Jianghu. After Li Chenggang there was Dong Tai. After Dong Tai, there was also Huang Qing of Beimang, Qi Jiajie of Taiyan City, Jiang Enai of West Chu, and many other great figures. In Tuoba's opinion, since the end of spring and autumn, the fate of sword Dao must have been mostly used up. It would be difficult for a figure like Lu Zhu to appear again. Only grandmasters of saber Dao were too few. Moreover, no one had stepped forward to reach the height of being recognized as the most promising person in the world. Tuoba's intuition told him that it was about time for someone to emerge. Perhaps it would be the person in front of him, the young man whom the king of Beiliang Su Fingyan was willing to entrust his life to. After some observation, Tuoba noticed some clues. The person in front of him who was called White Fox Face by Su Fingyan did not have a strong qi. Compared to people like Chao Chongqing, he might not have a majestic aura. However, the flow of his qi was rather strange. One word could describe it, and that was fast. It was so fast that it was unimaginable. It was like the Guangling River during the flood season. This was simply a path to death. Tuoba became more and more curious. What was this person thinking that he would sacrifice his life in exchange for the realm of martial arts? This was no longer something that could be explained simply by the word martial arts fanatic. Su Fingyan sighed softly. Of course, he knew why White Fox Face was so determined. He wanted to become the most powerful person in the world before the age of 30, and kill all his enemies with his own hands. After the age of 30, life and death did not matter. White Fox Face took a few steps forward and stood in front of him. Although I made it in time, don't think that both of us can survive. You also know that saving you is much more difficult than killing him. Su Fingyan said in a self-deprecating manner. You can just do whatever you want. I've killed Hong Jingyan this time. If you kill Bodhisattva Tuoba, even if I die, then even if this deal is a loss, it won't be so bad that it's acceptable. White Fox Face placed his palms on the hilts of the two sabers at his waist. They were the embroidered winter saber and the spring thunder saber. Su Fingyan was no stranger to this pair of sabers. On the contrary, he was very familiar with them. He remembered that White Fox Face had lent him the embroidered winter saber during his second trip to Jianghu. Before that, Su Fingyan had returned to Beiliang for the first time. During that trip, he regretted that he did not meet a real peerless master pro. At the last moment, he bumped into White Fox Face, which made His Royal Highness feel that the end of that trip was not bad. After 3 years of hard wandering, he finally met a peerless master pro. Su Fingyan still remembered that year when it snowed heavily at Tide Listening Lake in Mount Qingliang. White Fox Face flew out of the pavilion and unsheathed the embroidered winter and spring thunder saber. It was really beautiful in the heavy snow. The bladesmanship was beautiful, and the person was even more beautiful. It was probably at that time that His Royal Highness began to seriously practice the bladesmanship. He began to look forward to the day when he could have half of White Fox Face's elegance. Although they had not fought, Tuoba seemed to have seen through the ins and outs of White Fox Face's two-handed saber. The war god of Beimang, who did not want to argue with him, laughed for the first time. "You are no match for me. Do you really want to die here for the king of Bailiang?" Tuoba saw that he did not say a word, but he was not annoyed. He stretched out his palms and put them on his chest. He looked down and said with a hint of loneliness, "I may not have the chance to kill you grandmasters of the Central Plains in the future. Wang Xianji and Chao Changqing are both dead. What a pity." Su Fengnian held back his laughter and glanced at Tuoba. He said in a mellow Southern Dynasty official's accent, "The one in front of me doesn't understand the Beimang language at all. Don't flatter yourself. If you can fight, don't talk. Do you really want to wait until Huyan Dagwan gets here?" Bodhisattva Tuoba dismissed it with a smile and raised his head. "He won't come." Su Fengnian's eyes were gloomy. Tuoba said playfully, "Although I don't know what you're up to in Dunhuang, I learned on my way back south that His Majesty and Li Mibi went there personally. They even temporarily borrowed Helian Wuwei's Hushi army and 20,000 cavalrymen from the king's camp of Norland. Even Huyan Dagwan, who claims to be a one-man sect, will not be able to gain any advantage no matter what he's up to." Su Fengnian took a deep breath and suddenly straightened his body. He held the iron spear tightly in one hand. White Fox was not the only one who was surprised. Even Bodhisattva Tuoba was momentarily stunned. White Fox attacked first. The winter-embroidered saber exploded in front of Tuoba with a bright light, like the moon rising from the sea. Tuoba smashed the moonlight with one punch and broke the cold saber gang. Then he punched directly between White Fox's eyebrows with his other fist. The other spring thunder dagger on White Fox's face finally came out of its scabbard at the critical moment and stabbed towards Bodhisattva Tuoba's armpit. It was obvious that she wanted to exchange injury for injury. Tuoba's punch did not stagnate at all and still hit White Fox's forehead. At the same time, he pulled back his elbow and tried to clamp the saber. White Fox's forehead was hit and his body leaned back. He kicked Tuoba's chest and took advantage of the momentum to pull out the spring thunder saber from under Tuoba's armpit. The spring thunder saber, which was full of chi, only slid through Tuoba's clothes. In the process of pulling it out, there was a loud sound of metal and stone, like a saber cutting through iron and stone. White Fox's face, who was holding two sabers in her hands, left the ground and flew backward. Coincidentally, she circled around Su Fengnian, and his spear like a butterfly circling around a branch. Then, she pounced on Bodhisattva Tuoba at an even faster speed. Bodhisattva Tuoba raised both of his arms and crossed them above his head. The White Fox's face was embroidered with the winter-spring thunder and the cold blade. It collided with Bodhisattva Tuoba's arms. The intense fluctuation of chi dynamic created two layers of ripples between the two of them. Tuoba's feet sank into the sand and he only took a few steps back. Strands of golden light on his arms were like thousands of dragons entrenched, and did not weaken at all. By the time White Fox's feet touched the ground, he had already waved more than 20 sabers in one breath. The layers of strength were stacked, and there was no sign of him being exhausted. On the contrary, his momentum was rising steadily. Bodhisattva Tuoba continued to slide backwards. Even though he had a calm expression on his face, he appeared as if he did not have the strength to fight back at all. If news of this were to spread, just this point alone would be enough to make this person with the nickname of White Fox Face rise to fame. Su Fengnian was known as an earth immortal who could kill the enemy with one move. Like Su Fengnian, as one of the 4 grandmasters of Wushu evaluation, when encountering an ordinary master, even if the opponent was a first-grade celestial state, even if he could not kill the enemy with one move, he would not retreat without holding back too much strength. Moreover, Tuoba had improved a lot compared to the time when he fought with Su Fengnian in the western region. Both his physique and momentum were not the same as before. This meant that the White Fox's face was so fast that even Tuoba could not find a gap. Tuoba thought that even if he gave this person dozens of sabers, so what? So what if the chi flow could travel 800 miles, or even 1,000 miles in an instant? No matter how long a breath was, there would always be a time when the old and the new would be replaced. However, when he unconsciously retreated nearly 1,000 feet away, he suddenly realized that this person's saber momentum was not only endless but also faster and faster. The latest two sabers were faster than the one Su Fengnian used to force him out of the city in the western region. Fast was not scary. What was scary was that this kind of speed seemed to have no end. Step by step, it was as if the heavenly gate did not stop. Tuoba was quite helpless. If he was confident to break the saber momentum at first, then he could only defend to the end now. It was like a large-scale heavy infantry army with slow movement meeting an elite light cavalry. It would not lose, but it could only be passively beaten. Bodhisattva Tuoba counted silently in his heart. He started counting from 3 to 9. Chapter 1799. Every increment was a strange pause in this person's attack. After the pause, he would attack more rapidly. Su Fengnian squinted his eyes and looked at the battlefield that was getting farther and farther away from him. Even he could no longer see the figure of White Fox's face clearly. He only saw a ball of white snow rolling in front of Tuoba. After 12 halts, the golden light on Tuoba's arms began to shake slightly. After 14 halts, White Fox's attack was wrapped in the power of wind and thunder formed by heaven and earth. This was no longer as simple as a celestial phenomenon master borrowing the general power of heaven and earth. It already had the implication of a Taoist immortal opening a cave in his sleeve, or the Buddha performing the Pure Land of Lotus in the abbot's land. If it was Su Fengnian with his current cultivation, he could use a whole breath to create a move similar to the state of spirit. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to do it continuously and still be as one after many breaths. Between the 15th and 16th halts, Tuoba tried to stop the opponent's terrifying momentum at the risk of injury. He clenched the spring thunder embroidered winter double sabers with both hands. However, the two sabers seemed to have the help of God. In Tuoba's hands that could tear the body of any celestial phenomenon martial artist apart, the sabers were easily pulled out from the water flow. This was simply beyond Tuoba's imagination. However, the truth that really made Tuoba feel uneasy was that perhaps after 17 or at most 18 halts, this person would really be able to gain the upper hand. This person's attack did not have any gorgeous colors, but it was fast. It did not have the majestic momentum of Li Chuangong's green-sleeved snake, nor did it have the instantaneous power of Gu Jiantong's thunder of mind, nor did it have the wanton ocean of Dong Tai's immortal sword. This man's strikes were like that of a diligent old farmer, day after day, year after year, relying on his old skills, quietly waiting for the predictable harvest. This was the most terrifying part. It was not that Tuoba did not have a backup plan, and his intuition told him that the line of victory was around 18 halts. However, today was not the battle between him and this person. There was a young vassal standing 150 feet away, who definitely had a backup plan. 16 stops. Tuoba opened his eyes wide, allowing the long saber to strike his chest like rolling thunder, and the short saber to hang on his shoulder like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. The stumbling Beimeng god of war's feet left the ground for the first time. And for the first time he had to use the momentum to speed up, just to increase the distance between him and the two sabers. 17 stops. Just as Tuoba gritted his teeth and prepared to use his trump card, Su Fengnian gently pulled out the iron spear from the yellow sand. Xiaodong slashed down with her saber, and Tuoba was actually struck to the point that his knees touched the ground, and he slid back over 300 feet in a single breath. In the next instant, Tuoba, who shouldn't have retreated so far, had already vanished. White Fox stood at the spot where Tuoba's figure had disappeared. She held spring thunder in one hand and embroidered winter in the other. Her back was facing Su Fengnian. She seemed to be motionless and had no desire to pursue Tuoba. Suddenly, she took a step forward and pointed the tip of embroidered winter in front of her. 18 stops. Tuoba, who had left and returned, suddenly appeared 1,000 feet away. His eyes wandered, and in the end he still chose to go north. Su Fengnian carried the iron spear and walked to White Fox's side. He apologized. "Forgive me, I didn't expect that your saber move would be so." Su Fengnian hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't think of how to describe White Fox's saber move. In the end he could only use a catchphrase resentfully, such a technical skill. Su Fengnian looked at the wisp of qi that was gradually disappearing in the north and lamented. If I had known earlier, I would have helped you stop Bodhisattva Tuoba, even at the risk of incurring irreversible side effects. Perhaps I could have really killed him. In my current bleak situation, I can still give him 2 or 3 moves even if I have to sacrifice half of my life. White Fox's face slowly put her saber back into the sheath and said coldly, 6 stops to kill level 2. 9 stops to kill Mysterious Finger. 12 stops to kill Celestial Phenomenon. 16 stops to break through Buddhism's Great Vajra. And the celestial being's physique is as white as paper. After 18 stops, there won't be any land immortals in front of me. As long as I succeed in making the first move, no matter if it's Wang Xianji or Qi Xuanjin, I'll be invincible. At the very least, I can exchange my life for theirs. Su Fengnian walked to White Fox's side and stopped. He said helplessly, "Don't talk about such a domineering thing in such a casual tone, okay?" White Fox's face was silent. Su Fengnian didn't turn to look at White Fox's face. He said softly, "Quickly wipe the blood off your face. Don't just put on the airs of a master. There are no outsiders here." White Fox's face lifted her trembling arm and wiped her face. Only then did Su Fengnian turn his head and stare at the beautiful face that seemed to be neither familiar nor unfamiliar to him. He smiled and said, "When I fought with Han Shengxian and Wang Xianji, I was beaten to a pulp every time. Last time, I was able to block Qi Jiajia's sword. It wasn't easy for me to pretend to be a master from the beginning to the end." White Fox's face said coldly, "Li Yishan asked me to save you once before he died. Now we're even." Su Fengnian said, "Yes, we're even." White Fox's face suddenly frowned and said, "Why are you pretending? Both of your legs are swaying." Su Fengnian, who was punched in the back by Tuoba's fists with full force, grinned and said, "If I'm not wrong, you can only use 17 stops now. You're still a little short of your so-called invincible first move. Your posture with your hands behind your back is handsome, but it's not easy. It's a little hard." Both of them fell into silence. In the end, Su Fengnian was defeated. "Who's going to carry who? Of course, I want to carry you, but I'm afraid you won't like it. So you have the final say." Thus, a funny scene appeared in the yellow sand of the desert. White Fox's face was wearing a white robe and carrying a young vassal on her back. The young vassal was dragging the iron spear in his hand. White Fox's face complained, "You're worse than a woman." The young vassal, who was living under someone else's roof, said helplessly, "Whatever you say. By the way, White Fox's face, do you still remember the first time we met?" White Fox's eyes were in a trance, but she deliberately said in a cold tone, "I don't remember." "I still remember. At that time, I only thought you were a real master in Jianghu. You were so cool and powerful." The young vassal, who was holding White Fox's neck with one hand and dragging the spear with the other, was rambling. His words became more and more muffled, and he fell asleep without anyone noticing. With her back facing Su Fengnian, White Fox waited for him to fall into a deep slumber before she muttered to herself, "Actually, I once thought that I would bring you with me to travel the Jianghu after I've taken my revenge. The world is so big, we can go anywhere from Jiangnan to Jiangbei." In his sleep, Su Fengnian would occasionally call White Fox's face, and the latter would respond softly. White Fox's face did not tell him that she could use 19 stops at most today, which was enough for her to perish together with Tuoba. She was not afraid of death, but she was unwilling to die. The price of being unwilling to die was that she would never be able to recover to the peak of 19 stops in her life. White Fox's face thought for a while. Since revenge was a big joke, it did not matter whether she would be number 1 in the world in the future. In the end, Su Fengnian, who was in a coma, softly muttered names one by one in his sleep. His ravings were indecipherable. He vaguely mentioned Sweet Potato and Dunhuang City. Baihuer only knew that when he mentioned the name of Kadangwo, he was crying uncontrollably. Perhaps he only dared to do it in his dreams. Baihu could not figure out what kind of mental journey he had to go through to turn such a sloppy young man into the current prince of northern Liang. He was now an idiot who was confined to a circle. She also could not understand. Did she like the smooth-talking young man more? Or did she like the current guy who did not even dare to let go of the broken spear in his sleep more? Nangong Push, who had always regarded himself as a man from the bottom of his heart, suddenly shouted angrily, Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian, who had just woken up, suddenly shuddered. Lying on White Fox's back, he said with a face full of fear, "What happened? Did I touch your breasts? Don't chop off my hand, please don't. It must be a misunderstanding." White Fox's face took a deep breath and quickly dispelled the thought in her mind. She said hatefully, "Take care of your claws. Go back to sleep. How about I carry you instead?" "Shut up." Su Fengnian, who was really exhausted, replied with a no, and went back to sleep. At this time, the two of them did not expect that many years later, the new King Liang, who was also as meritorious as Su Xiao, would go to Taiyan City alone. The new emperor of Liang did not show up. Therefore, what greeted this official who deserved to be called the most meritorious official in the imperial court was not a warm scene of brothers reuniting after a long separation, nor was it a romantic story of a new emperor and official. Instead, it was a situation where he was surrounded by enemies. At that time, it was still White Fox's face that appeared by his side in time. This person named Nangong Push gave the Liang imperial court, or more accurately, the real unification of the world, an absurd answer. "I'm here to pick up my wife." White Fox's face was probably the only person in the world who could treat Su Fengnian as his own woman and like him. And he did not care whether the world liked him or not. Chapter 1800. Happy New Year. In the evening, there was a chapter titled, A Stick of Plum Wine. White Clothes returned to Bailiang. When Su Fengnian woke up, he opened his eyes and turned his head to look. He discovered that the sun was shining brightly outside the window. Under the illumination of the light, the dust near the window could be seen clearly, but the room was somewhat dim. Su Fengnian retracted his gaze from a distance, and saw a fat man sitting on the edge of the bed like a small mountain. Bailiang's protector general Chu Lushan. So it was this fellow's existence that blocked out the sunlight. Chu Lushan, whose back was facing the sunlight, said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "After Sir Nangong brought your highness to Huayang Pass, he left without saying goodbye. I couldn't stop him." Su Fengnian, whose lips were dry, slowly sat up. His breathing was not smooth. A person's back was actually very thin, and the so-called heart of the back was extremely close to the heart. After being hammered by Tuoba with all his strength, it was naturally not as simple as injuring his muscles and bones. Fortunately, Su Fengnian was far too familiar with injuries. After being sick for a long time, he became a doctor. Following the Wudong De Huang Ting Heart Sutra, he looked inside himself and roughly understood the extent of his recovery. He opened his mouth and asked, "Where's the iron spear?" Chu Lushan softly said, "It's in the coffin." Su Fengnian nodded. "Tell second brother Yuan to have the banner of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry take down and send it here. As for the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, tell them that they need a new banner. If someone tries to stop them, there's no need to act forcefully. When the time comes, I'll personally explain to those cavalry generals." Chu Lushan said, "Reporting to your highness, Yuan Baixiong has left for Yozhou's calabash mouth. As for the matter of changing the banner, your highness need not worry too much. Old Qi was originally an old member of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Now that the spy report of Old Qi's death in battle has already spread throughout the border army, I believe that no one will say anything." Su Fengnian crossed his hands over his abdomen, not looking at Chu Lushan. "If I had arrived at the Longyan Plains a moment earlier, I wouldn't have died." Chu Lushan shook his head. In that case, if the Protectorate General did not accept the suggestion of the 3 white horse crossbowmen, would Sun Ji and Wei Mushing not have to die? The battlefield was constantly changing. Life and death could not be blamed on others. There were not so many ifs. So what if he's dead? So what if he died? It was a very understatement. Su Fengnian turned his head to look at this notorious man. The Su family had dominated the Northwest for 20 years. What else could it be if it wasn't a military town? Chu Lushan had a notorious record and held a high position in Bailiang. The historians of the future would certainly not be stingy with their penmanship to condemn him. Perhaps his name would be even more infamous than Su Fengnian, the leader of the Bailiang cavalry. Su Fengnian was not infuriated by Chu Lushan's heartless words. It was not only because Lucio, the adopted son of Butcher, was fated to be a part of Bailiang's honor and disgrace. It was also because Su Xiao and Li Yishan believed that this man's talent in military strategy was closest to Chen Jibao's, and that he was a true candidate for the marshal of Bailiang. One could even say that if not for Chu Lushan's public flattery, the young men of the Bailiang frontier army would have leaned toward Chen Jibao. The succession of Su Fengnian would not have been easy, and even more blood would have been spilled. One Huaihua great General Zhong Honggu would have been far from enough. But the true reason Su Fengnian had chosen to remain silent was because this man before him was as imposing as a mountain. He had once led his cavalry to conquer Shu, had once turned the tide in the first battle of Beimang, and had even personally led his 8,000 Yeluyuo cavalry to stifle Dongzhuo's plans. Thus, this man surnamed Chu, who had spent nearly 30 years on the battlefield, had far more right to speak on the battlefield than Su Fengnian. Even if Su Fengnian was a grandmaster of martial arts evaluation, even if Su Fengnian was the king of Bailiang, Chu Lushan clenched his fists and rested them on his knees. Parting in life and death, all good things must come to an end. Su Fengnian's lips twitched, a dazed look in his eyes as if he was thinking about the 300,000 steels behind Mount Qingliang. There's no need to comfort me. I know that those names carved on these steels all have loved ones, just like Qi Danghua. So no matter who dies, there will be people who will grieve. It's not necessarily me, Su Fengnian, who grieves the most. Su Fengnian paused for a moment. But when I think about how I'll write so many couplets and so many spring characters, just like in previous years, but the person who asked me for them every year is no longer here. Even if I wanted to give them away, I wouldn't be able to, and my heart would feel a little empty. Su Fengnian raised his head. Before my second journey through the Jianghu, Su Xiao took me to the bottom of Tide Listening Pavilion, and saw that there were many memorial tablets there. At the time, I didn't quite understand Su Xiao's feelings, but I do now. In truth, when Lu Jinu and Chu Hanqing of Huta City died, I somewhat understood. Chu Lushan quietly listened to the young lord's soliloquy without any expression. Su Fengnian got out of bed and staggered. Chu Lushan wanted to support him, but Su Fengnian smiled and waved his hand. Chu Lushan didn't insist. Chu Lushan led Su Fengnian to a secluded courtyard not far away, and stepped into the inner room. When he saw the cypress coffin, Chu Lushan took a few steps closer and said with a smile, "We couldn't find the best Namu in Huayang Pass, so we could only let old Qi sleep with it. Fortunately, old Qi was never a particular person in his life. I still remember that in the Western Wall, this guy could sleep with corpses as pillows. We went to find him several times, but it didn't work. Later, when we got to the northwest, Wang Fei had to help old Qi arrange the residences for the 6 of us. She was afraid that old Qi would find a house the size of a sparrow's nest to fool her. Later, when he got married, Wang Fei was the matchmaker. Old Qi Lu agreed without hesitation. He probably saw his wife's face for the first time on the day of the wedding when the red veil was unveiled. Fortunately, old Qi had a good life these years. He had been a military commandant for more than 10 years, a 4th-grade official the size of a sesame seed, but he had never complained about anything. If it were me, I would have gone to my adoptive father and Wang Fei to make a scene. Chu Lushan suddenly patted the coffin lid heavily. Old Qi, don't sleep. Wang Ya is here to see you. Su Fengnian stared at Chu Lushan. The latter smiled bitterly, retracted his hand, and glanced at the coffin. Chu Lushan whispered, "Sleep, sleep, old Qi. Your sleepiness is stronger than the sky. Even thunder can't wake you up. Only the words when there is a war, carry the big banner, are the most useful." Su Fengnian stood by the coffin and looked outside the room. The sunlight spilled over the ground of the courtyard, covering it in a layer of gold. He softly asked, "What's the situation north of Huda City and Liuzhou?" When it came to important military matters, Bailiang Protector General Chu Lushan was much more solemn. He sternly said, "In this battle on the Dragon Eye Plains, Beimang suffered heavy casualties, losing all of its elite scouts, including Wuya Lanzi and Heihu Lanzi. As a result, the Central Army led by Dongzhuo and Murong Baoding was blinded. Of the 8,000 Dong clan cavalry, only 1,000 or so returned. Of the 6,000 Ruren cavalry, only around 2,000 remained. The main reason is that after Hong Jingyan's death, the Ruren cavalry was leaderless. It will probably be quickly carved up by the various factions of Beimang. An unorganized cavalry army cannot be considered a fighting force. Most importantly, after the Dong clan cavalry and the Ruren cavalry were destroyed, the flexibility of Beimang's central army was greatly reduced. On the other hand, in Beiliang, Yuan Nanting's white feather light cavalry has been preserved well. It's just a pity that old Qi's iron stupa. Chu Lushan hesitated. The deputy general of the iron stupa, Ningame, has been ordered by old Qi to remain in the encampment around Qingyuan army town. She only has a few hundred soldiers. Even if we add in the remaining cavalry on the Longyan plains, they only have 2,000 cavalry. With the war at hand, it is not suitable to transfer soldiers from He Zhonghu and Zhou Kang's left and right cavalry. Otherwise, the two generals who have been suppressing their anger would really rebel. In this way, it will be very difficult for the Iron Stupa to fight alone in the Second War. This is not good news. After all, the Iron Stupa is a precious cavalry force. On the battlefield, 2,000 and 4,000 are not the same concepts. Chapter 1801. Seeing Su Fengnian's contemplative expression, Chu Lushan continued. According to current intelligence reports, Dong Zhuo and Morong Baoding have both chosen to bide their time. This is within reason. The anger of the old woman of Beimang is enough to make them suffer. As for Liuzhou, everything is going according to plan. The only variable is that the deputy general of the Western Front, Zhong Tan, has gone missing. Huang Songpu's 170,000 or 180,000 elites of the Southern Court have chosen the same route as when Lu Gui attacked Qingsong City. Now it all depends on whether or not Ko Jianghuai's attack has the ability to make Huang Songpu lose his sense of propriety. Otherwise, if Huang Songpu smoothly advances all the way to Qingsong City, our chances of victory are not high. The Battle of Liuzhou can only be fought outside of Qingsong City. Su Fengnian suddenly said, I will have 800 white horse soldiers enter the Iron Stupa. Starting from me, I will have all fourth-rank generals and above send out a portion of their personal guards. I want the Iron Stupa to recover to 4,000 men within a month. Then they will follow Yu Luandao's Yuzhou cavalry into the battlefield of Liuzhou. Chu Lushan paused. He crossed his fingers and placed them on his abdomen. Narrowing his eyes, he carefully considered the pros and cons. Su Fengnian walked to the door. Before Xie Shibian left Liangzhou, he made a suggestion to me. However, the risk is too great. Moreover, for all of Liangzhou's border army cavalry, it means a great number of casualties. Most importantly, this kind of loss may not be something that Beimang can bear. Chu Lushan asked curiously, Oh. Su Fengnian laughed self-deprecatingly. Fortunately, Xie Shibian also said that he would personally go to the border of Liuzhou, and asked me to wait for a month. He also said that perhaps by then, he would overturn that suggestion himself. Chu Lushan laughed. Actually, when Your Highness made the decision to secretly send 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry into Liuzhou, you already approved of Xie Shibian's strategy of Liuzhou, right? Su Fengnian nodded. I think it's better to take a big gamble than to wait helplessly for Beimang to push forward. Chu Lushan leaned against the door and sighed inexplicably. To choose double walls, Ko Jianghuai, Xie Shibian and Yu Luandao, 3 young foreigners. Su Fengnian's face darkened. Isn't that too rash? Chu Lushan gave a vague answer. It's hard to say. Su Fengnian did not leave the courtyard. Instead, he sat on the doorstep. Chu Lushan looked a little embarrassed. He didn't know whether to sit or stand. After all, the threshold was only a small space. With his body size, he estimated that if he sat down, the young king would be squeezed out. So he had to think of a compromise. After crossing the threshold, he sat on the doorstep. Su Fengnian asked, Lu Qiuer, if Xie Shibian really did what he said, would your group of Beiliang elders be angry? Chu Lushan, who had his back to the young vassal king, didn't answer the question. I remember that under Li Yishan's plan, the local forces in Beiliang were turned upside down and moved to what is now Liuzhou as a center. The Su family army finally took root in this strange land, and gained a firm foothold. At that time, there was a celebratory feast on Mount Qingliang. At that time, His Highness looked at all the generals in the hall and drank until he was dead drunk. For some reason, he said something that didn't fit the occasion. The general idea was that if the Su family wanted to rule Bailiang for a long time, it wasn't enough to rely on war swords alone. Internally, they also needed to provide a stable life for the people under their jurisdiction. The Su family army couldn't be on horseback for the rest of their lives. After getting off the horse, in addition to enjoying life, they also needed to work hard to govern Bailiang. Chu Lushan raised his head to look at the blue sky. It was also from that time that many martial artists left the army, like Lin Dofang and Hu Kuei. There were also many literati who flourished in the officialdom, like Li Gongda and Yin Jieshi. However, adoptive father was still worried in private. He felt that it was because his reputation was too bad that Bailiang had abducted scholars who couldn't come to study abroad. He felt that it would be very difficult for Wang Yi to inherit the position. At that time, he had probably just chatted with Teacher Li. For the first time, Wang Yi spoke of the scholarly principle that flowing water does not rot and the pivot does not decay. After he finished speaking, he deliberately looked at us foster sons with a straight face. Yao Jian and Yi Shizhen, these two old pedants, couldn't hold back their laughter. As for me, I naturally hurried to flatter Wang Yi. Old Qi was the most simple-minded. He asked adoptive father what he meant, and made adoptive father very happy. He then repeated what Teacher Li had explained to him, making adoptive father very happy. So the one-track-minded old Qi is the one who is truly foolish and blessed. Chu Lushan's tone was calm as he said, Wang Fei has a bodhisattva's heart. She is good to us 6 foster sons, and has no prejudice against anyone. However, her good methods are not the same. She always urged me to study more, that fellow surname Chen to laugh more, and that Yao Jian and Yi Shizhen to exercise more. But among the 6 of us, I Luqiu and the other 4 didn't necessarily listen to her every time. Only old Qi was different. As long as Wang Fei said something, it was more effective than an imperial edict. Sometimes, when he made a mistake, even though he knew that Wang Fei wouldn't blame him, he still felt uneasy. When Wang Fei passed away, the 6 of us were all pallbearers. It was very strange. Even the guy surnamed Chen and Yuan Baixiong's eyes turned red. I even cried my eyes out. On the other hand, old Qi was expressionless. I asked why, and this fool said that his adoptive mother had gone to heaven to become an immortal, so he was not very sad. He just somewhat missed her. Su Fengnian smiled and said, so when I was young, every time I got into trouble, I would look for my sworn brother, Qi Dangua. As long as I got someone to pass a message to him, he would immediately bring his troops over. At that time, I didn't think too much about it. I just felt that this sworn brother was the most straightforward. Not only did he help me solve my troubles, he never nagged, never deliberately tried to reason with me. He was carefree and always looked fearless. I felt that even if the sky fell, he would help me hold it up. I remember that in my early years, in a remote county in Lingzhou, which was still called Fengzhou, Li Hanlin, Yin Qixi and Kong Wuqi, the 4 of us had a conflict with a group of descendants who didn't know our identities. We were chased into a mess by the other party's private army. At that time, Qi Dangua happened to be patrolling with a few old generals near Fengzhou. When he heard the news, he immediately led 200 cavalry and charged over, tearing down the east sect of those families as firewood. That disturbance was very big, because Zhong Hongwu, who was the commander of the Northern Liang cavalry, and a large group of generals from Lingzhou supported him. It caused Qi Dangua, who should have been promoted to Lingzhou's deputy general, to lose his future. After that, Su Xiao was very angry. Because he didn't dare to get angry at me, the crown prince who was used to being lawless, he gave me a fierce beating. I felt sorry, so I secretly brought 2 jars of green ant wine to apologize with Yin Qixi. At that time, I knew that Qi Dangua would definitely lose his official position. Firstly, I didn't have the confidence to make Su Xiao change his mind. Secondly, at that time, who in the Northern Liang army was willing to listen to me? I couldn't rely on myself to give Qi Dangua a similar official position. I was already mentally prepared to see Qi Dangua drowning his sorrows in alcohol. I didn't expect that when I went to his house for the first time, his face was full of surprise. Chu Lushan shook his head. This time he did not address him as prince. Little Nian, you are wrong. Su Fengnian was a little confused. Chu Lushan slowly said, I have a rough idea of the scene you are talking about. When old Qi saw you, it was not as if he had seen his adoptive father, but as if he was a farmer who thought he had no future. He suddenly saw his younger brother, who had been away from home for many years, return home. Moreover, he did not look down on his older brother, so he was very happy and proud. Su Fengnian was silent for a moment. He smiled bitterly and said, "At that time, I only knew how to indulge in wine and women. What future could I have?" Chu Lushan smiled and said, "Perhaps in old Qi's heart, you have always been promising. In this matter, not to mention Yuan Baixiong, even I, Lu Qiu'er, am not as good as him." Among the 6 people, only old Qi felt that you, His Royal Highness, was promising. He never doubted that you could become a man like your adoptive father in the future. Using the catchphrase of old Qi, whose ancestral home is Dongyue, it's this kind of thing. What's the point of reasoning? Su Fengnian sat on the threshold in a daze. The Protector General of Bailiang had his back to the young lord, and the young lord had his back to the coffin. 2 living people and 1 dead person. Both of them were speechless. Chapter 1802. Su Fengnian suddenly stood up. Chu Lushan only noticed that something was wrong a little later. Su Fengnian said softly, "It's all right. Don't worry. Even if it's the worst-case scenario, I can still handle it." A graceful figure suddenly swept into the courtyard. It was a female bodhisattva with long black hair. She was the 6th jewel master of Mount Lantua, the female immortal master who lured 100,000 souls out of Xiangfan City. However, the current scene was a little shocking. This Western region grandmaster's robe was stained with blood and her face was pale. When she saw Su Fengnian and Chu Lushan, she said sadly, "There's a guy called Zhong Tan who brought the Beimang Emperor's imperial edict up Mount Lantua. With the help of both the inside and outside, I was able to escape because both of you risked your lives. I believe that there will soon be an imperial edict issued to the thousands of monk soldiers in Liuzhou, asking them to return to Mount Lantua. Su Fengnian, you better be prepared. Even if you manage to keep the monk soldiers in Liuzhou, I'm afraid you'll only leave behind a hidden danger." Su Fengnian and Chu Lushan looked at each other. Their hearts were heavy. The victory brought by the Dragon Eye Plains had been returned so quickly at Mount Lantua. Mount Lantua had a total of 20,000 monk soldiers. Although it was not the kind of force that could make the final decision in the Battle of Liangmang, it was still a difference of 40,000 men. Beimang, which had a strong military force, could withstand the fall of Mount Lantua to Bailiang, not to mention the 20,000 extra men that appeared out of nowhere to restrain the 2 towns of Linyao and Fengxiang. More importantly, with Huang Songpu's army on the left and right, it was enough to suppress Liuzhou. For Bailiang, who was already at a disadvantage in terms of military strength, it was like adding fuel to the fire. Su Fengnian stood up and asked, "What's the general process?" Zhong Tan was able to convince the dozens of eminent monks in Mount Lantua with just a single imperial edict from Beimang? Even if there is a spy, Mount Lantua should continue to waver and observe for a while. The Bodhisattva of 6 pearls clutched his chest. Not only did the imperial edict name several gurus as Beimang's national teachers, but it also promised that Beimang would treat the inheritance of Mount Lantua as the foundation of a country, and help Mount Lantua promote Buddhism, so that it would be on an equal footing with Taoism sect. In the future, they would share the power of Buddhism in the Central Plains. At the same time, Zhong Tan ascended Mount Lantua by himself. One had to know that there were 10,000 Beimang cavalry at the foot of the mountain. If he agreed, the host and guests would be happy. If he didn't, then after Zhong Tan's death, both sides would perish together. Su Fengnian, do you think Mount Lantua will agree? Originally, I wanted to kill Zhong Tan so that I could have no way out. Unexpectedly, the 2 monks who were spies of Beimang risked their lives to stop me. Now they are still on the side of the eminent monks of Mount Lantua from Bailiang. She pointed at herself with a bitter smile. Then I'm the only one left. Su Fengnian thought for a moment, and let the Bodhisattva of 6 pearls, who had fled thousands of miles away, rest in peace. Then he turned to Chu Lushan and said, "We can't trust Kaianshan, the governor of Linyao City, and Ma Liuka, the deputy general of Liuzhou who is stationed in the military town of Fengxiang. Both of them aren't people who can rest easily. Send a secret letter to the governor's mansion of Liuzhou with 600 miles of urgent cavalry, and let Xie Shibian replace Kai Anshan as the head of Linyao military town. Although Ma Liuka has been taken over, his prestige among his former subordinates is still there. Let Qingsong City send troops to escort him to Qingyuan military town of Liangzhou. At the same time, let Xie Shibian and Ko Jianghuai have the authority to do whatever they want in the western region and Liuzhou. Chu Lushan nodded and said, apart from that, Yu Wandao's 10,000 secluded cavalry is not enough to rush to Liuzhou. Even with Ning Amei's 4,000 iron stupas, it's still the same. I'm afraid we'll have to let Shi Fu, the new general of Liangzhou, take action. Su Fengnian was a little helpless. If that's the case, Xie Shibian's suggestion will temporarily become a major strategy for Beiliang. Chu Lushan smiled and said, fighting on the battlefield is not an imperial examination. Cramming at the last minute is often very useful. The Bodhisattva of 6 Pearls was not in a hurry to leave the small courtyard. She listened to the two's undisguised conversation, as if she was listening to a heavenly book. Su Fengnian had Chu Lushan bring the Bodhisattva of 6 Pearls to a secluded place to recuperate while he stayed in the small courtyard alone. Then, a familiar white robe appeared at the door. It was the face of White Fox who had returned. Her hands were pressed on the embroidered winter-spring thunder at her waist. Although her expression was indifferent, there was no doubt that she was facing a great enemy. This grandmaster of martial arts, who had no one in front of him after the 18 halt, was treated so seriously and cautiously by this person. Naturally, this person was not Su Fengnian, who was on good terms with him. Su Fengnian took a deep breath and turned around. He saw a slender figure standing beside the coffin in silence. The man who was dressed in white like White Fox seemed to be casually carrying 2 cloth bags of different sizes. One of them contained the shaft of a spear, the other the head of the spear. The name of the spear was Plum Wine. The man in white put his hand on the coffin and seemed to be talking to himself. Before Qi Dangua led the army to battle, he wrote me a letter. He said that if he died in battle, I should find time to return to Beiliang. In the letter, he even stupidly hoped that I could serve Beiliang. He said that as a brother, there was no threshold to cross. After I received the letter, I knew that Qi Danggua's what if would most likely come true. Therefore, I made an exception and returned here, hoping that I could save his life. I didn't expect that you, Su Fengnian, have been keeping a low profile for so many years. You've finally become a grandmaster of martial arts evaluation, but you're still useless. You can't even save one person on the battlefield. Whether it was in the army of the Su family during the Spring and Autumn War, in Beiliang where he had been the governor for more than 10 years, or in Shishu where he had been bestowed the title of king, the man in white who had always been taciturn spoke a lot today. White Fox pushed the embroidered winter-spring thunder out of the scabbard by an inch with both thumbs. Su Fengnian stood in the doorway between the 2 men in white. At the same time, the 6-pearl Bodhisattva also stood outside the courtyard. The entire Huayang Pass also began to move. The clanking of iron armor resounded through the streets. Chen Jibao, who had returned to Beiliang with the plum wine, turned around and asked directly, "Who killed Qi Dangua?" Su Fengnian answered, "Hong Jingyan." Chen Jibao asked in return, "Did Tuoba attack Qi Dangua?" Su Fengnian did not continue to answer. He and the war sage in white who had submitted to the Liang imperial court did not have much to talk about. It was the same when the war sage in white sent His Royal Highness away from Liangzhou. It was the same when they met again on the Guangling River. Chu Lushan strode into the small courtyard under the escort of a dense mass of armored soldiers. He walked up to Su Fengnian's side and tossed the pot of wine in his hand high into the air. He said exasperatedly, "Chen, stop making sarcastic remarks here. Drink for old Qi and get the hell out of here." Chen Jibao raised his hand and caught the pot of green ant wine. He squatted in front of the coffin, opened the pot and slowly poured the wine on the ground. No one knew that the person who Chen Jibao truly regarded as a friend and a brother in this life was not Yuan Zuozong, who was also Su Zhao's adopted son and was famous in the Central Plains, nor was it Chu Lushan, who was evil but overflowing with talent, nor was it Shi Fu, the current general of Liangzhou who had highly praised him. It was Qi Dangua who was lying in the coffin, a man who was not famous in Beiliang, Liang or Beimang. Chapter 1803. Previously in Beiliang, Chen Jibao only had that remote house in the desert far away from the pass. Only Qi Dangua visited him many times. The two never had a pleasant conversation and only drank in silence. Qi Dangua drank jug after jug. Chen Jibao, who never liked drinking, accompanied him to drink a few cups. Every time Chen Jibao returned to the capital of Liangzhou, he would almost never stay at the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang. Instead, he would stay at the residence in Qidong State. Even if Yao Jian and Yi Shizhen invited him to stay, he could not do so. The former leader of the White Feather Light Cavalry, Wei Fuqing, and the former commander of the Iron Futu, Dian Xiongzhao, could not understand why General Chun, whom they wholeheartedly worshipped like a god, would be willing to deal with an insignificant commandant who only knew how to charge and break through enemy lines. Even when they were drinking in private in the Qi residence, General Chun was not angry at all, and only revealed a somewhat helpless smile. The two generals who followed the white-clothed military sage, Tishu, clearly remembered one New Year's morning when General Chun, who was staying in the Qi residence, was woken up early in the morning by Qi Dangua. General Chun was dragged along to put up Spring Festival couplets and the character Fu. General Chun had no choice but to follow along. Wei Fuqing and Dian Xiongzhao were so angry that they almost fell out with Qi Dangua on the spot. In their opinion, General Chun was willing to stay in the Qi residence, and actually dared to ask for a yard after getting an inch. If this was not asking for a beating, then what was? But for some reason, General Chun did not feel the slightest bit strange in the face of Qi Dangua, who would patiently say good every time he put up a couplet and a character Fu. He only reminded General Chun when the couplets were crooked. Later, Dian Xiongzhao, who could not figure it out even after racking his brains, mustered up the courage to ask General Chun if it was because General Chun had been saved by Qi Dangua in the early years on the spring and autumn battlefield. At that time, Chen Jibao smiled and shook his head, saying that he had followed the great general to the north and south to destroy the 6 states. He was the only one who could save others, just like how he saved Yuan Zhuozong in the Battle of Princess Tomb. In particular, he had saved Qi Dangua as many as 6 times. In the Battle of the Western Wall alone, he had saved him 3 times. Dian Xiong was even more puzzled, but no matter how he tried to get to the bottom of it, General Chun did not give a reason. Chen Jibao poured the wine very slowly. After pouring a pot of wine, he gently placed it by his feet. He raised his head and looked at the brand new coffin that contained his old friend. His lips pursed. Before the Su family's army rose to fame in the Liang imperial court, they had fought too many bitter battles. Every time they lost a battle and needed someone to bring up the rear, there would always be a simple and honest young man who was not good with words standing up first. "I'll do it." He would fight with anyone who tried to snatch it from him. His reason was that my life wasn't worth anything. I was lucky enough to survive the chaos of war, so it didn't matter if I died. During the Great War of the Spring and Autumn period, the flames of war flew everywhere. Emperors and officials would die, and soldiers would die. Naturally, warriors on the battlefield would die more easily. Therefore, life and death at that time was a small matter, a normal matter. However, there were not many people like that young man, who were afraid that they would not die in battle. At that time, the young man surnamed Qi chose to join the army because he could not survive in the chaotic times. Relying on his outstanding physical strength and fearlessness, he slowly became the small leader of Su Zhao's personal guards. Then, after escaping the gates of hell again and again, he became the person he dreamed of as the great general. After Liang became the ruler of the world, the general of the Su family army entered Tai and city grandly. At that time, the city was abuzz with rumors that he, Chen Jibao, was going to be a king with a different surname and take over Nanjiang, or the Tuliao provinces. Then the young man surnamed Qi, who had just become the general's adopted son, came to him with wine and slammed it on the table. He said fiercely, "Chen Jibao, if you dare to leave the Su family army, I will not treat you as a brother in the future." At that time, his momentum was like that of the white-robed monk Li Dongxin. Chen Jibao and Tai and city didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he also felt a strange sadness. This person, who looked fierce but was weak at heart, said fiercely. The meaning behind his words was that he, Qi Dangua, knew that he was not worthy of being treated as a brother. However, that was Chen Jibao's business. In any case, he still treated him as a brother. At that time, Chen Jibao had said unhappily, "Leave the wine and scram." Qi Dangua unconsciously said, "Oh." When he reached the door, he ran in front of him again. He opened the wine and said seriously, "Yes." When Chen Jibao decided to leave Beiliang, he also brought a pot of wine to Qi Dangua. The latter seemed to sense something and smiled bitterly. He probably remembered the scene in the past. Qi Dangua asked, "Leave the wine? Can you also not leave?" Chen Jibao shook his head. Qi Dangua sullenly finished drinking the wine. In the end, he said, "As long as you don't become enemies with Beiliang in the future, we are still brothers. However, if you can't do that, when the time comes, the first Beiliang person you kill with plum wine will definitely be me, Qi Dangua. This is not drunken nonsense." Chen Jibao took out the letter from his bosom and clenched it in his palm. After he loosened his hand, it turned into powder and scattered everywhere. "I have received the letter. However, there are some things you said in the letter that I can't do." No matter how many people that tall and simple young man had killed on the battlefield and how many military achievements he had made, he did not have Chu Lushan's fierce and ambitious spirit, Yuan Zuozong's heroic spirit, Yao Jian's talent, or Yi Shizhen's pedantic spirit. He always had a rustic air about him. Even the cypress coffin after his death looked as rustic as the person lying down. Chen Jibao stood up. He did not turn his head. He sneered and said, "The 300,000 iron cavalry of Beiliang died. In the end, it was only to protect the safety of the Zhao family in Liang? Su Fingnian, you are really amazing." Su Fingnian wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he did not refute anything. When Chen Jibao turned around, he took off the long bag on his back and revealed the true appearance of the plum wine spear. The room was full of cold air. If I were in Northern Liang's shoes, there would be a day. Chen Jibao's mouth curved into a mocking smile. He turned his eyes slightly and looked at Chu Lushan. He said calmly, "Chu Lushan, don't you want to be the leader of the civil officials? Do you want to be recognized as Wenjin? I will give it to you." Chen Jibao's eyes looked past Chu Lushan and Su Fingnian. He could vaguely see the Beiliang armor through the courtyard door. Yan Wenwan, Yuan Zuozong, He Zhonghu, Chen Yunshui. These old members of the Beiliang Su family will all be conferred the title of king. Shifu, Hu Kuei, Han Laozhan, Ning Amei, Dian Xiongzong, Wei Fuqing. These Beiliang generals will all be dukes. Even if they died on the battlefield before the world was at peace, they will all be recognized after death. Chen Jibao withdrew his eyes and finally looked at Su Fingnian. "What about you? How many things did you bring to the Beiliang cavalry? Only 300,000 stone steels?" Chen Jibao wiped away the cloth bag and held the plum wine spear in his hand. Chen Jibao took out the small cloth bag and put the spear head in it. "Although you killed Hong Jingyan, you and I both know that Qi Dangua died because of you. I don't care how many of Beiliang's 300,000 cavalry died, but Qi Dangua died. I have to settle accounts with you, the rightful king of Beiliang." Su Fingnian looked at the white-clothed war sage who came to denounce him. "Chu Lushan, take everyone and leave Huaiyang Pass. Take the 6-pearl bodhisattva with you." The 6-pearl bodhisattva hesitated for a moment and did not insist on staying. White Fox, who was standing at the gate of the courtyard, frowned. "I'll stay, but I won't get involved." Su Fingnian shook his head. "You go too. There's no room for discussion." The king of Shu, who held the plum wine in his hand, was indifferent. He allowed Chu Lushan to leave the courtyard with an ashen face. Then, the bodhisattva of 6 pearls took a deep look at Chen Jibao's white fox face. Chen Jibao, who didn't immediately take action, seemed to be waiting for Chu Lushan to leave Huaiyang Pass with the troops. He asked with a smile, "About half an hour later, you will die. Do you have any last words?" Su Fingnian began to close his eyes to rest, waiting for the last Beiliang frontier army to leave Huaiyang Pass. Chen Jibao didn't speak anymore, letting the king in front of him adjust his qi. He narrowed his eyes and thought far away. The young King Liang was still wearing the boots with the badly worn soles. King of Shu, who had come all the way from Guangling Road to Liangzhou Pass, was not much better. There was a prophecy that was passed down in the imperial court. Beiliang in western Shu was like a rat eating grain, and the flood dragon in white was killed. Chapter 1804. Half an hour later, The thousands of soldiers in the Huaiyang Pass had all retreated from the Huaiyang Pass. It was enough to show the order of the Beiliang Frontier Army and Chen Jibao's insight into military affairs. White Fox was the last to leave the city with Chu Lushan. Suddenly, she turned her horse around and pulled out the embroidered winter and spring thunder sabers hanging from her waist. She threw them high into the air and into the city. In the small courtyard, Su Fingyan walked down the steps. Chen Jibao slowly walked out of the house where the coffin was placed. Standing on the steps, the tip of the plum wine spear in his hand turned from green to purple in an instant. In the face of Su Fingyan, a martial arts grandmaster who was almost at the top of the martial arts world. Even if he was seriously injured, no matter how arrogant Chen Jibao, who now had the luck of Shishu, was, he still would not underestimate him. Chen Jibao casually thrust his spear forward. For some reason, it did not have the majestic aura that could swallow mountains and rivers that ordinary people imagined. The plum wine overflowing with purple qi pierced through Su Fingyan's chest. Chen Jibao's wrist trembled slightly, and the originally taut spear body suddenly bent like a bow, shooting towards Su Fingyan's chest. This was the arc character of the Spear Immortal King embroidery forward formula. Su Fingyan's hand lightly pushed against the arc of the spear body, and the plum wine was not pushed out. Instead, in an instant, it exploded with a shattering force that was like a bolt of heavenly lightning striking down on the mortal world. Su Fingyan's open palm turned into a bent finger, and his figure slowly retreated. He leisurely strolled in the courtyard, and pointed his finger, enlightening the hidden force of the Spear Immortal King embroidery, one by one. Suddenly, Su Fingyan's body seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer. His feet did not leave the ground and slid backward. He finally stopped at the moment when he was about to lean against the high wall of the small courtyard. Perhaps the back of his clothes was only a thin line away from the wall. Su Fingyan swallowed a mouthful of blood and gently waved his sleeves, forcibly suppressing the turbulent qi inside his body. After suffering a moderate loss, Su Fingyan gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. He looked at the king of Shu in white, who did not take advantage of the victory to pursue after the spear strike. It was very strange. This person's qi flow was not outstanding, only 500 or 600 li. Not to mention that he could not compare with Chao Chongqing, Dong Tai, and the others who could easily reach 700 or 800 li. Not to mention that Li Chungang had broken through 2,600 armor with one sword strike during the battle at the Guangling River, crossing the 1,000 li distance that Ancestor Lu praised as the threshold of the celestial being. In terms of qi flow, perhaps Chen Jibao could not compare with Xianyuan Qingfeng, who was like the sun in the midday sky in the central plains. Since ancient times, the way of the sword had been a battle of will and power. It was the same for the martial arts in the world. However, no one could deny the importance of continuous qi flow. It was almost the foundation of a martial artist in the Jianghu. However, even though Chen Jibao's qi flow was not outstanding, he was still able to integrate Wang Xiu's 4 words formula into his spear strike. It seemed that he had only used 30 to 40% of his strength. Yet he was able to display a very elegant and relaxed style. Chen Jibao, who had gained the upper hand in one move, said indifferently, "This spear strike is for the 300,000 cavalrymen of Beiliang. Those Beiliang frontier army, whose names have been engraved on the stone tablet, should not have died so sullenly." Su Fingyan did not engage in any argument with Chen Jibao. He slowly gathered his strength. In the previous battle at Guangling River, Su Fingyan had already experienced Chen Jibao's plum wine. Moreover, the great grandmaster of spring and autumn, Wang Xiu, who had taught Chen Jibao his spear techniques, was originally from Beiliang. Furthermore, his 2 junior brothers Su Yambing and Han Laozhan had served the Su family for many years. Logically speaking, Su Fingyan should be in a favorable position. Moreover, he was already well versed in the various martial arts in the world. Even if Wang Xiu's spear technique could not be said to have reached the pinnacle, he should still have a deep understanding of its essence. However, once he faced Chen Jibao's elusive plum wine, he always had an inexplicable feeling that he was powerless. Even if Su Fingyan was stronger in terms of realm, when he truly attacked, it was very difficult for him to exert 10% of his strength. It should be known that when Su Fingyan faced Wang Xianji, who was known to have defeated 9 people in the martial arts assessment, he was able to exert 12% of his strength. When he fought with Tuoba in the western region for thousands of miles, he could be said to have exerted his full strength from beginning to end. Now that Su Fengnian had been severely injured by Tuoba, it was increasingly difficult for him to deal with the plum wine. However, no matter how perilous the situation was, Su Fengnian did not complain at all. He did not resent Chen Jibao for taking advantage of the situation. This was just like the difficult situation Beiliang was in now. Since the general trend of the world was like this, if they wanted to survive, they had to ignore whether or not the Beimang army's methods in the Liang Temple were not open and aboveboard. In fact, it was not up to Beiliang to care about these things. As the old saying goes, do your best and leave the rest to heaven's will. Su Fengnian had always firmly believed that whether he listened to heaven's will or not, or whether heaven's will was good or bad, was secondary. What he had to do was to do his best and never give up before he felt that he had done his best. At this time, the embroidered winter and spring thunder sabers fell into a small courtyard outside Huaiyang Pass. Su Fengnian did not move, allowing the sabers to stick into the courtyard. Chen Jibao did not stop the two famous sabers from falling either. Only the tip of his spear trembled slightly, and the purple clouds swayed slightly. It was not that Su Fengnian did not want to take on the embroidered winter and spring thunder sabers, but he could not. Chen Jibao made his move again, sweeping to a place about a spear's distance away from Su Fengnian, who was standing in the corner. However, in the next moment, although Su Fengnian did not move at all, Chen Jibao's swift and violent spear pierced into Su Fengnian's left side a few steps away. The plum wine was lightly pressed against the wall, and did not touch it until it reached a certain point. Su Fengnian's clothes were cut horizontally across his chest, and blood gradually seeped out. Su Fengnian frowned. Chen Jibao's spear was very fast. It was originally a straight thrust, but it was not so fast that Su Fengnian could not dodge it. Therefore, Su Fengnian only took 3 steps forward, but the tip of the plum wine's spear appeared in front of his chest in an instant. Therefore, when Su Fengnian returned to his original position, his clothes were still cut by the not-so-sharp tip of the spear. Chen Jibao slowly withdrew the plum wine. The secluded courtyard's door was not closed, and a gentle breeze brushed past his face. There was a jujube tree in the corner of the courtyard, and it was laden with fruits. Jujubes alternating between green and red hung from its branches. Whenever the autumn wind arrived in the northwest, almost every family in Beiliang would buy and eat jujubes. Even the physically weak children could easily shake them. Some married women who had not yet given birth, according to custom, would even stand under the jujube tree and have the younger generation of their family pick the slender branches of the jujube tree. They would shake them vigorously and let the red jujubes fall on their heads, symbolizing the early birth of a child. On that unremarkable jujube tree, a jujube suddenly silently left the branch, bumping into the branches and other jujubes below, and then falling to the ground. Su Fengnian made an unimaginable movement. His hands were inserted into his sleeves, and he adopted a posture as if he was waiting for death. His face was somewhat pale as he looked at Chen Jibao. After the jujube tree, which was even more unremarkable than the jujube tree, gently fell to the ground, it actually exploded with a bang. The plum wine in Chen Jibao's hand seemed as if it had been struck by an invisible flying sword. Thunder fell in the mortal world and reverberated in the heavens. This was the divine intent of Gu Jiantang's ultimate skill, the Thunder Core. However, the wrist that controlled all things to become a flying sword, and the realm where the heart and the sword moved was the root of the Wu family's sword path. After the first jujube left the branch and fell to the ground, the jujubes suddenly fell like rain, one after another rapidly falling to the ground. Some exploded with a dull sound, while others fell to the ground quietly. Circle after circle of ripples of varying heights surged out from Chen Jibao's surroundings, and it was like countless pebbles were smashed onto a calm lake. The profound scene was like lotus flowers blooming out of thin air on a piece of snow-white paper under the hand of an immortal. Chen Jibao closed his eyes and held the plum wine tightly. Even if the ripples were 3 feet above his head, he still did not dodge, let alone use his spear to break the stalemate. A ring of ripples spread slightly in the air just an inch above his shoulder. Chen Jibao was waiting, patiently waiting for Su Fengnian's killer move. Waiting for the moment when Su Fengnian had the intention to kill. As for the seemingly mysterious ripples, they were nothing but a smokescreen. For Chen Jibao's plum wine, there was no such thing as a flawless first move in the world. He was confident that he could defeat Dong Tai, who was said to be unparalleled in the world, with one spear strike. Therefore, no matter who he was fighting, he was in an invincible position, let alone this young vassal king who was at the end of his rope. Some of the ripples carelessly swayed far away from Chen Jibao. When all the jujubes fell to the ground, Su Fengnian's sleeves moved slightly, and small and exquisite flying swords quietly hovered in front of him. At the same time, the ripples that had disappeared around Chen Jibao reappeared, large and small, high and low. Each of the ripples produced a swaying snow-white lotus flower. A small courtyard seemed to be full of lotus flowers, and there was a faint tinkling sound. This was the lightning pool of Great Peace City's gatekeeper Lu Haosher, and the great yellow court of Wudong sect master Wang Zhongluo. The lightning pool was full of lotus flowers. In desperate straits, life was full of vitality. Chapter 1805. Chen Jibao slowly opened his eyes as if he had sensed the strange phenomenon in the small courtyard. He did not have the slightest awareness that he was in a dangerous situation. Instead, he leisurely looked around carefully. The pond was filled with lotus flowers, swaying gracefully. These lotus flowers should be the materialization of Su Fengnian's spiritual will. The young vassal king who had once inherited Gao Shulu's celestial physique needed to use this kind of celestial method that did not require the use of qi to face the enemy. It seemed that the battle at the Dragon Eye Plains had indeed damaged his foundation. Chen Jibao's line of sight looked past the lotus flowers in front of him, and saw the 9 pocket-sized flying swords hovering in front of Su Fengnian. He was probably afraid that this thunder pond would not be able to trap him, so he needed to rely on these flying swords, which also did not require the use of qi, to guard against the sudden killing of the plum wine in his hand. He did not know if these 9 small objects were a gift from the legendary peach blossom sword god, Dong Tai. It was said that Dong Tai had given him 12 of them in one go. After that, Su Fengnian had lost some to the enemy outside Xinwu City, Cat Han Shengxian, as well as in the battle with Wang Xianji. Could it be that they had not been replenished? Su Fengnian's face grew paler and paler. He lowered his head and stared at the 9 flying swords hovering in front of him. They were not a gift from Dong Tai as Chen Jibao had guessed. Instead, he had asked the great master of the Moism of Mount Qingliang to forge them. The peach blossom sword god had once talked about the process of him forging and nurturing the flying swords. Dong Tai had grown up in the sinister sword mountain of the Wu family's sword tomb, where countless swords were buried. The first ancient sword he had pulled out was Tai Yi. However, Tai Yi had long decayed and broke as soon as it was pulled out. Dong Tai still used the sword's name as his name. After that, he successively found 11 swords that had a mysterious resonance with him. Because he hated the Wu family that had abandoned him and left him to fend for himself on the sword mountain, Dong Tai did not bring any of the ancient swords out of the tomb. After he left the sword tomb empty-handed, he only took 12 sword wills and finally forged 12 flying swords that were stored in a small box. They were respectively Xianjia, Childhood Sweetheart, Morning Dew, Spring Water, Peach Blossom, Moth May, Vermilion Bird, Huangtong and Golden Thread Tai. Su Fengnian had returned to Bailiang after the battle with the imperial astronomer and forged 9 swords according to this method. Fengdu, Old Flood Dragon. These 2 swords were a pair. One was reminiscent of Fengdu's green power, and the other was the old man wearing a sheepskin fur coat who had once said on the river, "The only sword in my life, where there are flood dragons, slay flood dragons." Moosefish. The first time he heard of this name, it was the state scholar teacher from Tide Listening Pavilion who said that Su Fengnian was a kind of bookworm. According to legend, it liked to live among piles of old books. Water spirit. It was because before Su Fengnian forged the swords, he thought of the huge turtle at the Spring God Lake who had lived for an unknown number of years. Beautiful beard. Liang Imperial Court once had a tailor. He had a purple beard and blue eyes. In his later years, his integrity was not guaranteed. Although he was Bailiang's great enemy, from Su Xiao to Li Yishan to Su Fengnian, they all respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Childish interest. He still remembered the first time he went to Beimang and passed by the Tuma Pass at the border of Yuzhou. There was a child who longed for the Jianghu who plucked up his courage and reached out to him, saying that he wanted to touch Su Fengnian's saber. Wild fox. Once he chatted with Zhu Zisu Beiji. This strategist had once teased him that the new prince of Liang cultivated the wild fox Diana, which was not orthodox and would inevitably be plagued with misfortune. Mutton fat. It was because Su Fengnian thought of the servant girl in Wutong'an who liked to put on scarlet rouge. He didn't know if she was doing well in Dunhuang. He also didn't know if Huyan Daguan would be able to persuade her to return to Beimang and bring her home this time after entering Beiliang's hinterland. Yishun. A dead tree is fragrant. What about a dead person? Su Fengnian had been to many places, met many people, and seen many sceneries. But in the end he still liked the barren and cold Beiliang the most. He liked this place where every family once wore white clothes. Fengdu, Yishun moose fish, water spirit, old jiao, beautiful beard, childish interest, wild fox and mutton fat. Not only did Su Fengnian give these 9 flying swords a divine will, they also contain the spirit in the depths of Su Fengnian's heart. Chen Jibao narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 9 pocket-sized flying swords with different divine wills. It was like he was looking at the life of this young vassal king. In reality, Chen Jibao had already looked on coldly like this for more than 20 years. When he first saw Su Fengnian, Chen Jibao was just a youth who had just entered the Manjia battalion. He wasn't even 14 years old. At that time, his dream was to one day be able to wear armor and ride horses under the heavens with a long spear in hand. When he carefully took the child lying in swaddling clothes from Wang Fei's hands, and looked at that young and tender face, Chen Jibao smiled very happily. His son, Su Shao, had helped the Zhao family of Liang establish the Central Plains. The white-clothed war saint, whose name had spread throughout the capital, had given up the title of king, and had silently followed the Su family army to Beiliang. Especially after Wang Fei's death, this man had become even more taciturn, neither too far nor too close. Looking at the young heir surnamed Su, who had abandoned all restraint in Wutong'an and idled about outside Qingliang Mountain, the young heir's carefree and unfettered manner, compared to the smoke of the wars of the spring and autumn period, that young man's reputation was too disreputable, while the old soldiers of the Su family died too nameless. There was a stark contrast. Chen Jibao naturally did not have the slightest favorable impression of such a young man. But to say that Chen Jibao had long harbored killing intent toward Su Fengnian, or to say that he harbored thoughts of rebellion against Beiliang, he had overestimated Su Fengnian and underestimated Chen Jibao. This was because Chen Jibao had never regarded Su Fengnian as a worthy opponent. In the past, his only opponent in Jianghu was the spear immortal Wang Xiao, and on the battlefield, there was only the spring and autumn period weapon Yi Baikue. Chen Jibao suddenly thrust his spear like a dragon, thrusting his spear toward Su Fengnian, who had a courtyard full of lotus flowers and 9 flying swords lined up in front of him. His momentum was like the Guangling River flowing into the sea. Wherever the spear passed, the lotus flowers, created by Su Fengnian's spiritual will, shattered. Su Fengnian's body did not move at all. He only raised one hand, his index finger gently spinning. 9 flying swords flashed and disappeared, drawing 9 slender trajectories in the air. The 9 collisions between the flying swords and the spear were crisp and pleasing to the ear, like the sound of wind chimes under the eaves of a pond of lotus flowers in a house. Although the flying swords were small, their strength was enormous, their momentum heavy, so much so that Chen Jibao's plum wine deviated from its straight trajectory several times before it approached Su Fengnian's throat. At the critical moment when the spear was about to pierce Su Fengnian's throat, he tilted his head and bent his knees slightly. The tip of the plum wine spear scraped a bloody groove on the left side of his neck. Leaning forward slightly, Su Fengnian seemed to have picked up the plum wine on his shoulder, and then suddenly charged forward. Chen Jibao's wrist trembled, and the plum wine pressed down. Su Fengnian's shoulder made a loud bang, but his forward momentum did not stagnate in the slightest. Chen Jibao's wrist swayed slightly to the right, and the plum wine that smashed into Su Fengnian's shoulder seemed to have the power to sweep away an army of 1,000 soldiers. Su Fengnian, who continued to charge forward, fell to the right, but did not fall, just in time to avoid the plum wine that was trying to cut off his head. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The difference of a hair's breadth was the difference between life and death. Su Fengnian raised his elbow to block the plum wine, preventing the spear from changing its move. Then he sent a palm strike toward Chen Jibao, who had left a large gap in front of him. Chen Jibao looked as if Su Fengnian was about to close in on him, but he didn't withdraw his spear or retreat, nor did he intend to use the plum wine to change his moves. He directly exchanged a punch and a palm with Su Fengnian. Chapter 1806. Su Fengnian's palm struck Chen Jibao's forehead, while Chen Jibao's fist smashed into Su Fengnian's forehead between his eyebrows. Both of their bodies swayed, trying their best to stabilize their bodies. Neither of them was willing to take even half a step back. Then each of them viciously kicked out with their feet, still seeking only offense and abandoning defense. This time, both of them finally took a few steps back. Then almost at the same time, they took a few steps forward. Just like before, they raised their arms and struck out with their elbows. The two of them, who had been hit in the head, staggered to the left and right. When Su Fengnian and Bodhisattva Tuoba fought in a narrow alley in a small city in the western region, both of them only moved within a small area. They gave up on the pursuit of a powerful aura, and instead used their Dao field in a snail's shell, showing the graceful bearing of a grandmaster who had returned to his original simplicity. Today's battle in Chen Jibao's courtyard could be said to be a different approach to achieve the same result. After the two of them separated by a small distance, Chen Jibao, who originally held the plum wine in his hand, did not necessarily have the advantage of making the first move. After all, the plum wine was too long. It was just that Chen Jibao, whose spear technique had reached perfection, suddenly grasped the air in his palm, causing the spear to slide backwards. After grasping the plum wine tightly in his hand, it became like a 3-foot-long sword that was at the perfect distance to meet the enemy. As a result, the plum wine spear tip struck Su Fengnian's palm earlier. Even though the plum wine spear tip was unusually blunt, when it struck Su Fengnian's chest, it immediately sent the pale-faced Su Fengnian flying backwards. Chen Jibao, who had succeeded in one strike, frowned for some reason. As his body slid backwards, Su Fengnian spread out his arms. His 9 fingers were spread out, leaving only one finger bent. Su Fengnian's 9 fingers separately guided the 9 flying swords that had once again appeared in the air. Under the guidance of the 9 swords, not only did the momentum of his retreat abruptly stop, but it also immediately followed up with a forward momentum as fast as lightning. Su Fengnian leaped high into the air and pressed down with his finger. All of the slightly swaying chi lotuses in the small courtyard dissipated, and the divine will from all directions gathered on his finger. Li Chungang had once wielded his sword on a muddy path in the rain. Immortal One's sword knelt down. Chen Jibao raised his plum wine spear in front of him. The plum wine was flicked by a finger, and the spear bent in an exaggerated arc. The tip of the arc heavily smashed onto Chen Jibao's forehead. The king of Shu was knocked back until his back was pressed against the wall. Only then was he able to stop himself. After Su Fengnian's feet landed on the ground, he said calmly, "I'll return the slap you gave me on behalf of Beiliang's 300,000 cavalrymen." Chen Jibao forcibly swallowed the blood that was about to gush out of his throat. He tightened his grip on the spear, and only then did the plum wine in his hand stop shaking violently. Chen Jibao twitched the corner of his mouth and looked around. The coffin in the house, the jujube tree in the corner, the scattered dates on the ground, and the 2 embroidered winter-spring thunders that had never been used. Finally, he looked at the young king who had just suffered one disaster after another. Chen Jibao slowly took off the spearhead and walked into the house. He put the plum wine back into the cloth bag and carried it on his back. He walked straight to the door of the courtyard. Just as he was about to step out of the threshold, he stopped, turned his back to Su Fengnian, and sneered. "You don't even dare to rebel. How can you be the king of Beiliang?" Su Fengnian asked back, "Do you know why Su Xiao doesn't want you to be the king of Beiliang?" Chen Jibao took a step out of the courtyard and left behind a strange sentence. "We both know that this matter has nothing to do with you." Su Fengnian stood where he was and did not stop Chen Jibao from leaving. Some things, it was not about whether one dared to do it or not, but whether one could or did not want to do it. Previously, when the two fought on the Guangling River, they did not reach the point of exchanging lives. Today, it was still the same because neither of them wanted to. At that time, Su Fengnian wanted to lead 10,000 Great Snow Dragon cavalry to save Jiang and I, and Chen Jibao, who had left the territory of the king of Beiliang, wanted to obtain chestnuts from the fire of Guangling Road. Now it was Su Fengnian who wanted to lead the Beiliang cavalry to block the 1 million troops of Beimang, and Chen Jibao was most likely a tiger that had left the deep mountains, and had truly begun to aspire to rule the world. Chen Jibao slowly walked on the empty streets of Huaiyang Pass. After walking out of the city gate, he did not look at the thousands of elite cavalry outside the city with complicated expressions. He only said to the white face that had entered the city with him, "Do you want to come with me to Guangling Road, or do you want to stay in Beiliang?" Although Xie Guining is dead, no matter what his original intentions were, after all, he had helped me capture a bowl of Shu Jiao. Because of his kindness, I will return what I owe him to you. The white face nodded. It just so happens that I want to go back to my hometown. It's on the way with you. Both of them were dressed in white, and were the most romantic people in the world. Chu Lushan hesitated for a moment, but still asked the cavalry under his command to leave 2 Beiliang war horses for them. Chen Jibao did not refuse. Chu Lushan looked at the former Beiliang governor who had mounted the horse, and said angrily, "Surname Chen, the next time you come to Beiliang to stir up trouble, you won't get such treatment." Chen Jibao, who was carrying 2 cloth bags on his back, did not pay attention to the fat man's threat, and urged his horse to leave. The 2 horses went further and further away. The white face suddenly asked, "Chen Jibao, what are you thinking? Why is there only murderous intent, but no murderous intent? If not for this, I would have stopped you from entering Huaiyang Pass." Chen Jibao remained silent. The white face suddenly turned the horse's head, and said self-mockingly, "I almost forgot. Wait for a moment, I'll go get my sabers." Chen Jibao rode slowly for a while, and then gently pulled the reins. He looked back at Huaiyang Pass, or rather at the desolate Beiliang Pass in the distance, and said to himself, "There are some things that Su Fengnian can't do." Chen Jibao did not say anything, but kept it in his heart. But there are also some things that Chen Jibao can't do. Chen Jibao looked at the sky, and the corners of his mouth curled up. For the first time he smiled knowingly. Perhaps it was not only friends who could have a tacit understanding and treat each other with sincerity, but also enemies. Although Chen Jibao had scolded and ridiculed Su Fengnian when he saw him this time, in the final analysis, Chen Jibao had no murderous intent, because the young man had a clear bottom line that Chen Jibao was well aware of. It was not that Chen Jibao couldn't understand Su Fengnian's inner thoughts and the words that had never been spoken. How can I not want the 300,000 cavalrymen of Beiliang, and the millions of people of Beiliang not to die? How can I not want all the civil and military officials of Beiliang to be beautiful? I don't want the Beiliang cavalry to die a worthy death. I just want everyone to live. I hope the world is peaceful. I hope that Beiliang will be as peaceful as the Central Plains. 20 years, 100 years. How can I not hope that no name will be carved on the steels of Mount Qingliang? Chen Jibao collected his thoughts and felt a little pity for Su Fengnian. As expected of his son, as expected of Li Yishan's chosen disciple, he has never been truly happy in his life. Chen Jibao sighed for no reason. He had come to Beiliang this time to save Qi Dangua. He also wanted to go to a certain place in Mount Qingliang to pay respects to the woman he had always regarded as his own mother. Chen Jibao smiled. "My surname is not Su. My name is Jibao." When White Fox Face returned to the small courtyard, it happened to see the lonely young vassal king sitting on the steps. He had a pair of sabers by his side and a handful of dates that were half green and half red in his robe. He was whistling melodiously. When he saw it, he smiled and nodded. Chapter 1807. An emergency military meeting was held in Huaiyang Pass. In addition to the commander of the Beiliang cavalry, Yuan Zuozong, Yan Wenwan He Zhonghu, Chen Yunchui, Great Ancestor Gu, and Zhou Kong. These 5 generals with the highest official positions in the border army, as well as the governor Chu Lushan, the deputy generals of the left and right cavalry outside Liangzhou Pass, Liangzhou General Shifu and Yuzhou General Huang Fuxi, the main generals of the 4 military towns of Fuling, Liuya, Zhongzhong, Qingyuan, and captains with real power. Like Huang Laifu, more than 30 generals of Beiliang attended the meeting together. If the Empress of Beimang calculated the military merit by the number of people killed, whoever could break through this pass at this time would be a great military merit. Su Fengnian, who rarely directly meddled in the border affairs, called everyone together this time and proposed a bold strategy, which was far more radical than the previous established strategy. It was not as simple as Yuzhou infantry leaned to the west and Lingzhou cavalry leaned to the north, but he wanted to treat Liuzhou as the key battlefield that would determine the outcome of the Second Battle of Liangmang. Its status was even vaguely higher than that of the unbuilt Jiebei city, and the entire outside Liangzhou Pass. He Zhonghu and Chen Yinchue, the two deputy generals, both opposed the idea. Jean Partridge Zhoukong, who was a little junior in terms of seniority, clearly agreed with the young lord's idea. Yan Wenwan and great ancestor Gu did not express their opinions because it was too risky. Their king of Beiliang actually made it clear that he wanted to have a vigorous battle with Beimang. If you use a large number of troops to attack outside Liangzhou Pass, then I will destroy your Beimang southern dynasty. However, after great ancestor Gu weighed the pros and cons, he couldn't help but lower his head to look at the Liangmeng confrontation map on the table again. Deeply worried, he said, "Your Highness, this move might not necessarily be appropriate. Let's not even talk about whether or not our cavalry in Lu province can push all the way into the southern dynasty's hinterland, north of northern city. Even if Luya and Fulling-Grave have Yozhou's infantry helping to defend the city, in terms of military strength, we are clearly still at an absolute disadvantage. This type of disadvantage isn't something a few city walls can make up for. Once Yuandao and Ningame lead their troops west, the disparity in military strength will become even more exaggerated. It isn't that we can't lose Huayang Pass, these mountain passes and cities, but I fear that if we lose them too quickly, it will cause Generals He and Zhou's cavalry to lose their support. A slight move in one part will affect the entire body. In a hurry, how can Northern Mang's main army be able to stop Northern Mang's main force by just hanging a lone northern city outside the pass? Without Beiqing Pass, even if more than half of the southern dynasty of Beimang is destroyed by the cavalry of Liuzhou, it will not make any difference to the overall situation. Yan Wenwan put one hand behind his back as he pointed at the map with the other hand. Let's look at this matter in reverse. Let's assume that there is no battle at the Calabash Pass, and all the main forces of our Yuzhou infantry are transferred to the outside of Liangzhou Pass instead of the original 30,000 soldiers. In this way, the effect of Fulling-Grave and Liuzhou Pass will be greater. For example, let me stay in Huayang Pass while great ancestor Gu leads the troops to assist in the defense of Heavy Grave. Chen Yinchue chooses to connect with Qingyuan army in Liuzhou province. In this way, the overall defense line in the north of Beiqing Pass could at least win Liuzhou cavalry 2 to 3 months. Before the two deputy commanders of the infantry under Yan Wenwan spoke, He Zhong, the general of the left cavalry, hurriedly said, "No, absolutely not. Everyone here is on the same side. So there are some things that everyone understands even if I don't say them out loud. To the north of northern Mang City, Huayang Pass is already destined to fall, let alone the several towns of Liuya and Lingling. Could it be that the three of you want to give the northern Mang barbarians 3 chances of becoming vassal kings for nothing?" Speaking of this, Hezhong suddenly hesitated as he looked at Su Fengnian and Chu Lushan who were standing side by side. "Lord, it's not that I, Hezhong, look down on those young generals of Liuzhou province. In fact, I admire Ko Jianghuai, Xie Shibian, Chao Wei and Yulwandao who are known as the twin walls of West Chu. In the future, I might not even be qualified to carry their shoes. However, we can't afford to make any mistakes in the upcoming war. Those barbarians of Beimang, Dongjue and Huangsongpu can make some mistakes, but we of Beiliang can't make any mistakes. After all, those young men are too young. Moreover, Liuzhou originally had the experienced and prudent Huangsongpu. Now that Lantua Mountain has changed sides, there aren't many cavalry in Liuzhou. Moreover, other than the Longxiang army, which can be considered to be from the main camp, the rest of the cavalry were formed not long ago. Between them, there isn't a tacit understanding that can only be cultivated through battle after battle. If there's a mistake in any part, won't we lose the whole game?" Zhou Kong frowned and suggested with a lack of confidence, "If old General He is worried that Liuzhou doesn't have a backbone, why don't we let Commander Yuan take charge of the situation?" Chu Lushan shook his head and said, "Yuan's Wuzong is indispensable to the cavalry battle outside of Liangzhou Pass. We need a cavalry general. He must be able to use the cavalry to the level of distant water, can quench a nearby thirst. This kind of thing in Beiliang, only Yuan Zuozong can do. Even I, Chu Lushan, can't do it. Therefore, most of the young cavalry generals in Liuzhou have to fight for themselves. It's been like this from the beginning to the end. In the Battle of the Princess's Tomb, which determined the decisive battle of the Western Fortress, Yuan Zuozong was undoubtedly the biggest hero. Therefore, it could be said that if Yuan Zuozong did not lead the long-distance raid, the Central Plains would still be a different story. Chu Lushan once made a magnificent feat of leading thousands of cavalry into Shu. Together with Lu Xingxiang's Luzhou in the Snowy Night, they were known as the two classic cavalry battles in the Spring and Autumn War. However, compared to Yuan Zuozong's sudden raid on the Princess Tomb, it was undoubtedly inferior. Even Chen Jibao admitted afterwards that he realized the significance of the Princess Tomb battlefield later than Yuan Zuozong. So the first thing Su Fengnian did after his succession was to make Yuan Zuozong the commander of the cavalry, and Chu Lushan the first general of northern Liang in name. Reality proved that this combination of one real and one fake, the new king of Liang, who had not been able to truly convince the people at the time, did not choose the wrong person. It was also because of this that the northern Liang border army did not have a great shock. Su Beiji, who had just secretly returned to Beiliang from the mansion of the administrator of Lianghuai, stood in the corner without saying a word. He was a little tired after the long journey, so he just stood there and closed his eyes to rest. Chapter 1808. Yan Wenwan, who was short and thin but had an imposing manner that suppressed the generals in the hall, bent two fingers and knocked on the table. She turned her head and asked, "Commander Chu, Chao Wei transferred 10,000 cavalry from the border army. Yu Wandao's 10,000 Yoqi cavalry, Ko Jianghuai mixed with a considerable number of young and strong cavalry from Liuzhou, plus Xie Shibian who temporarily took over the two towns of Linyao and Fengxiang, with a total of no more than 6,000 cavalry, and Ningamei's iron stupa that was urgently replenished after its vitality was greatly damaged. The five of them added together were no more than 2 times Yan Wenwan's age. Do you really want to bet on them to turn the tide? Aren't we asking too much of the old people in Liangzhou and Yuzhou?" The root of this debate was actually whether these young people could shoulder the great responsibility, and whether they deserved the sacrifice of the border army of Liangzhou. If they couldn't hurt Beimang's southern dynasty, and force the middle army of Beimang into the situation of entering the enemy alone, no matter how many enemies the Liuzhou cavalry killed, even if they killed all the civil and military officials in the imperial court of Xijing, as great ancestor Gu said, it wouldn't do any good to the overall situation. Once Beiqing was lost, Liangzhou, which had no military strength, would definitely fall and there would be no need to fight this war. Chu Lushan rubbed his hands and grinned. He looked at the young lord out of the corner of his eyes. Just as Su Fengnian was about to speak, Su Beiji finally spoke. When the great general led the Su family army to the south and north, they trampled the 6 countries. I remember that King of Shu Chen Jibao, Commander Chu, and Commander Yuan were all very young. Su Pu Wuqi. And the others weren't that old either. Even General Yin was considered a young general. That's why the Ministry of War of Liang had the sarcasm of Kid Lieutenant, General Crown. Whether it was Ko Jianghuai, Xie Shibian, Chao Wei, Yu Wandao, or Ningamei, they weren't the kind of great generals who only knew how to talk on paper. Except for Chao Wei, who hadn't made any great military achievements. The others all had outstanding military achievements. For example, Chao Chongqing dared to appoint Ko Jianghuai and Xie Shibian as the main generals of West Chu's eastern and western fronts respectively. Why can't Beiliang rest assured? Su Beiji asked with a smile. Is it because the combat strength of our Liuzhou cavalry isn't worth mentioning? Can't we compare to the West Chu cavalry that was pieced together? Without waiting for anyone to give an answer, Su Beiji took a few steps forward and walked to the table. He continued, Beimang's Taiping commander-in-chief made this unwise decision because he wanted to encroach on the Beiliang cavalry bit by bit on the battlefield outside Liangzhou Pass. In fact, he was also forcing us Beiliang to follow this unwise decision together with Beimang. To put it bluntly, as long as the Beiliang cavalry chose to fight the Beimang barbarians north of Jbiqing to the end, then even if we didn't take any risks and didn't rely on the battle in Liuzhou to break the stalemate, everyone in this room would still be unable to escape death. It's just a matter of time. In my opinion, we shouldn't always think about how to not lose too badly. We shouldn't only think about sacrificing all of our border troops just to kill hundreds of thousands of Beimang cavalry. We should think about how to win and win in a way that will convince Beimang and Liang wholeheartedly. Su Beiji pointed at the table. Suddenly his smile disappeared. He said in a low voice, "Now the opportunity has come. It's right in front of our eyes." Su Fengnian turned his head to look at this fellow and smiled slightly. Yan Wenwan and He Zhonghu, these experienced generals, were not hot-blooded hotheads. After hearing Su Beiji's words, they didn't show too much excitement. Instead, they became more cautious. Partridge Zhoukong was publicly recognized as the most violent general in the Beiliang Frontier Army. He had always believed that the best defense was offense. He probably knew that the outcome of today's meeting would determine the survival of Beiliang. He didn't add oil to the fire. Instead, he said carefully, "There is no need to doubt the talent of those young men. Now, I want to confirm one thing. That is, can the leaderless cavalry in Liuzhou really lead Huang Songpu by the nose?" As the only civil official in Beiliang, Su Beiji suddenly made a move that made all the generals in the room not know whether to laugh or cry. He pointed at the king of Beiliang not far away. "You have to ask him about this. Today's dispute was caused by him." Su Fengnian, whose face was somewhat pale and sickly, couldn't help but laugh. He slowly said, "Ko Jianghuai and Ko Jianghuai are used to using troops on the western border. I believe everyone has seen the report from Fu Shuifang and the report from the imperial court, and have a general understanding of it. Each of them has their own peculiarities. The turning point of the Guangling War, the turning point of West Chu's national power, was actually when Ko Jianghuai left the battlefield in a fit of anger. As for the reason behind this, it is not within the scope of today's discussion, as it also involves Ko Jianghuai's privacy. However, when we look back at that battle that left the imperial court battered and battered, it is not difficult to realize that these two sides of West Chu, one on the left and the other on the right, surrounded and protected West Chu. Their opponents were Yan Jinchuan, Yang Xinxing, Lu Xingxiang, Wu Zhongshuan, Chen Jibao, and others, all of whom were masters of the art of war. Although the later stages of the war began to tilt in Liang's favor, there were also some factors outside of the battlefield that caused Lu Xingxiang and Chen Jibao to not send out their full strength. However, West Chu was still able to maintain a balance of power, which was not easy. Thus, I am very much looking forward to seeing the two of them working together again in Liuzhou. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "If Liuzhou's opponent was Dong Zhuo, who was adept at surprise attacks, and not Huang Songpu, who was prudent in using troops, I would be as worried as many people. In reality, in Liuzhou, the person I truly view as a great threat is that Zhong Tan, who caused Mount Lantua to fall to Beimang's side." Chu Lushan said darkly, "That is why His Highness has specially arranged a feast for that kid Zhong Tan. The 90 Wu family cavalry left outside Liangzhou Pass will be led by Su Yambing to the western regions and cooperate with Chao Wei to kill Zhong Tan." Su Fengnian lowered his head to look at the map of Beimang's territory of the southern dynasties. He said softly, "Beimang's military strength is extremely strong. Otherwise it would not give us such a headache. However, Beimang's imperial court is filled with all sorts of problems that have accumulated over time. There are far more undercurrents surging than we imagined. The reason why we are staking everything on one throw and using Liuzhou to break out of this stalemate is not because of the battle at the border of Liangmang, but rather within Beimang itself. I want the confrontation between the Yelu and Morong families of Beimang, and the northern dynasties and the southern dynasties to be brought from behind the scenes to the front of the stage. I want that old woman, who has threatened to sell our heads by weight, to be unable to suppress the situation with an iron fist." Yan Wenwan thought deeply and nodded. "This train of thought is very interesting." Then, Yan Wenwan's expression was complicated. He looked at Chen Yinchui, He Zhonghu, and the other old fellows who had been in the military with him. "We are old. Although we can still ride horses and draw bows and kill people, we are still old compared to Yu Wandao and the other young people." The autumn wind gradually picked up outside the room. For some reason, the old General Yan Wenwan, who was past his prime, looked outside the room in a daze. He muttered, "If we are old, then let us help the young people one last time." Su Fengnian looked at the crowd and smiled. I believe that the young people of Liuzhou can bring a pleasant surprise. I also believe that everyone in the room can defend North Jiebei City. Su Fengnian paused for a moment. He reached out and pressed heavily on the map of Liangmeng's situation on the table. If there must be a reason, then it is that our Bailiang cavalry is the best in the world. Chapter 1809. After the meeting ended, Su Fengnian took Su Beiji to a small courtyard to visit the old general He Zhonghu. When they arrived, they found that Yan Wenwan was also there. The four of them sat around a stone table. Su Fengnian looked at the fatigued commander of the left cavalry and felt a little worried. He Zhonghu's health had suddenly deteriorated in the past 2 years, giving people a feeling that he was about to die. After the first battle of Liangmeng, the old general had privately submitted his resignation to Mount Qingliangshan and the Protectorate. At the same time, he recommended Yu Wandao to be the second deputy commander of the left cavalry to Su Fengnian and Chu Lushan. The reason why he did not let the young Bailiang commander directly take charge of the left cavalry was because of this old man's shrewdness. After all, the untamed Liangzhou border army had always looked down on the Yuzhou army. Yu Wandao, who was born in a rich family of the Central Plains, had no connection with the Liangzhou border army. If he suddenly took charge of an army, he might not be able to convince the masses. If there was a mistake in the Second Battle of Liangmeng, not only would a great talent in the art of war be destroyed, it would also affect the situation at the border. He Zhonghu would naturally be unable to absolve himself from the blame. However, the fact that He Zhonghu was able to abandon his views and suggest Yu Wandao to become the nominal third in command of the left cavalry was enough to show the magnanimity and foresight of this veteran general. Moreover, when Su Fengnian made an example out of the left cavalry, he was suspected of robbing east to pay west to replenish the strength of the other cavalry, such as transferring troops to Chao Wei and the others. He Zhonghu was also the first to respond without any objection. On this point, the right cavalry general Zhou Kong, nicknamed Jean Partridge, was obviously much inferior and had a lot of complaints. Although Su Fengnian had jokingly scolded Zhou Kong in private for being a stingy miser, Zhou Kong was after all one of the hundreds of old soldiers who sent him off back then. In a sense, Zhou Kong and the Crown Prince had gone through thick and thin together. Therefore, even if Zhou Kong was not straightforward enough, Su Fengnian actually did not take it to heart. Moreover, Zhou Kang's reaction was human nature. Just like He Zhonghu's attitude of following the Huaiyang Pass Protectorate general's lead, there was some gossip within the left cavalry. Many young generals did not understand and felt that the old general was too easy to talk to. Not only did he reduce the power of the left cavalry, he also tarnished the reputation of the left cavalry. The reason Su Fengnian had specially come to this place was because of the internal strife in the left cavalry. Su Fengnian wanted to first hear He Zhong's thoughts. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Mount Qingliang would not interfere in the affairs of the left cavalry. He believed that Yan Wenwan had rushed over in such a hurry partly because he wanted to support his old friend and show the entire Bailiang border cavalry. The four people in the small courtyard did not drink wine or tea. He Zhonghu seemed to have not expected the young king to grace him with his presence, and was pleasantly surprised. As one of the top 10 people in the Bailiang cavalry, He Zhonghu suddenly understood the general process of the Dragon Eye Plains. He knew that Su Fengnian had personally killed the leader of the Ruran cavalry, Hong Jingyan. He also knew that Chen Jibao had come to Huaiyang Pass earlier. So Su Fengnian had tried to be concise in his speech in the meeting hall. His face was extremely pale, and this made the old general feel even more guilty. He felt that it was the fault of the Liang province cavalry, that they had let down General Su Zhao's nurturing. In the end, the general's eldest son had to attend to everything personally, and even personally kill people. Then what was the point of having the 300,000 Bailiang cavalry? As an old friend of Yan Wenwan, He Zhonghu had another hidden identity. The old man had once been a member of the Su family's supporting dragon sect. This group of people was led by the strategist Zhao Chongling, with Chen Jibao as the successor. Wu Qi, who was General Su Zhao's brother-in-law and one of the main generals of the Su family's cavalry, Yan Wenwan, He Zhonghu and the others were the backbone of the force. Yao Jian and Yi Shizhen's foster sons were also very close to them. Li Yishan's faction, which was ridiculed by the supporting dragon sect as being of the anti-dragon faction, was much weaker overall, if not for the fact that at the last moment, Wang Fei Wusu clearly expressed that she did not support Su Zhao's betrayal of Liang to rule over the river. The Su family would not be called king of Beiliang. Maybe Su Fengnian was the ruler of the entire vast territory south of the Guangling River, but it was also possible that the Beiliang frontier army did not have any old people, because they were all dead people who plotted against them and died. Because of this difficult relationship, He Zhonghu had some obscure thoughts about this young vassal king who had turned the tide. He did not promote a direct line of descent from within the left cavalry to be the next general, but chose an outsider, Yu Wandao, to take over the magpie's nest. This old man past his prime might have some thoughts of compensation and atonement. Yan Wenwan, the number 1 soldier in the northern Liang army, had a gloomy expression on his face. He said bluntly, "Your Highness, there is something that you must have heard. Li Yanchao, that brat, is an ingrate who forgets favors and violates justice. He Zhong brought him to his current position, and is even closer to him than his own son. The only reason he didn't give him the position of the left cavalry commander was because that brat dared to rebel, and wanted to become Zhou Kang's assistant. This little bastard's ability to lead troops into battle is indeed not bad, but his conduct is improper. In the future we must use him, but not too much. At most, we can only make him a deputy general of an army." Su Fengnian really did not expect that Yan Wenwan, who rarely revealed his emotions, would be so angry. For a moment he did not know how to respond. Rebel, ungrateful, improper conduct, these were extremely heavy words. Coming from the mouth of Yan Wenwan, one of the few high-ranking officials of Beiliang, these words were enough to make any Beiliang's middle or high-ranking military officer completely lose their chance to have any real power or high position. In fact, Su Fengnian was no stranger to Li Yanchao's reputation. He was one of the 4 fangs of Beiliang, sharing the same fame as Dian Xiongqiao, Wei Fuqing and Ningamei. His military service was outstanding. In the border army, other than Yan Wenwan, Chen Yinshui, and He Zhonghu, this group of old men, he was second only to Lu Jinu and a handful of other valiant generals. Because he was in the prime of his life, he was the kind of important general who could fight for the Su family for another 20 years. However, he was similar to the Longxiang army's deputy general Li Mofen and Yozhou's Chao Xiaojiao. His personality was extreme, and he was arrogant because of his achievements. Both of them were famous troublemakers with mixed reputations. He Zhonghu glared at Yan Wenwan, and then turned to Su Fengnian to say with a bitter smile, "Wang Yi, if the sky wants to rain and the mother wants to marry, we can't stop it. Since Zhou Kang has promised that Li Yanchao will succeed as the commander of the right cavalry, then let him go. Yanchao, this child, has fought in the left cavalry for many years. The military merits he has made are enough for this future. There is nothing wrong with people walking towards greater heights." Yan Wenwan was helpless. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't like Li Yanchao, but he just wanted to help He Zhonghu raise the topic. If he, Yan Wenwan, was the bad guy, then He Zhonghu, who couldn't put down his face, would just nod his head. It wasn't that Li Yanchao couldn't leave the left cavalry, but he couldn't encourage this trend. Otherwise, wouldn't Jean Partridge's little hoe fly away? He Zhonghu's illness was not light. Would he really have to lie in bed in the future and hear the grievous news of the right cavalry falling apart? Was he really not afraid of dying with grievances? Yan Wenwan sighed. He had known He Zhonghu for most of his life and admired this old man. He didn't have a family in his old age and only raised a few lame old horses. He managed the army like a long-winded auntie. He treated the soldiers like his own children. They ate, drank, and peed in the army, no different from normal soldiers. There was no special treatment to speak of. Therefore, young people like Li Yanchao could be said to have been trained by He Zhonghu from small pawns to meritorious generals. Hearing that Li Yanchao was going to leave the left cavalry, how could Yan Wenwan not be angry? It was difficult for an upright official to resolve family matters. It could be seen that even if it had reached the stage where father and son had a falling out, He Zhonghu still couldn't bear to delay Li Yanchao's official career. He was afraid that the young vassal king would have a bad impression of Li Yanchao, to the extent that it would be difficult for him to be promoted in the right cavalry. Su Fengnian thought for a moment and slowly said, To be honest, as long as Li Yanchao remains outside the Great Pass, it doesn't make a difference to me whether he works for the left cavalry or moves to the right cavalry to climb up. Moreover, the left and right cavalry's extreme xenophobic tradition is indeed not beneficial to Bailiang. After all, flowing water does not rot and the pivot does not rust. Even without Li Yanchao's matter, I originally wanted to let the left and right cavalry carry out some exchanges of generals. Back then, when I integrated the armies of the 3 provinces within Bailiang, I only set up 14 captains with real power. However, the first great battle of Liangmang is imminent. I was afraid that too much of a commotion would cause the border army to become unstable and affect the war situation. That was why I didn't move the border army outside the Great Pass. Yan Wenwan narrowed his one eye and didn't say anything. Yan Wenwan did not oppose the border army restructuring. However, what this Bailiang infantry commander was not used to was that the young king did not hesitate to bring it up in front of him, especially at this time when the left cavalry was in chaos, and Hezhong was about to leave the border army due to illness. These words seemed a little cold and solemn. Hezhong was filled with emotions and did not know where to start. The old man's face was dejected and lonely, and his eyes were in a daze. Some rich old people in their twilight years, only when they were sick and had lost all hope would they start to envy the poor and healthy. However, Hezhong was different. Although he had a high position in the Bailiang border army, he did not have any children to inherit the family business. He did not even have a house within the Bailiang Pass. He was completely different from Huaihua Great General Zhong Honggu, who treated the entire Lingzhou as his backyard. Hezhong's old and sickly appearance was that of a hero past his prime. Su Fengnian was very familiar with this kind of helpless hero past his prime. Su Fengnian and Su Beiji left the courtyard. Su Beiji's brows were tightly furrowed. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "Zhu Zi, are you curious why I did not help Hezhong calm down the left cavalry?" Su Beiji looked back at the courtyard door. "Forget about Hezhong. Aren't you afraid of angering Yan Wenwan? Aren't you afraid that the 2 old people will think that you are cold-hearted? That you are a cruel and merciless king?" Chapter 18:10. Su Fengnian and Su Beiji walked side by side in the dark alleys. Su Fengnian stretched out a hand and gently brushed it against the wall. As he walked, he said, "Then you can just think of me as bullying a good old man." Su Beiji joked, "Isn't that the case? Everyone in the Bailiang frontier army knows of the partridge's violent temper. The child who makes a fuss gets candy. That's why you, the king of Bailiang, tolerated the right cavalry's military affairs. In the end, you can be considered half the main culprit behind Hezhonghu's current situation." Su Fengnian said some irrelevant words. Su Xiao used to like to say that the wicked are not afraid of the heavens, and the kind are not bullied by the heavens. In the past, I thought this kind of great reasoning was nonsense. Later on, I realized that the reason great reasoning is because it really makes sense. Su Beiji laughed out loud. "I knew it. You wouldn't just let Hezhonghu leave the left cavalry like a coward." Su Fengnian sighed emotionally. "Of course I think highly of talented young foreign generals like Yu Luandao, Ko Jianghuai, and Xie Sisi. But as for Hezhonghu and the other Bailiang old men who have followed Su Xiao through thick and thin, that kind of feeling." Su Fengnian didn't continue, but Su Beiji could feel that that kind of feeling was similar to that of an elder in one's own family. Su Beiji smiled and asked, "If that's the case?" Su Fengnian replied, "Then let's go meet Li Yanchao." Su Beiji hesitated for a moment before reminding him, "Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Li Yanchao actually represents a large group of generals in the Bailiang Frontier Army. They are ambitious, have outstanding military achievements, and are bent on climbing up the ranks. Li Mofen and Chao Xiaojiao are the same. These people are similar to Yan Wenwan and Hezhonghu, but there are some differences. The Su family's family business was built by the great general and the old people around him. As for the younger ones, they can't expect everyone to be as indifferent to fame and fortune as Lu Jinu. Moreover, the war is imminent, so it's not a bad thing to have ambition. It's not that you can't pour cold water on them, but you can't make them feel like they've been stripped naked and thrown into a world of ice and snow." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "In the past, when I was listening to plays, I often heard a phrase called chilling the hearts of the generals and soldiers. I understand the principle. Su Beiji suddenly stared at this fellow and said, "Why does it sound like something's wrong?" Su Fengnian smiled mischievously and reached out to put his arm around Su Beiji's shoulder. He said flatteringly, "Tangerine, you know me best." Su Beiji shrugged him off in annoyance and said, "Go away." Just as the two of them arrived at another courtyard, a young and strong general happened to run wildly behind them. Perhaps it was because of the urgency of the situation. He bumped into Su Beiji's shoulder and strode up the steps. He didn't stop there and turned around to glare at them. In the end, he suddenly fell silent out of fear. He didn't recognize Su Beiji, who used to be the provincial governor of Lingzhou, but how could he not recognize the great king of Beiliang? Without waiting for this brave lieutenant of the left cavalry to apologize, Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "Did you send a message to Li Yanqiao? This king just went to old General He's courtyard?" The lieutenant's head was instantly covered in cold sweat. His head drooped as if he had lost his parents. Su Fengnian laughed it off and walked up the steps. He brushed past the lieutenant and was the first to cross the threshold of the courtyard. There was a hubbub of voices in the courtyard. No less than 10 border army generals had gathered. They were not old, but their titles were not small. They were like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding a general who was about 35 or 36 years old. This man was tall and handsome. Even though he was sitting, there was a sharp aura about him. He was Li Yanqiao, the 3rd deputy commander of the left cavalry. He was born in the left cavalry and had a very high reputation. Naturally, he was regarded as the best candidate for the helm of the left cavalry in the future. There were 12 permanent generals in Liang. The first official with the title of Zheng was the highest, the second official, which was the same as that of the 6 ministries. The Zhen general had both the second and the third official, and the Ping general had the same title as the Ping general. It was reasonable to say that in a vassal state, there should not be enough titles to compete with the Zhen general. At most, they should be equal to the Ping general. For example, the general in charge of a province's military affairs was the third official. But in Beiliang, it was very interesting. He Zhonghu, Zhou Kong, Gu Dazhu, and Chen Yinchui, these deputy commanders of cavalry, were the same as the 2 commanders-in-chief Yan Wenwan and Yuan Zuozong. They were all second-level generals, only half a level lower than Protector General of Beiliang Chu Lushan. Therefore, almost all the young and strong generals were staring at these hot positions, waiting for the time when the old men in their respective armies retired. It was their turn to take a step forward step by step. Not to mention sitting in the top 2 positions below Yan Wenwan and Yuan Zuozong, one day to be the commanders-in-chief of the left and right cavalry. One day to be the commanders-in-chief of the left and right cavalry. They could go to the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, or at least leave the border army to be the general of a province. Therefore, when the new Prince Liang promoted some outsiders, it undoubtedly made people's thoughts fluctuate. Especially the rapid rise of Yu Luandao and the others. Huang Fujin, Ko Jianghuai, and Han Laozhan each took the share of the generals of 3 provinces. Shifu followed closely behind them as the general of Liangzhou. As a result, there were a lot of expectations and thoughts. When the generals saw the arrival of the young vassal king, after the initial shock, they all stood up from their chairs and cupped their fists in greeting. Greetings to the prince. The lieutenant of the left cavalry, who had been standing helplessly behind Su Fengnian and Su Beiji, quickly ran to join his colleagues. Only then did he feel relieved. A general quickly made 2 chairs for the young vassal king. After Su Fengnian and Su Beiji sat down, he raised his hand and gestured twice. "Everyone, please sit down and talk. Today is not a military meeting, so there is no need to pay attention to the red tape." After all the generals saw Li Yanqiao calmly sit down, they carefully returned to their original seats. The 2 generals whose seats had been taken were standing not far away. Their eyes were bright as they stared at the legendary New Liang Wang, the eldest son of Ren Tu, a martial arts grandmaster. He had killed Wang Xianji, and recently Hong Jingyan. Chapter 1811. He had caused a ruckus at the imperial astronomer of Great Peace City. It was said that even the immortals who had walked out of the portraits, and the ancestors of Longhu Mountain who had ascended, had all been killed by this young man. Moreover, the only king with a different surname in Liang was not careless on the battlefield. The battle at Huta City and the 1,000 Li attack outside the Gourd were all facts. Therefore, even if these generals were all arrogant people in the left cavalry, when facing this young vassal king, they had no choice but to be in awe. Apart from the awe, there was also heartfelt admiration. The people of Bailiang respected martial arts, and the border army valued military service the most. The new King Liang led the Bailiang cavalry to victory over the Baimeng barbarians, and beheaded Zhujing Temple inside the Gourd. How satisfying! The more this was so, the more uneasy everyone present felt. They were well aware of why the young lord appeared in the small courtyard. It must be because of Li Yanqiao leaving the left cavalry and joining the right cavalry in a fit of pique. But who in Bailiang did not know that Yul Wandao was the trusted general of the new King Liang? He had even used his noble status as a king to put his name in the new camp of the Ghost Cavalry. And the origin of this disturbance was that the old general had recommended Yul Wandao into the left cavalry. Li Yanbin's expression was calm, but deep in his eyes, there was a strong unwillingness. In the view of this scheming general, since the new King Liang had personally come here, even if he had not taken the stance of denouncing him, he, Li Yanbin, would not have a good ending. The generals and lieutenants who had gone through life and death with Li Yanbin were all sweating for Li Yanbin. They were afraid that the young king would suddenly turn hostile. What would they do then? Not to mention whether or not they had the guts to oppose the new Prince Liang. Even if they did have the courage, what was the point? Was this courtyard of people enough for the new King Liang's hand? Su Fengnian asked with a smile. Is there wine here? If there is, take it out. Li Yanqiao said calmly. King, we followed the commander into Huayang Pass and did not bring wine. Su Fengnian turned to Su Beiji and said, Can I trouble you to come? Su Beiji nodded and got up to leave the courtyard. Naturally, he was going to ask Chu Lushan for help. After Su Beiji left, Su Fengnian joked, Before we drink, I have something to tell you. This king had a drink with Lu Jinu, Chu Hanqing, Ma Jili, and the others in Tigerhead City, and then they all died. Are you scared? Li Yanqiao pursed his lips and his handsome face became even more prominent. The leader, Li Yanqiao, did not speak. The atmosphere in the small courtyard was especially heavy and solemn. The lieutenant who bumped into Su Beiji earlier rolled his eyes and yawned. Being able to drink with the prince is enough for this general to brag to my subordinates for 3 to 5 years after we return to the left cavalry. Even if I die, I'm not afraid. Su Fengnian nodded and said, Everyone seated here is not afraid of dying on the battlefield. I have no doubt about that. Then Su Fengnian smiled and said, It's not strange that we, the Bailiang Frontier Army, are not afraid of death. It would be strange if anyone was afraid of death, no? When he said this, even Li Yanbin's mouth twitched, and there was a knowing smile on his face. The other generals roared with laughter. After Su Fengnian's joke, he did not speak anymore. The king of Bailiang was silent, and so was Li Yanqiao. Thus, everyone could only obediently lower their heads. Su Beiji brought 2 jars of green ant wine from the Protectorate Manor. Su Fengnian opened the seal on one of the jars. There were some cups and bowls in the small courtyard. Su Fengnian and Li Yanqiao were definitely given large white bowls with more wine. The other generals and lieutenants could do as they saw fit. Only Su Beiji had no intention of drinking tea, and no one dared to persuade him to drink. Su Fengnian raised his bowl and said, Cheers to everyone. Li Yanqiao and everyone else raised their cups and bowls and said loudly, Cheers to the prince. After Su Fengnian finished the wine in one gulp, he did not continue to pour more wine. Since the wine has been drunk, this king will say a few words casually. This wine is not a toast or a punishment, but an opportunity to meet everyone. This king does not know any of you, but if any one of you tells me your name, this king can tell me your resume and military exploits. These things have long been recorded in the Fu Shuifeng spy report, and I have read it word for word. It is even more detailed than the files in the Huayang Pass. Su Fengnian glanced at the other jar of green ant wine that had not been opened, and then looked at Li Yanqiao. You felt that there was no hope for you to climb up the ranks in the left cavalry, so you wanted to go to the right cavalry to fight for military exploits and become the commander-in-chief. For a general, there is nothing wrong with this. Moreover, I just came from Hezhonghu's courtyard. The old general did not feel that you had wronged this king. Instead, he even tried to persuade this king. He was afraid that this king would make things difficult for you in the future. Li Yanqiao wanted to say something, but stopped. Su Fengnian said indifferently, "You know better than me how the old general has treated you in the past 10 to 20 years. There is no need for this king to say anything. The Bailiang Frontier Army is under Su Zhao's command, and they only look at military exploits and not one's background. Therefore you Li Yanqiao killed enemies in He Zhonghu's left cavalry, and in He Zhonghu's right cavalry, you killed enemies. Perhaps with the hope of becoming the commander-in-chief, you killed more enemies. However, the old general is still old. Just like me, Su Fengnian. I am not afraid of anything, but I am still afraid of seeing Su Zhao's situation when he was alive. I have to rest even when I walk to the top of Mount Qingliang. Whether it is my father, Su Xiao, or He Zhonghu, who treats you as his sons, will they be willing to admit that they are old when they know the truth when they are really old?" Su Fengnian answered his own question. "That is because they feel that their sons have made a name for themselves. Only then will they admit that they are old." Su Fengnian stood up and looked at Li Yanqiao and the people of the left cavalry. "Today, in that courtyard, I did not see any commander-in-chief of the Bailiang left cavalry who had experienced the wars of the spring and autumn period. I only saw an old man. That is why I came here to invite you to drink a jar of wine. I also hope that you can take the remaining jar of wine to invite that old man who is about to leave the battlefield to drink a bowl of wine, so that he will not leave the border with regret." There was silence. Li Yanqiao silently stood up, picked up the jar of green ant wine, and walked out of the small courtyard. In the end, only Su Fengnian and Su Beiji were left. Su Beiji sighed. "I thought you wanted to kill people." Su Fengnian poured himself a bowl of wine. He lowered his head and said, "Who said I don't want to?" Su Beiji was stunned for a moment, and then he said with a smile, "Give me a bowl too." Chapter 1812. The spring snow building by the Guangling River was full of guests tonight. Guangling Prince Zhao Yi held a big banquet and invited distinguished guests. Those who entered the building were either rich or noble, and they were all very rich and noble. Among them there was the newly appointed Guangling Jidushi Lu Baijie, the administrator Wang Xiongui, who was a former subordinate of Zhang Lu, and Song Li, who had been promoted from General Heng Jiang to General Zhenan and Deputy Jidushi of Adao. Song Li could be said to be an old man of the spring snow house, and was once Zhao Yi's lucky general. It was also Song Li who had successfully blocked Ko Jianghuai's sneaky attack and harassment, which delayed the war until Wu Zhongshuan's army went on a northern expedition. The Ministry of War in Liang had held a very small but very high-standard military merit evaluation, and Song Li was ranked as the 5th most meritorious official. Other than these three, who were now considered people from the capital, the provincial governors of the 3 provinces of Guangling Road also appeared. Compared to the storms of the past 2 years, the 6 provincial governors were now beaming with joy. Their speech and actions were filled with the elegance of a noble official. Unfortunately, the Prince of Shu, Qin Jibao, who was rumored to be attending, did not appear for some reason. On the other hand, the Crown Prince of Yanqi, Zhao Zhu, came uninvited, which could be considered as adding flowers to brocade. If this young crown prince was the flower, under the premise that Qin Jibao was absent, then the king of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, was naturally the grand finale of the luxurious brocade. After Zhao Sun's carriage stopped at the spring snow building, Zhao Yi, who was also the great feudal lord of Liang, personally went downstairs to welcome him. As the owner of the spring snow building, after all the guests had taken their seats, Zhao Yi raised the priceless luminous goblet in his hand high, and laughed loudly. There was once a literary giant in Dafeng dynasty who said, "There are 4 people who wish to be safe and sound in life, and an old friend of Qingshan has a collection of famous books. I like to pretend to be cultured, so I want to have one more wish, which is that spring snow is safe and sound. Therefore, I named this building Spring Snow. The Spring Snow building is honored by the presence of so many virtuous people tonight. Let me drink this cup of wine." The Tongxi sword immortal, Lu Baijie, and the former Minister of Revenue, Wang Xiongui, were the leaders of the civil and military officials. They sat at the head of the table on the left and right. After the toast at Guangling Road, the 2 of them also picked up their wine cups. However, Wang Xiongui and Zhao Yi downed their wine cups in one gulp. Lu Baijie only took a small sip before stopping. She quickly put down her wine cup and glanced at the crown prince, Zhao Yi, sitting next to Zhao Yi. This provincial governor frowned. Following the self-immolation of the young West Chu empress on the battlefield of the Western Wall, the civil and military officials in the capital of West Chu, which had once been renamed Dingding City, had all surrendered. The Guangling War officially entered its final stage. The emperor ordered that the imperial army was not allowed to harass the people of Guangling Road. They were not allowed to kill people to vent their anger. Once discovered, the provincial governor and the administrator of Guangling Road could be killed on the spot, bypassing the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice. However, not killing people did not mean that the rebellious officials of West Chu could escape this calamity, other than those who had been tactful enough to flirt with the generals of the Liang imperial court, or those who had been able to get the high officials of Tian City to give them protective talismans. Most of the other officials who had resolutely chosen to serve in West Chu did not have a good ending. Thus, two great jokes were made in Guangling Road. The first was to use money to avoid disaster. Gold and silver objects, as well as antique calligraphy and paintings, were all sent to the mansions of certain generals. The second was to pawn women to curry favor with the new nobles of Guangling Road. Of these, the new general of Jinnan, Song Li, and the Guangling heir, Zhao Yuang, were the most unscrupulous. If one said that Song Li only chose a few famous young and beautiful women to keep in his house, his influence was limited. But Zhao Yuang really did not care. Whether it was young women or married women, he only counted them based on their family status. The wealthy families ranked in the top 10 of West Chu's new dynasty took 3 people from each family. After that, there were more than 40 aristocratic families that extorted 1 or 2 people from each family. If there were people who were unwilling, Zhao Yuang did not dare to kill them openly, but he had his own methods to deal with them. He had plenty of ways to make those families who did not want to be humiliated live a life worse than death. Lu Baijie raised her wine cup and then put it down again. She looked around with mixed feelings. The commander-in-chief of the southern expedition Lu Xingxiang, the general who pacifies the South Wu Zhongshuan, the prince of Shuchen Jibao, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War Su Gong, the Duke of Huainan Zhaoying, Yin Zhenchuan, and Yang Shenqing. These were the real heroes who quelled the war in Guangling Road. They were either not here or dead. Lu Baijie smiled bitterly. What was the point of her sitting here? It was only because of the title of the provincial governor of Guangling Road. Song Li, who had a meteoric rise in the imperial court of Liang, was actually sitting beside Lu Baijie. However, he probably knew that he was not on the same side as the Tongxi sword immortal, so the youngest permanent general of the Liang dynasty did not show too much eagerness. Instead, he was chatting happily with his old acquaintance, the general of Jizhou. He did not get carried away by his meteoric rise. Soon Song Li, who was a little tipsy, looked up at the magnificent ceiling of the spring snow building. His fingers twirled the wine cup, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Revisiting the old place, he had been living under someone else's roof. Now, it was hard to say who was living under someone else's roof. When awake, he had 100,000 palms. When drunk, he lay on a beauty's lap. A real man was nothing more than this. Inside the spring snow building, toasts were exchanged, and singing and dancing were celebrating peace. It seemed that when the first floor was peaceful, the world was at peace. Lu Baijie looked at the distant administrator Wang Xiongui, who was sitting across from him. This noble and upright civil official who was about to make a comeback and return to the center of the capital, was raising his cup to toast the prince of Guangling and his son. He held the cup with both hands, his sleeves hanging down. He was wearing a high hat and a wide belt. Lu Baijie looked at some of the people at the back of the seats. Previously, they were all important officials of the Jiangling dynasty, who held jade edicts in their hands and wore red and purple robes in the imperial court of West Chu. Although they were slightly more submissive now, it was difficult to hide the joy of being pardoned. Therefore, they had the demeanor of having to enjoy life to the fullest. Lu Baijie lowered his head to look at the cup of wine. For some reason, he thought of a young face. When that young man first came to visit, he asked the Tongxi sword immortal, who had not yet become an official at that time, "How many pounds of benevolence, righteousness, and morality do you sell me?" He suddenly raised his cup, tilted his head back, and drank the wine. The hall was full of well-dressed guests. He was full of himself. Chapter 1813. The Crown Prince of Yanqi Zhaozhu was an uninvited guest. He could have sat next to the king of Jing'an Zhao Sun, but he was not particular about it. He rejected the arrangement of the spring snow building and took the opportunity to sit at the back. There were two people on his left and right. One of them was Qi Shens, the son of a wealthy family who had studied at the Shangyin Academy. He had a handsome face and was very good-looking. He did not speak much but was not arrogant. He was very likable. On the right was a burly man called Zhou Daliang, an old subordinate of Lu Xingxiang. This time, he did not follow his benefactor to Jizhou to take up a post. Instead, he used his military exploits to stay in Guangling Road as the deputy general of Yezhou. He ate even more than Zhao Zhu did, and was more likable. Qi Shens and Zhou Daliang didn't deliberately try to build up a relationship with His Highness, but the generals sitting next to them frequently came over to toast to them. Zhao Zhu didn't get tired of it. If you toast to me, I'll toast to you. Gradually, the two flatterers became familiar with Qi Shens and Zhou Daliang. In addition, Zhao Zhu seemed to have a natural ability to make people feel close to him. For a while, the five of them drank, urged, and avoided wine, each showing their own abilities. They didn't care about the rank of the officials. Wasn't it fun? Compared to the complicated relationships between the other seats, it could be said that the scenery here was unique. Halfway through the wine, 7 sword concubines of the spring snow building entered the building with their swords. The 7 of them were dressed in colorful clothes. They had graceful figures and slender waists. They were like a 3-foot sword that could cut off the head of a hero. The sword dance was dazzling. It was soul-stirring and dazzling. When the 7 sword concubines jumped up at the same time, it was as if a rainbow was hanging in the building. After a famous scholar shouted, the whole room was filled with cheers. Just as the 7 sword concubines were about to leave, an extremely handsome stranger appeared at the entrance of the hall. It was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. The expression of Prince Zhao Yi of Guangling, who was coordinating with the person outside the door, changed dramatically. The luminous cup in his hand almost fell to the ground. This burly vassal of Guangling stared with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief. Zhao Zhu followed everyone's gaze and shuddered. His expression turned ugly, like a mouse seeing a cat. He wanted nothing more than to hide under the table. The 7 sword concubines that spring snow building had painstakingly nurtured were blocked, unable to advance or retreat. They looked very pitiful. The stranger who spoiled the mood was holding a jug of wine and sitting on the doorstep. Beside him walked 5 beautiful women in snow-white clothes. Compared to the 7 already stunning swordsmen of the king's mansion, whether in terms of appearance or bearing, they were superior. 5 women in white, each with a saber, lined up in front of their master. It was a famous saber of the old southern Tang dynasty, the current standard saber of the Liang border army, and the 4th-generation saber of the Bailiang Su family were all examples. General Zhenan Song Li's eyes lit up. He quickly recognized their identities. They were the personal maids of Nailan Yusi, known as the 2 vassal kings of Nanjiang. Their names were also very strange. They were Dongyue, Shishu, Fengdu, 3 corpses, and Qinglu. The 5 women in white simultaneously took a dozen steps forward. With a light shout, they drew their sabers and chopped down. Just 5 sabers created a majestic momentum of thousands of cavalry breaking through the formation. The 7 spring snow-building sword concubines were so scared that they fled backward. Most of the guests invited by spring snow-building were also pale. They didn't know what was going on. Was it Prince Zhao Yi of Guangling's ingenuity to liven things up? Or was there someone who dared to make trouble in spring snow-building? Everyone only heard the handsome scholar sitting on the threshold, shaking the wine pot with one hand and patting his knee with the other. He sang loudly, "Please look carefully at the people in front of you. Every year they bury the grass. More or less, there are graves in the grass. Every year, half of them are not swept." Now everyone understood that these people didn't get along with the vassal king's mansion. Otherwise, if it was the arrangement of spring snow building, those words alone would be too unlucky. Prince Zhao Yi of Guangling gritted his teeth. Lu Baijie looked calm. Wang Xiongui was puzzled. Song Li smiled playfully. Zhao Zhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The obese Zhao Yi slowly got up, squeezed out a smile, and asked tentatively, "Mr. Naylan, I don't know why you came to Spring Snow Building. Do you have something to discuss?" Wang Xiongui, who was about to retire as the administrator and return to the capital, was furious after hearing the title. He asked knowingly, "Who are you?" Naylan Yusi, who was as charming as a god, stopped singing. He smiled intoxicatingly and pointed at himself. "Me." Then he got up leisurely. He had been drinking when he went upstairs. Before sitting down at the door of the top floor of the Spring Snow Building, he had already drunk more than half of the wine. His face was flushed, and he became more and more radiant. This advisor, who was only known by name in the entire Liang Temple, laughed and said, "I, Naylan Yusi, am a scholar." Following Naylan Yusi's words, the 5 beautiful maids once again moved forward. Their figures spun in the air, and then they stepped heavily on the rich and luxurious clothes. They slashed out with their blades, and their imposing manner was even more powerful than before. Naylan Yusi slowly moved forward as if there was no one around. His words made the entire Guangling Path's dignitaries feel as if they were struck by lightning. 150,000 armored soldiers from Nanjiang went all the way to the north. They have already crossed the Guangling River. Wang Xionggui's face was pale, and he fell back to his seat. Not only was this Guangling Path administrator out of his wits, but there were also countless crisp sounds of wine cups breaking in the building. Zhao Yi's face was gloomy, and he did not say a word. Song Li narrowed his eyes and began to weigh the pros and cons. Zhao Zhu was stunned on the spot. The Nanjiang army left their territory to the north without permission. Obviously, even he, the king of Yanqi, and his royal highness were kept in the dark. Lu Baijie gently put down the wine cup, stood up and asked in a deep voice, "What is the king of Yanqi, Zhao Bing's intention?" Naylan Yusi seemed to be stumped by this question. He frowned and lowered his head to think for a moment. Then he suddenly raised his head and smiled. "Rebellion, isn't this obvious? Why, Mr. Tongxi, you don't believe me?" Lu Baijie shook his head and smiled sarcastically. At this time, 2 people walked in side by side. One of them was wearing a royal robe. He was a burly old man, and he was very similar to the crown prince of Yanqi that everyone in the building was familiar with. However, compared to Zhao Zhu's frivolity, this old man was imposing. The old man smiled and looked at the Guangling king Zhao Yi, who was sitting high on the main seat. "Little fatty Yi, how have you been?" "I have been in the barren Nanjiang for 20 years. I have been drooling over your Guangling path for a long time. But then again, it should have been I, Zhao Yi, who owned Guangling. You, Zhao Yi, are only fit to help me guard the house for 20 years. Zhao Yi's face was ashen, and his lips were trembling. However, compared to the king of Nanjiang who had not spoken in the Liang Palace for more than 20 years, the king beside the old man who was also wearing a royal robe made all the dignitaries feel more terrified and desperate. The former protector general of Beiliang, the current king of Shu, Chen Jibao. If it was only Zhao Bing's Nanjiang army rebelling, Liang and Gu Jiantong's 2 border armies going south to quell the rebellion, it would be nothing more than another disaster of West Chu's restoration. However, once Zhao Bing had Chen Jibao's help, everyone began to doubt whether the Liang imperial court, which had shown signs of trouble since the Yonghui auspicious talisman, would be able to luckily survive this calamity. At this time, some people in the Spring Snow Building finally remembered the Northwest Armored Cavalry. They began to ask themselves, if he had the deterrence of the 300,000 loyal and devoted armored cavalry, would this Nanjiang barbarian, Zhao Bing, not dare to touch the Central Plains for the rest of his life, and could only slowly die of old age in the man miasma? The butcher Su Xiao was dead. The blue-eyed Zhang Jiulu was dead. When the 2 were alive, the world was truly at peace. The Nanjiang army did not dare to take a single step out of Nanjiang. Even Beimeng's million-strong army did not dare to take half a step south. After the 2 died, West Chu was quickly restored, Beimeng knocked on the pass, and Nanjiang rebelled. No one knew why Chen Jibao chose to rebel against Beiliang. Since he had chosen to rely on the orthodox Zhao clan of Liang, he had long since become a vassal. Why did he in the end place all his bets on a vassal in a remote corner? Chen Jibao was expressionless. He calmly looked at Lu Baijie, the provincial governor of Guangling. In the end, Lu Baijie sighed and slumped back into his seat. How many people would die in the Central Plains before they would stop? Chen Jibao's lips curled into a cold smile. If people in the Central Plains did not die, how could they remember that some people were dying for them? I, Chen Jibao, am not Su Fengnian. I am not afraid of war, and I am not afraid of people dying. Chapter 1814. The spring snow building had a banquet that would decide the future of the Central Plains. The Qingtsong city of Liuzhou also had a banquet. Although it was a simple meal, it would decide the future of Liangmang. Provincial Governor Yang Guangdou looked at the young faces crowding around the table and couldn't help but smile. The old man was happy and gratified. Chen Shiliang, who had just been promoted to Liuzhou, General Ko Jianghuai, Xie Shibian, who had just come from outside Liangzhou to take over the two towns of Linyao and Fengxiang, Yu Wandao, who had led 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry to this place, Chao Wei, who was about to go to Mount Lantua in the western regions, and of course Su Longxiang. The old man looked at these energetic young people, as if 5 rising stars had suddenly appeared in his family. It was like suddenly seeing clusters of fresh green on a snow-white winter day. It was too much for the eye to take in, and it filled one with joy. Chao Wei was short and had an ordinary appearance, but he was arrogant. Even though he was eating at the same table as these people of the same age, his voice was the loudest and his aura the sharpest. This short man chewed on a mutton pancake as he snorted at Yang Guangdou. Old Yang, just wait patiently and help me deliver the victory report to Mount Qingliang and the Protectorate. Actually, if you want me, you can pick up the brush right now. Just write the military merit as big as possible. I guarantee it won't be wrong. Chen Shiliang smiled. We still have to follow the rules. Chao Wei squinted. Old Chen, you don't trust me, Great General Chao, do you? Chen Shiliang smiled helplessly. Yu Wandao sneered. Don't forget that Zhong Tan led 10,000 elite southern cavalry to Mount Lantua. You only have 10,000 men and horses. Victory and defeat are still uncertain. Now you're thinking about military merit? Who leads soldiers to war like you? Do you believe that I won't write a secret letter to the prince right now? Everything had its vanquisher. Chao Wei was frivolous with everyone except for the eldest grandson of the Yu family who had defected to the Central Plains. He rolled his eyes and said, Bitch, I won't lower myself to your level. The handsome Yu Luandao pressed his hand on the famed saber de Luan at his waist and raised his eyebrows. Going outside to play? Chao Wei swallowed the last bit of the pancake. Suddenly, he cried out and held his stomach. I ate too much. Today, I only used 20 to 30% of my usual strength. Forget it. Yu Wandao, I will use 20 to 30% of my strength to fight with you. I'll still beat you up. Yu Wandao sneered. Afraid of you? Xie Shibian smiled knowingly. Ko Jianghuai silently chewed and swallowed the mutton pancake, occasionally taking a sip of water. He ignored the tit-for-tat between Chao Wei and Yu Wandao. Su Longxiang, barefoot and dressed in black, grinned. Why don't the two of you fight me together? Yu Wandao and Chao Wei looked at each other and said in unison, Only one hand. Only one leg. Su Longxiang chuckled. Sure. The hidden wand saber was in high spirits and eager to fight, while Chao Wei was still cowering like a coward. Yang Guang laughed angrily. A bunch of brats. Stop messing around. The old man threw a look at Chen Shiliang. The latter put down the mutton pancake and straightened his clothes. He said in a low voice, The latest report from the Whispering Waterhouse shows that the real Battle of Liuzhou will be fought at Beimeng Nanchao. This is a confirmed report. Ningame will lead 6,000 iron stupas to Qingtsong City to support the Longxiang army. At the same time, Liangzhou's General Shifu and the White Feather Light Cavalry stationed around Qingyuan Army Town can enter the Liuzhou battlefield at any time to help the Longxiang army tie down Huang Songpu's Beimeng main force. Chao Wei frowned and asked, After the Battle of Longyan, didn't the Iron Stupas only have 2,000 men left? Chen Shiliang laughed. 800 white horses just joined the Iron Stupas. They also transferred 3,000 cavalry from the two passes in Liangzhou. Chao Wei slapped his thigh and glanced at hidden wand saber. He purposely complained, Damn it, so the Iron Stupas are Su Fengnian's sons. Hidden wand saber, who had followed the young king from Jizhou to Calabash, raged, Chao Wei, you better watch your mouth. Chen Shiliang turned to look at Ko Jianghuai and Xie Shiliang. He continued, To ensure that we can wipe out Zhong Tan's cavalry, Other than Chao Wei's 10,000 cavalry as the main force, I'm afraid we will need another cavalry force to support us. Ko Jianghuai said directly. I don't eat such small fish. Xie Shiliang said calmly, I'll go. Feng Xiang and Lin Yao are familiar with the geography of the western region. Hidden Wan Saber narrowed his eyes and smiled. Then I'll go straight to the heart of the southern dynasty's Gusai prefecture, and go straight to that Shijing temple? As Chen Shiliang's line of sight met, Su Longxiang had already answered. The Longxiang army will meet Huang Songpu's main force on the battlefield at the border of Liuzhou. They will retreat as they fight. Before Huang Songpu sees the walls of Qingsong City, it will be after 3 or 4 battles. Ko Jianghuai nodded. 3 battles is the minimum. As long as the 30,000 Longxiang army can last until 4 battles, I can make that previous king of the southern courtyard unable to return. I want him to end up like Yang Yuanzhan. If there are 5 battles. Ko Jianghuai paused and looked at Hidden Wan Saber provocatively. Then I'll have to compete with you to see who can cut off more heads of the southern dynasty officials. Chapter 1815. Chen Shiliang cautiously said. Although in the Battle of Longyaner Plains, the northern Mang chieftain and the other elite Malanzi troops were almost completely wiped out, Huang Songpu was after all the king of the southern courtyard for nearly 20 years, so he definitely still has some foundation. Zhong Tan is also entrusted with high hopes by the Zhong family. Therefore, in Liuzhou, no matter where the battle is, we cannot lower our guard. For this reason, I have specially requested the Governor-General Manor to transfer at least 600 white horse wandering crossbowmen from the Liangzhou border army. Chen Shiliang suddenly spoke in a more serious tone, his eyes sharp. Everyone, although I, Chen Shiliang, am not good at military affairs, I am very clear about one thing, and that is that on the battlefield of Liuzhou, where a single move can affect the entire situation, no one can make up for their mistakes just by killing a few thousand Beimang barbarians. I will say the ugly words up front. If anyone dares to delay the overall situation of Liuzhou for a little bit of merit, then as long as I, Chen Shiliang, am alive, I will not rest until he or she is dead. Chao Wei, Yu Wandao, Ko Jianghuai, Xie Shiliang. Chao Wei sighed and resentfully put down the leg on the stool. I'm scared of you, old Chen. I know. Yu Wandao said with a solemn expression. You know the severity of the situation. Our Yuzhou cavalry will only make Shijingqing our primary target. We will do our best to avoid Gentleman's Pavilion and the other military towns, regardless of whether their forces are empty or not. Xie Shiliang nodded. Ko Jianghuai was still a taciturn person, but he could not withstand Chen Shiliang's gaze, and could only nod along with Xie Shiliang. Su Longxiang scratched his head. Shiliang, is there nothing else for me to do? Chen Shiliang raised his arm, clenched his fist, and swung it down. General, you only need to focus on stopping Huang Songpu's main force. Su Longxiang laughed foolishly. This is indeed not a problem. Chao Wei slapped his forehead. This stupid little prince. Who knows how he could have such a crafty older brother? Xie Shibian couldn't help but laugh. Then he was a little dazed. Back in Guangling Road, although he had personally won many unbelievable battles, he still felt uneasy. That kind of feeling was like knowing that even if you won 99 battles, as long as you lost one, you would lose the whole game. After arriving at Beiliang, after arriving at Qingsong City, apart from the arrogant Ko Jianghuai, they became fellow soldiers with these strangers. Even though there was a great disparity in strength between them and the enemy, they felt incomparably at ease. At this moment, a handsome young man dressed in light armor strode into the house. He suddenly clasped his fist and said, White Horse Crossbowman Li Hanlin, leading 1,200 riders, has entered the Azure City and is on standby. With a face full of shock, Chen Shiliang stood up and asked, Officer Li, why are there so many crossbowmen? What about outside the Liangzhou Pass? Li Hanlin said with a straight face, This is a military order from the Protectorate. I only follow orders. Then, the only remaining white horse officer of the Beiliang Frontier Army winked at the people in the house. With a bright smile, he lowered his voice slightly and said, There are no Beimang soldiers left outside the Liangzhou Pass to kill. That old fellow Huang Songpu has 700 to 800 private soldiers under him. So it's not too bad. Ko Jianghuai raised his head and asked, You are that Li Hanlin? The son of the administrator Li Gongda? Chao Wei immediately got into the mood of watching a good show. He was afraid that the world would not be chaotic enough. TSK. Ko Jianghuai was someone who usually treated everyone he met as if they owed him millions of taels of silver. Now that he met someone like Li Hanlin who had both a family background and military exploits, he really wanted to have a good fight with him. Li Hanlin was stunned. He smiled and said, "Yes, I am Li Hanlin. You are Ko Jianghuai, General Ko, right? When you guys were fighting to the death with the Liang Imperial Court, Nian and I, we had letters with the prince. In the letters, the prince said that if one day you and Xie Shibian could work together for the Beiliang Frontier Army, that would be great. I didn't think that such a day would really come. I, Li Hanlin, am a rough person. Without any hesitation, as long as I can return from the battlefield alive, when I reach Lingzhou, I will treat you, Ko Jianghuai, to drink wine for an entire year. Not only you Chao Donghua, you Luandao Xie Shibian, none of you will be able to escape." Chao Wei, who had his nickname called, said angrily, "Where did you get so much silver from?" "Lingzhou, that gold-consuming lair. How could you get a decent courtesan without at least 200 or 300 taels of silver?" Li Hanlin laughed and said, "What are you afraid of? Just borrow it from my father. If you can't pay him back, you can pay him back with a bunch of grandchildren." Ko Jianghuai's lips curled up. This once infamous white horse commandant seemed to be much more pleasing to the eye than Xie Shibian or Yu Luandao. Xie Shibian said with a bitter smile, "Commandant Li, drinking wine is fine, but drinking wine with courtesans, I'm afraid that after a year of drinking wine, you will have to kneel on a washboard." The Beiliang, who was known for being serious, Qin Shiliang said with a smile, "I am a bit better than Xie Shibian. I haven't married yet, so I am not afraid of drinking wine with courtesans. But if I want to drink, I will only drink green ant wine. As for courtesans," Qin Shiliang said with a serious expression, "I still care a lot." Ko Jianghuai couldn't help but glance at this young Liuzhou officer, who had made him look at him in a new light. He cursed in his heart, F***K. As expected of a scholar from Gangnam-do, Yang Guangdou didn't interrupt these young people. The old man would occasionally pick up a peanut and throw it into his mouth. His eyes were full of smiles. After the old man clapped his hands, he suddenly stood up. With his hands behind his back, he walked straight to the door. After crossing the threshold, he turned his